Good morning. We are here for a workshop meeting of the Flagler Beach City Commission. It is August 21st, 2020 at 9:03. And we will be going through our budget items until we get through the whole agenda. And we are we are streaming on YouTube. You can go to the official City of Flagler Beach website and find the YouTube connection there, correct?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And if you hit like or subscribe, you can get notifications of future meetings. So we will begin with the Pledge of Allegiance led by the mayor.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. From sea to shining sea. Back in the day.
Wow, she was
This
here.
is what
too late
happens
last
when you
night.
do this, Penny.
It's going to be a little punchy. Lots of caffeine.
All right, we will begin. Kathleen, do you have any kind of introductory, anything you wish to say, or do we just hit the items?
No, I didn't really plan an introduction, but yeah, so I think we'll just follow the agenda.
Okay.
I was thinking, the only thing I was thinking is that I would do the revenues, for each department before we get into the actual expense side. And possibly, I didn't have a chance to discuss this with Penny this morning, but possibly like when we get to the end of one department, should we maybe have discussion as to, consensus to maybe, if you want to change, if you have something to say about the department while the department person is still in the room and that if you decided, we don't want to buy, that we think this is not a good purchase or whatever, and then discuss it at the end of each department. So that way, that's, it's captured. And, it's just a thought. That was my only thought.
My reaction is, in my mind, we have to look at the whole picture.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't know, just because Rick's sitting right here, if Rick wants something and we're like, yeah, but then we might decide to cut something out of another department, so it would be all right for Rick to have it. I don't know.
Okay.
I don't know how other people feel about it.
This is why I'm not city manager. I was going to run it by Larry.
Let me hear what everybody else has to say. Eric?
As commissioners, we're in charge of the overall tax rate. And I worry that if we start doing line by lines, that's not even our calling. That's not what we do. We have department heads and city manager for that. Our job is to make sure that the bill that goes to the taxpayers is what we want it to be. Now, within the budget, there could be some objections to things, but, we're not the subject matter experts is the only thing I worry about. The only person who truly knows the needs of the police department is our chief of police. We do not. And I have a little bit of reservation other than, some potential call-outs. Getting into that level of detail, I think it might be good for feedback purposes, but I definitely don't feel comfortable with managing it at that level, if that makes any sense. Can give me your thoughts.
I concur with that because I think what happens when you start scrutinizing every line item of each department, it can to some degree be influenced by social pressure or other types of personal issues. And I agree that I think that each department head knows what their wants, needs, and desires are, and then it's our job to decide whether or not, at the end, those are appropriate, and we can, make our opinions and decisions based on that, but that's just my thoughts as well.
Okay.
So, no, I agree as well. I don't think we need to go down to the granular level. I think everybody knows that we can ask questions of our subject matter experts, and we can talk about something if we want to pull it.
Personally, I think there ought to be some accountability as far as separating wants from needs. So I want to speak up along the way.
Well, I don't
And,
mind speaking
you
up,
know-
but I thought, Kathleen, it sounded like we were making.
She wanted a
decisions.
consensus
Yeah.
after each.
Boy, I
each-
just, yeah, I think
I
it
get
just helps me with direction at the end of the day, but that's okay. That's all right. I
We'll
think
try to remember what
I
we
think I
said. so we
captured
can-
most everything from the last meeting, and we, yes, the staff made some cuts to the general fund, so, okay.
Okay, I don't know, Linda, did you want to throw anything in there? No. Okay, yes,
Can I assume that Larry's not going to be here?
yes, Larry will be on the phone later, from what I was told an hour ago.
Do I need to call him?
Not now.
Okay.
Kathleen, can you refer to the page number that you're at?
Okay,
Because
He called me at 10 after 8.
so we're all on the same page, okay.
So we're beginning with the building code?
Right, and I thought I'd go through the fund revenues a little bit and a little bit about the type of fund that is. So let's look at the budget summary, which is on page 18.
I'm sorry, Paige.
It's page 18, the budget summary.
Oh, yeah.
And as you can see at the top of the building inspection code is your third column in. And the building code inspection fund is a governmental fund, but it stands by itself because its revenues and its expenses should say somewhat balanced. We're not allowed to have a huge reserve as a fund balance in there. But on the other hand, we also have to make enough revenue to cover the expenses that are related to permitting and inspection. So as you look at this summary here, we are anticipating $252,000 in permitting fees and then miscellaneous revenue for a total of $253,000. And then when you get down, that's your total sources. And then you see use of fund balance reserve. So you can see we are using almost $83,000 of reserves from the fund balance to balance this budget. That means we're bringing the money in from that one. And just looking, again, it's always a moving target, what's in the fund balance, but just looking at where we're at this year, bringing that much money in, and then you further down, you see the anticipated cost to balance it. We probably do really need to take some serious looks at some of our permitting fees and see if they are up to par. Because we basically, what I'm trying to say is we're using up most of the savings, most of the reserve is going to be gone after this year.
I'm going to need you to really use your mic until,
Okay. All right, sorry.
sorry, the lawnmower is.
I got
Question,
you.
Kathleen.
Yes.
Didn't we have a study of some sort scheduled about the fees coming up where that was getting reevaluated? I remember that being discussed at a meeting.
We had started sitting down and working on it. I remember we did a meeting, but that was before all the craziness started, so.
Because
I don't know, Rick, where
I don't
we're
think
at.
you can just change fees. I think you have to, it has to go through a process of, it can't be, and correct me if I'm wrong, but it can't be just something like, for instance, staff would come up with a particular number. It has to be done through almost like a third-party study to meet a legal threshold.
I'm not really aware of that. I'm not
I
really
don't
sure.
think so,
would-
Eric. I just think we can't charge more than what the cost is.
I know that our fee structure that we have currently is it's basically what they charge in the county. We adopted the same fees as the county. And that's why, me as the finance director could see some needs for improvements, just based on what's happening to the fund balance now. And, we aren't the same type of community as all of Flagler County, so we might want to do some research. That's just, okay, so we don't want to get
Yeah,
hung up
yeah.
on that, but that's
Can I
just,
speak
it's not
on-
happening this year, it's just looking forward, because I'm the person that likes to not wait till the last minute. Let's look
Which is good.
forward and start thinking about how things are going to unfold. And, I'm sorry, did somebody have a question?
Rick had something.
Yeah, I just wanted to make the statement that that fund balance has been used pretty extensively, originally to do the renovations to the school on the building side, so a lot of the fund money was used for that. And of course, we have a vehicle and we have an extra. We do have a second building inspector now. So I think that'll even out again now that the build-out's pretty much done on the building department side. Just wanted to
Okay.
share that fact with our new commissioners, that a lot of that money that was, accumulated. So I think our fees are pretty close, but we'll see how that all works out.
Okay.
Madam Chair?
Yeah, bad thing to bring up after last
Yes.
night.
I think that in order to be good stewards of what we're doing and also looking ahead at the future, I think it's only appropriate that not only on this particular fees here, but all the fees should be evaluated periodically to determine whether or not they're adequate in order to ensure that we are moving ahead in a proper manner so that we don't get behind the eight ball like we have in the past on some other issues, such as the water and things like this. You just have to plan, just like you would at your own personal budget. If you realize that things are going to be costing more in the future, it's only appropriate, even if it's 2%, 3%, whatever it is. And I think that Kathleen and the staff are smart enough where they can actually come back to us and say, based on what the fees have been over the last 10 or 15 years and projecting it out over the next 5 or 10 years, we are anticipating that we should increase it by X number of percentage or whatever it is. And then we as a commission can look at that and make a decision. But I think we should be at least looking at some of the increases. Not that I'd like to see stuff increase all the time, but it's just a matter of preparation.
I think we all pretty much agree with that.
Okay. And if you
Well,
want.
let me ask just one last question.
Sure.
What, after, if this goes as proposed, then what does that leave us in that fund
It'll be,
and reserves?
yeah, it's, as I say, it's a moving target right now. I'm sorry, I did not come with that number, but I believe when I was working on the budget, the balance was right around $100,000 in reserves, and now we're using, 80, what did I say, 90,000? 83,000.
Okay, that's it.
But I can bring that after lunch or after we break. I'll get that balance for that. So now we'll move on to page 69, where the inspection fund revenues are listed. And I see my first error. I left a zero off of the 2019-20 projected activity, because I did, after talking with the building department and Rick and everything, we're seeing, as everybody knows, construction seems to be doing very well throughout all this crisis that we're living through. So we had originally budgeted $175,000 in revenues for the 19-20 year, and just looking at the projection, it should be $220,000, not $22,000.
Oh, yeah, I was wondering about that.
And after talking with our building official, he agreed that the 220 would be, an achievable amount for the budget. Then below that, you have education and technology fees, and those are charged on every permit, and they go into reserves. So a lot of the improvements that were made to the WIC line building were basically along the lines of technology. So we did use a lot of that reserve, not really monies that were in the fund from, building permit fees. It was more, using the reserves to do the wiring and buying the new equipment that we had to do over the last couple of years. Then the other things that we break out are reinspection fees and plan review fees, which those are the plan review fees done by our building inspector. And surcharge fee is, it's a fee that's collected for us, collecting state's taxes and then turning it over to the state. They give us a couple % back.
How nice of them.
Yes, that is nice. One of the few state agencies that pays us for the
Okay.
work. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question. This says building and zoning, and then it talks about the different people, building permitting, planning and zoning, plans review, code enforcement, revenue collection. Is code enforcement and planning and zoning
No,
come out of building
it is
department
not.
money?
But we have basically one staff that works together, so the report itself was written together.
What page are you on?
70?
Yes, page 70, which is the introduction to the Building and Zoning Department. That might be an improvement. Something we could ask is for them to maybe break those apart for us instead of lumping them together.
Okay, that's.
But that was, our city manager did, that was the goal, to make it kind of the one-stop shop for, M zoning, even though it's in a separate fund. It's all basically governmental fund revenues, but it's just that we do isolate the ones related to the code from the ones related to planning and zoning. And
That answer your question?
Well, the only really thing of this list is building permit, right? Everything else does not come out of this fund.
right, you are correct. Everything
Okay,
else is
just
done
want to make sure
out.
everybody's aware of that.
Yes, permitting on this very first part.
Okay.
And then on this next page, the people that are part of the salary, the staff, that salary is paid through the building code inspection fees, the permit fees, is the building inspector, permit technician 1, and permit technician 2. The other 1, 2, 3, 4 employees fall to the general fund under planning and zoning. There's 4 positions listed. Oh, fire code, the fire inspector is listed. He's not really in your department, so. I guess, well, I guess we'll just look at page 73. As you can see, there is actually a decrease in the salaries, and that was due to some, there are certain staff that are split between funds, and we just kind of realigned that as we've taken on, I'm sorry, our project manager, and he was budgeted, I think, a little too heavily in this fund, after he's got more of a job that we can follow now as to where his percentages should break down. So that's why there was a decrease in this fund. Then operations, looks like overall is going to be a 7.6% increase, and then there's not any capital purchases planned for the building code inspection fund. So overall, the department is 15% below the amended budget from 1920.
Rick?
Kathleen just mentioned project manager.
Push the button for the microphone.
Well, I'm sorry, what is the title of Lee's job?
You
Lee?
bounce between coordinator and manager.
Okay. But Lee Richards does do some jobs related to, I'm sorry, you know what, I misspoke. He is not in this fund, I'm sorry. He is in the planning and zoning. I'm sorry, excuse me. Hold on, I'll pull up and see what the difference
Okay,
is.
that's because it wasn't making sense to me.
I'm sorry, yes, that was my mistake there.
No, and the enterprise fund is dedicated to enforcement of the Florida building codes. So if you are doing something other than, you cannot be paid out of the building department fund.
That is correct.
I remember when we set this up and the Home Builders Association was not happy with us, let's say. And we had to prove to them that we were going to manage it the way it was supposed to be.
Yes,
And they've been okay with it, I think, since.
yes. As a matter of fact, they've been very good. We went to them, we did have some excess funds a few years ago when we did the Wickline Center. And They had no problem with us using building department funds for the renovation.
Because it was going to benefit them.
Yes, it was going to, well, it was going to benefit the building department.
Well, it also makes it easier for the builders to come in
Yes,
instead of fighting over parking over here.
yes.
Thank you for picking up on that. It wasn't making sense to me. So, we're good.
Okay.
Anything, Rick, did you have anything else?
No, ma'am?
Okay, thank you. So we go through the expenses then? I know you said how much, I did have a question. What are professional services? And they were cut in half.
Professional services would have been, when I went on vacation, we would have the county come in and fill in for me.
Oh, and we're not,
We have another inspector now,
right,
so
okay. And repairs and maintenance seems to have gone up quite a bit. What is that for your car? What is it for?
that's the additional vehicle.
Yeah, okay.
No, this
No?
repairs and maintenance is the.
No, because we have vehicle repairs and
Right.
maintenance too.
Let me see if there's anything detailed. I'll take a look. There wasn't, I mean, it went from the amended budget, which was 77,200 to 10,000. So I'm not sure if there was any specific things you had planned for repairs and maintenance over at the building.
That's for facilities, correct? That's not for vehicles.
That's
Is that
not,
Right,
you have vehicle repairs.
It's like, if the refrigerator stopped working, or if that type of repairs.
Is that what it's, okay.
Not just, not capital improvements, just, paint, if something needed to be painted, that type of thing comes out of repairs and maintenance in every fund, in every department.
So that's repairs and maintenance versus vehicle repairs and
Right,
maintenance? So
vehicle-
that's specifically for vehicles?
Right.
641, okay.
Okay, anybody else have any questions?
I do.
Go ahead.
So to go back to professional services, since we have a second person, I guess the question is, why would it be $4,000 then? If there's a second person?
We may still have, maybe need an engineer to come in on something, or, again, if we're overwhelmed, we can go outside and bring somebody in. We have that backup.
Is your inspector certified to approve the plans, or is that something the county would have to do if you were on vacation for the inspections?
Well, normally, what happens is when I go on vacation, I take my laptop and my city phone with me.
That's a nice vacation.
And, well, it is what it is.
And I know we talked about the $10,000 for repairs and maintenance. It struck me as being a little bit high, considering we're in basically a brand-new building, unless that money is specifically for something. When you and Larry came up with that, was there a particular plan for that?
No, and the good, bad, or indifferent, unlike the general fund, that money rolls over to next year.
And then the last thing I got was, if you look at the line, equipment less than $5,000, I'm looking at the trend. So we have 18, 19, and then 19 to 20, and then now. That particular fund has grown a lot. Just so I understand, what is the driving factor with that? Because from just in 18, 19 to now, it went from 2,200 to 7,500. And every year it's gone up a bunch.
That I can't honestly answer.
Were you all thinking, is this, we are increasing savings for, a particular vehicle or equipment or anything, or
Well, we always have tires, we have maintenance on the vehicles, and now that we've added a second vehicle,
That would come under vehicle repair and maintenance.
Right. Let me explain a little bit. This line, equipment less than $5,000, is basically a line that we use for computer replacement,
Copy machines.
printer, just that type of thing that's what falls in there. And just looking back at the previous 2 years, which is what you can see, well, it's the 18-19 activity of 2290, that was, I believe, when they were moving over and they had to, purchase some receipt printers, things like that. That was part of the setup. And then this current year, it looks like we had the new inspector, so we had to get him set up with computers.
yes.
So I'm not sure, though, I did not get a lot of detail on what was actually the 7,500 was for, so.
Okay, thank you. That's the only questions I have.
Okay. Debbie,
I've got a
any-
question. Yeah, Rick, travel training has jumped as well. 11,
Again, with the second inspector,
okay.
And also, let me say that the reserves that we talked about on the revenue side, the educational fee would be transferred in to pay for that.
Thank you.
We balance at the end of each year, whatever is spent in the travel and training, or if we have any technology. And again, the technology would also cover the money that was spent in that line item for equipment under $5,000 for the most part, if it's related to something that we, technology-based. And then all the education is, brought back from those two reserves that we have. So it's not, neither one of those lines, for the most part, is basically dependent on the permit fees. It's reserves.
And none of this, just to be clear, is taxpayer money.
No.
I think that's important to know, that whatever savings we come out here will help the builders and the people who buy new houses to be built. But it doesn't affect the overall tax rate.
it's generated through our permit fees.
And it stays in that fund.
Yes.
Okay, Rick?
Your new inspector, I assume with the elevation in the travel and training that he's going to be educated to try and elevate his credentials, correct?
Yes, he came in as a 1 and 2 family and a structural building inspector. Right now, he's in process of going for his plans examiner's certification for residential, and he's also going toward the building code administrator's license.
So his goal is to end up with the same credentials you have.
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. I just wanted to share that with everybody. And when do you anticipate leaving? You got another year in you or what?
I'm looking at 12/31/21.
Okay.
That'll be my 76th birthday. That's my present
Okay.
to me.
All right.
Of course, we've been hearing this for.
I know. I think it's, I have no issues with the training numbers.
Ken, Linda, anything?
No, I thought his present to himself was a new Harley.
I do have one.
That's okay.
One more question. On the truck you're getting, Rick, is that just something similar to what the engineering department just got, or
What-
you get a new truck for the inspector, right?
Yes, yes.
What is that? I mean, it's not another four-wheel drive truck like you
No,
have, right?
no, it is not.
So
It is a crew cab,
Okay,
but it is not a four-wheel drive. It's a six-cylinder, short bed, standard truck, with the exception of the crew cab. And that was something that Larry had asked in the event that we have another event hit us, that we will be adequately supplied with crew cab vehicles to take people around. And that is coming out of the building department fund.
Right. Okay. And that truck he has does still have some life in it, right?
Yes, as a matter of
So
fact,
that could
that
be-
truck is going to be going to Rob in sanitation.
Okay,
Rob's truck, half the time, he has to stick his foot out the door and push.
okay. Yeah, I was hoping that we could find a good use for it.
Yes.
That's Alan's old truck.
Yeah. As long as we're not putting feet through the,
Not through the floorboards,
No,
No, we're
no.
not getting to.
Not a Flintstone truck.
where we have been in the past. Eric?
Just a couple general questions. So Kathleen, currently the department, because of the low income stream from fees, they're projected to pull in $83,000 from their reserve, right?
Yes, just
Okay.
based on this budget.
Right.
That's-
So if the fees don't get adjusted, the reserve by next year will be exhausted, correct?
No.
Give and take, it's like when we see revenues dropping, then, then we also look at the expenses that we don't need to make. It's kind of like you got to think of it as your own budget, just because we budget $10,000 for repairs and maintenance doesn't mean that we're going to spend it, especially if we see a trend where permits aren't being pulled. So I'm trying to see where we're at right now, real quick. I was just going to look at what the fund balance looks like now, because
We're buying a $41,000 truck, so that isn't getting bought every year. So that's one thing that'll trim it down.
So then it would go to
Half that.
$40,000 loss.
Right.
I guess my forward-looking question is, so, in a matter of years, potentially, the reserve would be exhausted. At that point, where would the money come from if we do not adjust income? Would that then start getting pulled from general reserves to support the department?
I would imagine, but I don't think that we would let it go that far. That's why we were talking the way we were talking about, possibly looking at where we're at as far as fees are and keeping a good eye on things.
Okay, and then the other question, this is more procedural, but, so and the reason why I'm asking is because we haven't done this in a while. So we bring in a new inspector and we invest a good amount of money in education. Is there any type of, and this might be more of a Liz question, but is there anything in place where if that particular person moves on shortly after all that education's done, that there's any type of reimbursement? It's more just procedural HR. Rick, do you know that?
There is nothing locking him in, no.
Okay.
With the exception that he appears to be extremely overjoyed to be here.
Got it.
Yeah, I had him at my house last week, and he is really, really, really happy to be here.
And Rick,
Yeah.
that truck is 31,000, not 41.
Oh, okay, well, it's capital expenses.
Yeah.
Total was 41,000.
That's all I have.
What else you getting?
That's it.
The numbers are in.
It comes with the stand for the laptop.
Uh-huh.
That's been great, having that laptop in the truck, being able to go to the codes with the laptop, being able to follow up on permits. It's helped a lot catching unlicensed people out there. As a matter of fact, Wednesday evening, I was at a building trades board meeting he was licensed, but he exceeded the scope of his license, and we took him to the board. And he ended up 6 counts, and they hit him with a $500 fine per count, and $5,000 in restitution back to one of our residents.
Wow. Wonderful.
So Rick, can I ask you a question?
Yes, ma'am.
There have been residents that have asked me, why does code enforcement need a truck? Why can't they just have a regular vehicle? Can you explain to the general public as, why a truck is needed for code enforcement?
He does carry equipment, he does pick up illegal signs, Bobby is very attentive to what he does. If he finds discarded things alongside the road, he'll throw them in the back of that truck in a minute.
Is he putting ladders in the back of the truck when he goes on the inspections to?
No, code enforcement, code enforcement's kind of restricted on how they can view violations, and a ladder is not part of what he can use.
Okay.
So no, it wouldn't be a ladder. It's like, say, signs and whatever may be out there that shouldn't be in our right-of-ways.
Thank you.
And I would say too, he has to go on vacant lots sometimes, those, things a car would not
Yes,
necessarily go on. It's not just driving up and down the street, basically. There's sometimes you have to go off-road, I guess, for lack of a better word.
Okay, Debbie?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, any,
I was just going to add back in, I was looking at the fund balance right now, and right now, of course, it's not all the way tied out. It's at 142, then we're going to buy the truck for 32, so we're at we have about 110,000 right today, sitting there right now, about 100,000, and then we are looking at using 83 to balance this. So, but then it could build again. And one other item I wanted to bring up about the permit fees, the fees that are charged on the permit. There are fees that are charged on a permit that go into the general fund that are related to the planning and zoning side. For instance, our city engineers reviews. No? Well,
no,
all right.
shouldn't be.
Well, all right. Okay, well, there are fees that are charged for the reviews that our city engineer does, and maybe they're not charged on permit, but they are charged. And those are some of the fees that we really need to look at.
so would those be some of the fees that we were talking about last night on item 15 last night?
Possibly, I'm sorry, last night became a blur all of a sudden. Water and sewer, no, they're not related to water and sewer, they're like,
Remember that resolution I brought to you guys, and we had taken it from Port Orange,
Yes,
and more things in
oh,
that line?
that kind of stuff,
Right.
okay. Okay.
yeah, like city engineer reviews, things related to Larry Torino, our planner's work, those type of fees. Application fees, things that actually do flow into the,
Right-of-way permits.
so I guess what I'm trying to spit out is that maybe it's not on the permits, but there are fees for our city related to planning and zoning that are imposed by that department. That's why it's like the one-stop shop. So there are fees that we also need to look at that might not be related to the fund balance of the building code inspection, but they do relate to our general fund dollars, so.
Okay, Rick, you had something?
Yeah, I was looking at the capital expenditures, and then I went back to the 5-year capital plan. Is there a reason that the building fund isn't listed?
Maybe because I did not receive a 5-year capital fund. Like I say, this budget year, was a little bit trickier.
Well, it's not anywhere in the pages.
Right, I know we had one for planning and zoning on page. Outside of vehicles, the building code inspection, a vehicle in that instance is kind of not really considered a capital item. The building code inspection fund is basically an operations and salaries. We don't take the money to do a $20,000 improvement to the WIC line building isn't done from building, but repairs and maintenance, general operations like desks and things like that do add up to dollars, but they're still considered operations, come out of the building code inspection money. But they don't really have a 5-year capital plan.
And with all new equipment over there,
Yeah, but I was looking at the line, it said $41,000 for capital equipment. You said the truck was 31. I was
Yep.
just curious what the other 10 was. So then I went looking through the
Oh.
capital plan to see what it was, that's all.
Oh, you were looking at last year's capital plan, because that's what they.
I'm looking at City of Flagler Beach's 5-year capital plan.
Okay. Page H, so on the 5-year capital plan, that does not include the 18-19, or the, what, sorry, 19-20 year is not on that capital.
I'm not looking for 1920, I'm
Okay.
looking for 2021.
Okay, well, aren't any capital purchases for 2021
We
in
just,
building code inspection.
we're buying a truck.
We're buying that this year. We're buying that this year,
Yes.
right? We ordered it. It's a
It'll be-
purchase order.
should
so
be here
we're
next
buying
week.
it. Went, bought it on state's contract.
We bought it under the
So that's coming out-
1920
that's-
budget.
Right, that'll come out of
What
these,
page are we on with the building fund?
page 73.
73.
Okay, my apologies.
Right.
Yeah, there's nothing there.
Yeah, I see it.
Okay.
Okay.
Ken, you had something?
No, I was just going to comment on when Kathleen was going over the fees that are charged, for example, to the engineer, and I think that would include reviews such as the Gardens project. That would be a fee that was charged for reviewing those plans as well? Mm-hmm. Isn't that correct?
That's true. That's correct.
So it's not just things that are within the city, but also it would be considering an item such as the Gardens, where we have to make sure that we have appropriate resources in order to provide that. So I think it's important that folks know that in a case like that, that the city is being reimbursed for the time that the engineer would be reviewing that.
That's true, yeah, and that's a newer, with this area just really starting to come about, so that is true. We do charge the fees on that. And those are implemented through the building department, planning and zoning.
Okay, anything else? Okay, 45 minutes on one. All righty, we move on to the pier fund.
Thank you. Is Liz here today? I don't know if Buzz is coming or what's going on.
I don't see one.
Fred and Dave.
She need my headset, I'll get it for her.
Oh, the last time I looked, they had.
Okay, just,
Ed, you need this back, I guess. I'll make a
and we're
comment.
sitting.
Yeah, I'll make
very
I'll
nice.
make a comment. Guys, I know it's uncomfortable, but could you put your mask on? Thank you. Whoops, where'd you go?
That way.
Want me to see if our guys are coming in?
Oh,
Beer fund.
nap time?
Not yet. After we run. Yes, with this bit, does she need my headset?
Oh, I didn't ask for
Do you need a little headset to listen? No, I got it. Buzz is on his way.
Okay,
Might be on the next one.
well, the next one's going to be long.
Utilities, yeah.
Yeah, I see, did see Rob come in. Yeah, why don't we go to sanitation, if that's okay?
Okay.
Sanitation. It's the very end, I know that. They saved the best for last.
Sanitation is
99.
99, okay.
Kathleen, before we go there,
Yes.
at the very top of your budget summary page, it says that the expenses are 1.83% less.
I knew somebody was going to catch that. I didn't update that.
Okay.
That's something that goes in, it's, it's a requirement of the trim process.
Right,
And I was like, I did the whole book and I'm like, oh, I forgot to go back and do that.
okay, so it'll be some lower number.
So it's comparing what the budgeted expenses are and the expenses were in the original budget from last year, from the current year that we're living in.
Yeah, I just thought if we changed the mill rate and we changed some of the expenses.
Yes, it should have changed.
Okay.
You are correct. You are correct.
Okay, so we're on page 99.
99. Okay, so that is the revenues. Just- So just, you don't have to flip back, just looking, I'm just briefly touch on the budget summary. So with the proposed revenues and expenses, the sanitation fund would be returning a modest $15,000 to the reserves based on this. That's the summary piece. As you look at the top, you can see in 1819, we finally got all of our money from IRMA. That's what that federal state grant was. That was the FEMA money finally getting to us. It actually didn't get to us till this year, but because it was recognized, I could accrue it for the revenue of
So
1819.
this is from Irma?
That's from IRMA. We did receive a little bit of money from Dorian, finally. It was about
Are we
80,000.
done with Matthew yet?
No.
I didn't think so.
Matthew will continue until we finish the dune walkovers and the pier. I just got done filing time extensions for all that stuff yesterday with the help of Jeff Helms and some other friends that I've made along my travels through FEMA land, which it's good to have friends in those places.
Yeah,
Okay, so on charges for services, that's what I forgot to get ready for you guys this morning. There is, the main reason that there's going to be an increase to the rates on sanitation for residential is because there's also going to be an increase to the tipping fees, as Rob will get into when he comes up. So I believe, sorry, I was not prepared to do this all by myself today. Let's just see. Basically, I know that what the increase was 80 cents per month on the residential rates, which would be, don't have the percent in my head, it's $19.80 to $20.80 per month.
That's outrageous.
You could almost get half a Coke for that, I know, but. So, and then we are actually going to, Rob and city manager will be reevaluating the commercial accounts to try to get those into line with the, all the changes that have come over the last couple of years. We're not getting credit for tipping fees for recycle, things like that need to be taken into consideration. So in this revenue of 1.3 million, those things are included and considered. So we will get to doing all those different fees during the upcoming months. Hopefully,
we usually don't do that till into the new year.
right, in October, which
October.
seems like a ways from now, but the way my life's been going, I think it's going to be like tomorrow. So we are going to work, October. Generally, we come in October to amend the ordinance with utility increases, and those rates go into effect with the November 1st billing. So we are, we'll definitely be there for utilities and hopefully with sanitation rates for everything at that time. Any other questions? Oh, well, I'll bring that up during utilities, never mind. Basically, so, our interest has been doing better on accounts, so I upped that a little bit. And any questions on revenues?
What is roll-off license?
That is the licenses that,
The big, like Publix has
Yes.
a big dumpster,
Mhm.
or the construction sites that bring in dumpsters, because our ordinance says that we service the trash, they have to have a permit they pay annually for that for any
Okay, thanks.
Okay, any other questions? Okay,
Thanks for coming, Rob.
Well, I have a question for Rob, I'm sorry, I thought we were just talking about. Rob, can you explain for the public a little bit about the recycling? Because we used to make money on recycling. Then we stopped making money on recycling, but we're still doing recycling because it's the right thing to do. Right?
So recycling is I don't want to say a sketchy thing. I can explain it and whoever's watching TV when can understand. We do the right thing by picking up recyclables. Once our trucks go to a transfer station, we don't go to a landfill anymore because the landfill that we used to go to before I started here, generally everything went into one hole. We had no control over that. So now we utilize a transfer station where our recyclables, even sometimes recyclables go into a trash truck, depending on scheduling and manpower, they still get separated at the other end of the transfer station, which is ELS at the now.
Right.
So when our recyclables go over there in the truck, our trucks pull on the scale. There it's green. So our trucks pull on the scale, and the driver's asked what he has on board, household, recycle, yard waste, whatever it may be. So then he's instructed where to dump. So the recyclable might be dumped in a segregated area to where it's away from the general population of trash, if you will. So that recyclable pile will then get picked through by the ELS and their employees. This week there's no plastic going, so plastic will go with trash. They might pick out just aluminum or metal or whatever they want, cardboard. It's totally up to them. So, I tell residents, they ask me the questions weekly or daily. We do the right thing. We take it over there, we segregate it as best we can, we take it over there and we dump it. And once it gets there, it's totally up to them what they want to do with it, because now I've paid them to take our trash, and now they own it. So if he can do whatever, he owns it. There's nothing we can do, there's nothing I can force him to do. The recycling business, unfortunately, is pretty much come to a complete stop because there's nobody buying it. It's just a true fact, and we can continue to do what we're doing and doing the right thing and hope for the best at the other end. One thing that we need to keep in mind going into the future, I would like to be a little bit more excited about maybe segregating a little bit more of aluminum by itself or cardboard paper by itself. With the aluminum, obviously, that would be financially, it would greatly, help us out financially because we would actually get paid to dump it. But we're paying right now the same tipping fees, the same rates for dumping recycle that we are trash. So, the residents are doing a great job recycling. There's a lot of recycle bins that have trash in them that people don't recycle correctly, and I try to educate as much as I can. But it still goes to a recycle pile at the transfer station, and then it gets separated depending on what they need. But we do need to look at in the future, changing the program a little bit, looking more at stuff that we can either make money off of or dump for free. Because it's our tipping rates. I've talked to Mike from ELS in the last couple of weeks. He mentioned a couple of months ago when we had a couple-hour meeting that our rates were going to go up to $10 a ton. I talked to him last week, and we got that down to around $3.50 that we're going to settle in. Hopefully, that's where we're going to end up at. And I can tell you that our fees are still $10 a ton less than St. John's, Waste Pro, everybody else that dumps over there. We're still $10 behind everybody. So whether he likes us better, I don't know, but he's going to continue that. I think he understands that we're a small municipality, and he's trying to help us out as much as he can. I don't know that it's not really a favorable thing, but we do bring him a lot of materials that he can make money off of, so that helps a little bit. But yeah, in the future, we need to look at different ways of doing recycling because it's not it's not financially,
Right.
it's not responsible anymore.
And years ago, many, 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 many years ago, we had to put white, green, brown. I mean, we had like 6 or 7 different recycle, and it was really hard, like on restaurants.
Yeah.
I mean, the house, you just had 6 recycle things, but restaurants. And another thing, because we hear this all the time, people go, well, why don't they just pick up my garbage once a week? I don't need to have my garbage picked up twice a week. I don't use that much garbage.
I can
Can you
explain that.
explain once again what,
So-
that will or will not be a cost savings?
So to make this simple, I'm an analogy guy. I'm staring at 6 or 5 houses up here, or 6 houses up here, I'm sorry, in front of me. So I've got Linda lives by herself. She puts out a Walmart bag every Tuesday with two milk jugs and a whatever. Commissioner Bryan has 7 people living with him. He puts out, and 4 dogs. And he puts out,
Counting my cats.
he puts out, so these 6 houses are all next to each other. Mr. Bryan puts out 6 cans and, whatever, so it's so on and so forth. So each house, you might see a whole neighborhood, like I live in Rio Mar up next to Leakey. I put out about 2 cans, or 1 can every, I usually keep my stuff to help my guys out, keep my stuff until I have 2 full cans and then put it out. But each house is different, so you might have one house that's got 2 older adults living in it that make 0 trash or a Walmart bag. I mean, I could take pictures and show you where I have 2 tippy carts sitting out, and each one's got a Walmart bag in it, twice a week. And then next door, there's 7 cans that are completely overflowing twice a week. So at the end of the day, if you do the math, the tonnage is the same. The truck still has to go by because all 6 houses are different. So I still have to go by Linda's house to get to Mr. Bryan's house to clean up his mess because you don't have anything, but if you don't want to put your stuff out, that's great. I don't have to stop. So maybe I save a little bit of wear and tear and fuel, but I still have to make the same route to pick up the same amount of trash. I can't, there's no way to segregate the town into, okay, everybody that makes 1 can a week has to live here. I mean, you got, on the south side, you got apartment buildings that, we go to 3 times a week to clean up. And they're scattered in between outside the houses. So it's a great idea, and it would be fantastic if we could do it, but it'll never happen because at the end of the day, the tonnage is the same. I'm taking the same amount of stuff over the bridge to Bunnell that I am if I stop twice a week or once a week. There's no way to do it. We would have over half, or if not 3/4 of the houses in town that had major piles of trash sitting for a week. And we all like seafood living here, so can you imagine the smell?
And also, you're still picking up the commercial businesses, the restaurants and stuff, which they pay for extra pickups. I get that. So the truck is running anyway down those roads.
Right.
So
I'm going to change the routes a little bit. I'm not changing any days, but I'm going to cut back. I told you guys last night, cut back 1 driver. I've figured out we can move some stuff around, not change any routes, not affect anybody's schedules, but add and subtract certain places in town to where it makes more sense where the truck's not passing by stuff where another truck has to come by an hour later to pick things up. So, there's ways to do that. There's also ways to save wear and tear on the trucks and also traffic, the amount of time the truck's out by making more right-hand turns instead of left-hand turns waiting for traffic. There's all kinds of different things to help make things better. Wear and tear on tires and that kind of thing. But as far as picking up trash, it's the same amount no matter how you look at it. Everybody generates the same amount of trash. So there's no way to cut back to 1 day.
I just have one question.
Go ahead.
So going back to the scenario that you had before, or you were talking about the recycling, and I've been out to Mike's facility out there, and I know that we don't have any control over it. On the other hand, what we're doing is a feel-good type thing by putting our trash, separating it as far as recyclables. That being the case, if we got away from, and I don't want to do this, I'm just looking at a different scenario, saving money, realizing that we don't have any control over it, and it's to their discretion to determine where it's going to go. If we eliminated the recycling, that's 1 week of not picking up. I know everyone's going to throw rocks at me, but I'm just making this, I'm just saying that since we don't have any control over it, if we eliminate the recycling day, then it cuts it down to 2 days.
And that,
and
and
everything goes in the same pile.
what you're saying makes sense financially? Somebody talking, I couldn't.
I was double talking.
So that's why, I don't want to come to work here and in the first 8 months tell the residents of our town, hey, we're not going to recycle anymore.
I know, and I know it's.
Nothing's being done with it. Now,
I like recycling, but I'm looking at it economically and also looking at the fact that we don't have any control over it. If we look at the dollars and cents and the wear and tear on the truck and this kind of thing here, and not having any control over it, I mean, it's.
that's why, for me.
I know, you can't make that
No,
suggestion because you're going to get killed.
Well, no, and I don't want to do that. I think that's irresponsible, actually, to do
Right,
that.
okay.
But that's what I'm looking at. I want to educate the public in the next few months and I'll sit down with Mike and we'll have a couple, 2 or 3 meetings and say, this is what I make money off of. This is what I can use. This is what I can sell. This stuff I'm not doing anything with. I haven't done anything with for years. So at that point, I want to change the recycling program, definitely not get rid of it.
Okay. all right.
I want to change it to where it's more responsible with what we're recycling, and also more fiscally responsible for our residents and our department and our city. So I want to save money by recycling the right thing that we can either dump for free or even get a check for. Because if I can take him a truckload of beer cans, that's a pretty cool thing. Now, getting everybody to put beer cans in one container is another thing. But even if it's 90% aluminum, versus I go to the restaurants and I've got tippy carts full of beer cans, beer bottles, and cups with olives and cherries in them. It's just, it is what it is. They don't have time to segregate and move everything around. I can't do it.
We just started picking up glass again within the last.
And
Because
glass might, one week might be hot. They might be
Right.
using it. The next week or next 2 weeks, they're not doing anything.
Yeah, I was going to say, I know there are changes even within a month or so of what they can get rid of.
And I can tell the residents, whoever's watching this, that we are doing the right thing by recycling. I do not have any control once it gets there, but by doing the right thing here, we're at least dropping it over there and he has something to work with. So if we just dumped it in one truck and took it over and dumped it, there's some weeks where he's got 20 or 30 guys on conveyor belts going through trash. You think it's crazy, but it's true. They go through and pick out what they want, and some of it is through household trash, things that we wouldn't even think about. The trash business is pretty wacky, but I've learned a lot. But we definitely want to keep recycling because we're doing the right thing on our part. And if there's any kind of good that comes out of it that he can do, he will. He's a good guy. He's very responsible, and he wants to make money. That's his business. So he looks for every dime he can make. So we're going to continue to do what we're doing now, but in the near future, we're going to have a heart-to-heart with the citizens, and we're going to say, here's what we're going to change to. We're going to maybe concentrate on certain things, and some stuff hasn't been getting recycled, we're just going to there's nothing else we can do because it's the truth, so, but we're going to continue on the path that we're on right now.
Appreciate it.
Yep.
Thanks a
Rob,
lot.
do you think if we're ever able to do a Citizens Academy again, that have added to a trip out to ELS?
I think that'd be great. Or I can even make a video and, I don't know that Mike would want a bunch of people traipsing through there,
Yeah,
but
you may not, they may
Okay.
not want.
I would probably we could make a video.
Okay. Well, they love going to the wastewater treatment plant.
Got a question about the budget.
It doesn't smell near as bad as that does.
Well, okay,
Jane,
if you,
one question for Rob,
just
when you get a minute.
on a sleepless night.
Real quick, Eric,
About the budget.
not to, just 1 second, Ms. Mealy, I would also say that if we do a Citizens Academy, I would like to be part of it and explain things, about my
Oh, you
department.
would? You will be?
Absolutely, yeah, because the
Absolutely.
public needs to be educated. There's a lot of people, I've talked to a lot of people in the last 7 months that have no idea where the stuff goes, what gets done with it. It's amazing.
We have 3.5 graduates of the Citizens Academy here. And we go to the water plant, the wastewater plant, the sanitation, if and when we can ever do it again.
Yeah.
Back to the budget. You had a question.
Before me.
Oh, he was before you.
If anybody in this city needs a new truck, you do, correct?
I've been using my personal truck since I've got here, the old Ford that I guess I've learned through the last few months I'm the fourth recipient of that truck, and it's DOA in my yard, it won't hardly move.
So
or
the one
transfer.
you'll be I assume you got a truck in here for yourself, right?
For next year's budget, yes, sir.
Okay.
Is that what the
So-
35,000?
I
Yeah.
expect so. That's kind of what I'm asking. So you're going to you'll get a four-door truck with a big bed on it, right?
That's all I want is a simple truck with 4 doors so I can put 6 guys in it, like for a storm, or if I.
But you want a full-size bed on
I
it
need a
too, right?
full-size bed, yes, sir.
Okay.
So I can put, because the truck that I have now, or did have, or still have, but doesn't run, is an 8-foot bed, and I can put 8 tippy carts in it, and then shove 2, so I can put 10 tippy carts in that truck, which is great, with a short bed.
Right.
it's like
I just
taking a
want to
hand.
make sure you're getting what you needed.
Yeah, I'm all about not what I want, but what I need.
Okay.
And just a tool. So I don't need anything fancy.
Extend my questions.
Okay, Eric?
So Ken beat me to the recycle concerns, and we covered it, so thank you. And there's a couple things that I didn't get answered, though. So going back to recycle, I'm looking at $29,000 budgeted in recycle tipping fees, correct? And that is what it is costing us to recycle in tipping fees, is that correct?
Right.
Okay, and that does not include labor and running the trucks on the day and all that and the fuel. So I would assume that somewhere around $45,000 to $50,000 is what it's going to cost us to recycle, correct? Total expenses,
Yeah.
labor, trucks, all that,
Yeah, I mean,
okay?
yeah.
Now, let's just be candid. If we're going to throw a guesstimate about what out of that recycled material that's going to ELS, what percentage is getting recycled? I mean, it's got to be below 10, 20%.
I would say probably 15, 20% at the
Right.
most, yeah.
And that's, and I've talked to folks in the business,
And,
that's why I know that.
yeah, and, maybe it's 80% of one thing, but 0% of another. So, and there's more of that. So the numbers change depending on what we take, quantity of this or quantity of that. So, but at the end result, 15%,
Right.
probably 20% as a whole.
So here's one of the concerns, commissioners, I just want to share with you. We're basically paying roughly $45,000, $50,000 to not recycle, let's call it. And then what does end up getting recycled, ELS is making the money on that. We're not. We're paying to make them money. I'm all about doing the right thing, but I'm not all about just throwing out $50,000 to say that we're doing the right thing when we know we're actually not. I mean, it's a program that's not working, and we're doing it only in, I guess you would call it title, because we're not recycling, we're just paying $50,000 to put our trash in a different spot in the ELS yard is what we're doing. I don't think that's a good move. I don't think that's smart financially. It's $50,000 every year. And it could even be higher. Now, I'm not saying kill the whole recycling program, but I would say make some immediate changes to it. Now, metal, scrap, or anything, I would say make a immediate change to the program. I don't feel good about spending $50,000 to do nothing. I mean, and we have to be candid. We're dealing with taxpayer dollars. We can say that we're doing the right thing, but, that's not what's happening. And so, what are you thinking?
That's where, and I mean to interrupt you if you're done. I agree 100%. That's where I want to sit down and have a heart-to-heart with Mike and say, where do we need to be? What do you want from us? That either I can bring for free or I can even get a check for. But it's going to take a lot of education with the city, with the residents, and it's going to take a lot of regiment. I mean, everybody's going to have to help. It's not. I can't just say tomorrow we're not going to recycle plastic anymore or bottles because it just goes in the trash. But I can, over the next period of time, implement a plan and the next, give me 4 weeks or 6 weeks at the start of the fiscal year, the end, 1st of September, say, this is what we're going to start doing. And try to educate. I can get some stuff printed out and hand them out to people. I'm great talking to people. Try to educate the masses. You know, everybody, we all live here. Everybody talks to each other. So within a matter of time, everybody in town knows what's going on. But we need to continue to recycle, but we need to do it more responsibly. And there is stuff that we can make money off of, or at least get dumped for free. So that's, what you're saying makes total sense. I agree 1,000%. I mean, I don't like to spend money when I dump a truck over there, spending, you know, almost $50 a ton to dump stuff that I'm not getting a dime for. And so, you know, I mean.
My brother just moved into, part-time, into a new city that's being formed near Fort Myers. And when he got his tippy cart for recycle, it says right on it, you know, that sticker that you have put on our recycled tippy carts? That sticker now in his house says, this, and this can be put in here. Now, do they actually look inside before they pick it up? I have no idea, but.
And that's the problem. That's where what you're saying is 100% correct. I had a resident call me from the Villages over the bridge the other day. Why is the trash truck dumping the recycle in with the trash? So I called the driver, and I knew what his answer was going to be, because it's all trash. He said, look in there. There's rugs in there. There's shoes in there. There's pizza boxes, which are not recyclable. He said, it's all trash. He said, once the dumpster's full, so I have to go to them and try to talk them into doing another pickup a week because it's out of control. And if I can talk them into doing that, that's great. So then the dumpster's emptier, so maybe people will start using the dumpster more. But for a better lack of saying, people don't care. A lot of people don't care. If that dumpster's full, they're going to throw their baby diapers in with the recycle because I'm out. Walk away.
Well, I'm sorry, before we get too far into this whole recycling thing, I just want to interject a couple quick things. First of all, the sanitation fund is not, there are no taxpayer dollars. It's not ad valorem taxes, have nothing to do with it. It's all the fees that are collected on your utility bill. And the cost, the reason I pulled apart the cost of recycling and in this budget, which I haven't done before because I was afraid because, you know, everybody was, you know, not talking about what was really happening with recycling, is that this recycling is a real true cost. It is, whatever it is, the tipping fees I put here and the rest of it, and we have not been charging for recycling. That was a mistake to begin with. And that was way before I started working here, but because it always, even though we weren't paying tipping fees, we were still paying the cost of the drivers and everything to get out here. So what needs to happen here is that, you know, we need to realize that the cost of recycling is real. And I'm only pulling apart what ELS puts on the bills, you know, which I believe is only the residential recycling that's happening. And the fees for accounts, and it's mostly going to be commercial accounts, need to be adjusted to reflect the cost of the recycling. The tippy carts that Rob's talking about, full of bottles and everything else that's not really going to be recycled, and even if ELS is going through it, we are still paying $46 a ton to put that out there, and we're not really recouping it on the commercial fees. So that's what needs to be addressed, and that's going to be addressed.
And to piggyback what you just said, you guys need to also know, which I think you probably already do know, we obviously we don't charge the restaurants for recycling cans. So if I go to a restaurant that's got 8 gray cans and 8 brown cans, I'm only charging them on their rate for the 8 brown cans. Well, in the 8 gray cans is beer bottles, plastic cups with olives and cherries in them, and paper plates, and you know, about that much liquid in the bottom of the can. So that's a freebie for them. Now, if I can talk to those restaurant owners and say, listen, your guys need to start being more diligent about putting aluminum in one, or, you know, if I can make that happen, I don't know if I can or not. It's all to them to comply. If they don't, I have to be the bad person and say, then I'm going to have to start charging you for the tippy carts that are trash, because we don't charge to recycle. So I'm dumping those 8 cans, say, just for instance, 8 cans of recycle that are not really truly recyclable. It's going in the trash because there's no other way to do it. So the rates have to be tightened up. The restaurants have to understand this, which they do. They've been they've been doing this for years, so, but, that's a major part of the problem, and I don't want to be the bad person to say, you will pay this much and you're going to pay this X amount of dollars, but we also have to be responsible in what it's costing us and what I'm spending to get rid of it. And everybody has to do their part in that process.
All right, that obviously, we're taking an awful long time with this.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
No, and it's not your fault.
I wanted to make one real quick point, and that,
Yeah,
to
no.
Eric's.
I'm trying.
Well, it's to Eric's point. I thought didn't you just tell us it costs the same amount to dump the recycle over there as it costs to dump the
It
trash?
does, but I'm not charging the restaurant for those.
I get that.
Yeah.
But so the real additional cost of recycling is sending a separate truck around the city to pick it up, right? Not dumping it off, but the fact that you have to make a separate route to pick it up. So I just wanted to.
Okay, what I was starting to say was, we're not really addressing this right now, the numbers that are in front of us.
No, and I'd be
Yes,
happy to
we-
sit down at a later date and talk about this. And
That's what I was
Figure out
gonna say.
what direction we need to head, so the public's happy and that everybody's content with the program, because I want to continue to do it, but I want to do it more responsibly, because right now it's a mess.
So in October, Kathleen will be bringing, with whoever's input, a resolution to us about fees.
Right.
And so if you can work something out by October, if you can't, it'll be next year. I don't know, this plan might take more than 2 months to put together, I don't know.
Yeah, that's true.
If you can do it, great. So we will talk about the fees. Let's try and stick
I
with.
just, one more comment, and I'll promise we can put this dead horse to bed.
Okay.
No, I've been on the website looking at some of the things that other cities are doing, and what you're talking about, there is actually a campaign with brochures that you can actually put in the various, in their mail outs or on the website or whatever, that actually tells individuals what they can recycle and what they cannot do. And I just suggest that, and I'm sure you've looked at that, but I think it would help a lot if we could just, and it is an educational process, because it is a feel-good thing right now, as the other commissioners are talking about, and I think it makes me feel good to recycle, but it also causes concern to know that it's not really going anywhere, because the Chinese aren't buying a lot of recyclables anymore, and that's where a lot of it was going.
And this is it too, I won't say any more about it. I do have a gentleman that lives right next door to me in Naliki who did a national campaign. He used to live in Gainesville, went to the university over there. He's an older fellow that is willing to help me with this at the point with information, and it's exactly what you're speaking about. But I do, in closing, talking about this, I do want the residents to know that are watching, there is a lot of the recyclable, a small percentage, but a good percentage that does go to the right place. So please keep recycling. Don't just,
Right.
Don't get mad. We'll figure it out together. All of us will figure it out together. It's what the right thing to do is. So, but
right.
I'm done with it.
I still had another question about the budget here.
Yeah.
So I see that, and I guess this is more a methodical question. You don't save or earmark or reserve money for trucks every year, where, if something comes up, you buy it. So should we be budgeting for trucks? Because before we know it, we're gonna have a bunch of trucks that are gonna need that.
That's a very good point. This fund, that is, for the most part, their only big capital purchase is the trucks. So since it's separated, there is a very healthy, the sanitation fund has a good reserve. It has almost $1 million. So I think you're right. We do need to maybe, once we get paid, start paying off these leases, maybe possibly, instead of just throwing it in the capital fund, we could do a reserve, but, it's basically that money is there to buy the trucks. And that's how, at one point, when I first started working here, that's what we used to do. We'd save enough money over 3 years to buy a new truck each year. And then we had that where we bought nothing and did nothing. And that's what happened. We had to buy these 3 trucks. So city manager and we felt it was better to do the lease for the 3 trucks instead of just paying out the reserve, so, as we go, and I think that we factored another, I'm sorry, I'm trying to get to that capital
I
plan.
did put a truck in, future budget, I think
Yeah.
for 2 years.
Yeah, and that's what we want to, that's how we want this fund to operate. It was operating well that way, just replacing a vehicle every 3 years. And
you
Rob has different ideas on the types of vehicles. They don't have to all be the huge trucks, so,
And you said that sanitation has about $1 million in reserves?
roughly, yeah.
Okay. So there's plenty of money there.
There's plenty of money, yeah, it's a good cushion, and that's why the rates for residents have not increased, I don't believe, in 3 or 4 years. They're way, way lower than, there's nowhere around here that, I pay 26 in the county a month for.
And I can tell you that our rates are still the lowest. I think even with the addition of 80 cents, I think we're still the lowest in the county.
And they're not destined to change this year. That's the main point, right?
Okay, anything else, Debbie?
I just have one question, the line item, vehicle repairs and maintenance. You're asking for 45,000, which is a significant drop. Is that because of the new person that we're hiring?
Yeah, I'm looking at saving a lot of money on tires. I've cut my tire bill almost in half, or about down 40% from where I was at. But
Okay.
different kinds of tires and different programs, and also better maintenance, keeping up with air pressure. And these trucks, just to break down in tires real quick, from an over-the-road standpoint, you get 200 to 250,000 miles out of a set of drive tires, the back tires on the tractor.
Okay.
In a what they call a vocational application, which is dump trucks, local trucks like doing that, riding around town all day, about 20 to 30,000 miles. Our garbage trucks go through a set of tires and average 6,000 to 8,000 miles because of the constant that back and forth and making turns and a lot of weight concentrated on the back end of the tractor. So by using different compounds and different style tires and different brands of tires, I can still get the same usage out of them, but I can cut my cost way down from where I was. So that, along with having a man on site to work on trucks, and it's a goal for me to save as much as I can across the board on anything I do. So, because $100 here and there adds up real quick.
Okay, and then my other question is, I know a couple of years ago, our garbage trucks were in pretty bad shape. How are we with garbage trucks today?
Once I put a guy in place, hopefully in the next couple of weeks, that is going to start immediately, where it'll be at least one day a week to where he works on the aesthetics of the trucks.
Great.
I spoke to this last night real quick. I'll just brief synopsis. Our 3 2019 trucks that came last summer are already starting to show rust on the corners where they rub tree branches in some of the canopied streets that we have to go down. So those will be the first trucks to get attention, and that process can take 2 or 3 days of, just on one truck instead of weeks or if months to take the truck out and farm it out and for tens of thousands of dollars. So, I'll go through the whole fleet and do all the trucks, because if we do it and be proactive about it, in a year from now, I'm not going to have this big rust and underneath there's a hole that I have to weld up.
Okay.
Instead of just, take care of the paint now and once a week or once a year touch up each truck. And if you notice in some of the trucks real quick, you'll see some of the wheels are darker than others. I rotate all my wheels throughout the whole fleet. So one truck doesn't have a dedicated set of wheels. I keep a stack of tires that are mounted, so when I need to put a set of tires in a truck, they just keep coming through the line. So I'm going to work hard also to get the wheels painted so the trucks look aesthetically pleasing to the public, and also it makes them last longer. So just all these things take a lot of time, and that's why I want to put another guy on board to help with all this process, and it'll save us a lot in the long run.
Terrific. Thanks, Rob.
Yep.
I really hate staff members who don't like their jobs and aren't enthusiastic about what they do.
You're doing a great job over there.
It's really, if you had asked me 30 years ago when I started trucking that I was someday going to be driving a garbage truck or having, I would have laughed at you. But I love it. I'm having fun, and I know now why
We can tell.
why Bruce always had a smile on his face, because I love the people. I've lived here 15 years. I love the people, and I love the guys that work for me, and we have fun. You got to make it fun.
Good.
If it's not fun, it's not worth. It's not worth it.
Well, thank you for all you
All
do,
right.
Rob.
Are you done with me, or? I got work to do.
Okay. Okay, Buzz is here now. Hi, Buzz. You want to come on up?
Here starts on page 74. And I'm sorry, I just got, these were, and I didn't format them the wrong way. This is what Buzz had written as like an introduction to his department fund, enterprise fund. I'll put them in the book.
Ken, you have to show Buzz your pictures.
Good morning.
Oh, yeah.
We killed a mahi yesterday,
Oh, really?
about close to 50.
Wow. It is a nice day.
The Keys.
In the Keys?
It wasn't off here, please.
No, I know that. I wish it was.
No, it's
We got a few kings. We've been getting some kings on the end of the pier.
mahi and tuna. It was
Wow.
a good day.
It is a good day.
I have some if you want to come over for dinner.
There'll be a lot of dinners with that.
Were you in the advertising business?
No, no, ma'am.
No, I'm just teasing you. Sound like a travel agent.
I know. When I read it, I was.
I'm just teasing you.
Oh, yeah, I know. I just want the pier to be the best it can be. We actually have people that come from all over the world, as y'all know, to the pier. I mean, different countries, from everywhere, every state. And so we just try to put the best space we can for the city. Because we have a lot of repeat people that come from a lot of different places.
Yeah, you're
Like,
like an advertising agency for us.
Yeah. Yeah, we know we're the face of the city. We're a lot of times we're the only thing that they see. And we want it to be a pleasant one.
Okay, anybody have questions? Oh, Kathleen went away.
So Buzz, just at a quick look, you're expecting to hopefully get back to last year's numbers next year.
Yes, sir. Right now, we're open from 6 a.m. to 6 p.m., which is a shortened day. And plus, as you know, we were closed because of what we're going through, so.
Right.
Have we hired new people there? Are you-
Yes, ma'am. I've hired 2 new employees. I'm looking at a third to complete the staff, as a relief man or relief girl, whichever it may be. But we're set. We could actually take the pier open longer if need be. I mean, our guys are ready, willing, and able to take it. If you wanted just to jump it to 9 o'clock instead of midnight, or you can take it to midnight. We can handle it.
Why haven't we?
Yeah, Matt, is it a health department thing?
No, I believe it was a staffing issue. They were short-staffed.
Because of the
They didn't have
staff.
the amount of staff to actually go further, but
Yes,
I can
ma'am.
check with Bob Snyder, but it's not going to be an issue as long as they're distanced.
Yes, ma'am. We have a table out front. We are offering takeout only right now. Most of our customers know what we have, so if they come up to the table and they want some weights, or they want some hooks, or if they want a Coke, we go get it, we ring it up for them, so. And it keeps people safe. Because our staff, and I've had one guy for me, is 90 years old. One guy's 80. So I try to, protect them best I can. So far, so good.
But you feel you could safely be open till
Yes.
9 or midnight even?
Yes, ma'am.
As you were originally?
Yes, ma'am. And I'm always there around myself, so we got plenty of people to. And matter of fact, they're hoping that we can open longer. The guys are.
They really want to?
Yeah, they really like their jobs as well, so
Okay.
they're really good with people. We try to get people laughing, having a good time, especially families. I'm very family-oriented with a pier, so I want people to have a good time. I want people to have memories. I want people to come back. We also have walk-up business that buy bait, tackle, and stuff like that know we're a store, and they can come, and we got competitive prices.
All right, so we need to get the person in charge to tell you you can be open later. Is everybody good with?
Yeah, I have a question, if that's okay.
Okay.
Buzz, I'm Debbie Phillips. We've never met. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you, ma'am.
Is it just pass holders now that can come onto the pier, or can anybody walk?
Anybody can.
Anybody can,
The
okay,
pass holders,
perfect.
obviously, they have a pass, so they come on, but we still have, walk-up business.
Okay, and then I just have, it's just a simple question. The T-shirts in the bait shop, either they're not hot sellers or you have a lot of them. It looks like the percentage went down this year.
Well, one thing is we were closed, so we,
Oh, that's true, that's true.
And then one thing, when they come in, what we thought about doing is taking the T-shirts and putting them closer to the front.
Right.
They're very popular. People will look at them, and when we have them, I actually have a custom-made T-shirt coming in that I designed myself. I'm an artist as well, so
Okay,
I think it's really going to promote the city really well. The last time I did that, they were really sellers,
great,
really hot.
great.
Yeah, right now you can't walk in.
That's right, I forgot.
So
That's right.
they don't have people wandering around looking at the little tchotchkes and buying
Right,
stuff.
right.
I have made some changes. I brought the potato chips for one, which is kind of blocked by the coffee machine because we do offer coffee.
Okay,
I brought it toward the front, so people, when they look at the register, they look at the chips, and they have been selling a lot better.
okay, good. Yeah, because people like T-shirts, so if we can get those.
Oh, yes, and we do have, I probably have 100 or two in stock
Okay,
of different ones. And I've even got some color changing T-shirts that you take them in the sun, they're black and white, till you put them in the sun and they change color. That's a real hot seller for us. And like I said, the one coming in is going to be a good one, I believe. Okay.
All right, Eric, you clearly have something.
Right. Kathleen, as it stands right now, the pier is operating about $100,000 upside down, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so now the budget for labor for this upcoming year that we are budgeting, that is for full operating hours, correct? Because that's the same as many previous years when it was open till midnight and all that. Okay, so we're budgeting for full operating hours. I'm going to propose an idea. This is a standard business practice. I mean, we have an asset that's losing money. I think we need to take a look at the operating hours. And what hours it is wise to keep it open. Because we are spending $100,000 in labor. And we're also, we won't get all that back because we have hours, but, we could potentially cut our loss by a third to half if we look at restricted operating hours or changing the operating hours. But my opinion is, we do have to take a look at doing something because we cannot lose $100,000 every year. And when you're in business, the first thing, if you can't get your revenues up, you have to cut your expenses down, but you can't keep losing. My 2 cents is I'd like you all to consider taking a hard look at the operating hours of the pier to match the income that is coming in. It just only makes sense that way. That's all I got.
Ken?
I agree that you have to look at, cutting the operating hours possibly, but the other thing we can look at is also generating additional revenue. And we also have to look at the entry fees at the cost of actually accessing the pier. And one of the things that Kathleen and I talked about when we start talking about generating revenues and we start brainstorming, I think it would probably be a good idea to explore trademarking the pier itself before someone else does. Because, you see it all over the place. And there's nothing, I shouldn't say this because someone's going to go do it. There's nothing prohibiting me from actually applying for a trademark with a pier and owning it and then selling it. So I think it would be incumbent on the city to do it prior to that. And it doesn't cost that much to apply for it because I just applied for a trademark. But I'm just suggesting, and that's here based on something that Kathleen and I have been talking about. I think that'd be something we need to look at. Additional revenue and how we can in fact increase the revenue streams coming into the pier since it is something that everyone enjoys and loves and come here for.
so Buzz, do we know times during the day when people are paying the $1.50? Do we have it to that level? So if we do open it later at night, are more people coming?
Well, the meat of the day is around 9 to about 3:30. We get a lot of, the tourists come about then. And this time of year, as you know, is really hot. So I noticed in the past years that walkouts, especially tourists, come at 6, during the summer, come between 6 and 8 o'clock, when it's still light, but it's a lot cooler. Because a lot of people are not used to the Florida heat as we are, and it's hard for us to get used to it. So, and that is probably the meat of the day. But if you're looking at restricted hours, probably you get the best productive hours would be 6 a.m. to 9 p.m. Because after 9, our business, we do have loyal people that come, but it drops off because it's late at night and people are going to bed and stuff. But if you're looking at, but we're ready to go full-time if need be to midnight, so we're ready to be full operational.
How much of your revenue is generated by fishermen or,
A good-
people with yearly passes as opposed, in proportion to the walkouts?
It would probably be close to even, really. It depends on the year and if we're wide open and none of this is going on. But the fishermen do generate a lot because we have a lot of loyal fishermen that come in, every day. They're pass holders. They go out and they're loyal to us. They're there every day. And they do buy bait and they do buy drinks and they buy snacks and stuff like that as well.
Well, I agree with Eric. I think we ought to try and equalize that, make it not such
I'm
a,
confused.
put us
We
somewhere.
just talked about, should we open the pier until midnight, and everybody agreed.
I did not.
And
I didn't say that.
Oh, well, it seemed like everybody agreed. And now we're talking about cutting it.
We're in the red. I mean, there's no denying that since we had to add the extra insurance after Matthew. We've been taken from our taxpayers to keep the pier afloat, as you may say.
Oh, that's a bad one. That's really bad.
You just said that if we open till 9, most people are coming around 6, 7 o'clock when it cools down.
Most
So
of
do you
us
think we
here.
would have more traffic and probably
Most-
offset the cost if we were open later?
Well, I'm thinking of a
Most of the
combination
walkouts.
between the hours and a possible increase for the use of the pier.
Buzz, do you think the last time we raised the rates, we did actually raise the rates at one point,
Right.
and we lost money because.
How many years ago was that?
Okay, I know it's ancient history.
It's going to be hard to raise.
Can I finish what I was trying to say? Thank you. Years ago, start again. Years ago, we raised the rates and we lost money because people stopped coming.
Yes, ma'am.
People went fishing other places.
Yes, ma'am, I remember that.
Down on the sand.
Mhm.
Do you think, from your working there and being there all the time and talking to the people, if we were to raise rates, we would have a negative effect or a positive effect?
I think initially it would be negative. I did a report for Larry, where I called all the piers, all up and down the east coast of Florida, Panhandle, and we were right in line with them. Very few were higher than we are right now, overall. Some had a higher price rental pole, which is a big, big moneymaker for us, is renting the poles, then they rent the bait, they buy the bait, and then their fishing pass for the day. If I rent 2 poles to 2 people and they share 1 bag of bait, that's $32.63. So, and then they're going to buy snacks, and then they're going to buy, this and that. And sometimes I rent to the families of 4. So it's not common for us to have a rental poles and be over $100 bill. That happens a lot because people on vacation don't mind it.
And how do our bait rates compare to,
We're a little bit cheaper on the bait rates. We could probably go up to $4 and probably get away with that. But right now, I have a lot of people coming in because we're $3.50 a bag of bait. Big Al's is right at $4,
Thank you, I couldn't
Maple.
think of the name.
Yeah, he's competition, because he has live bait, we only have frozen. So what I do to offset that is keep a little cheaper price, and I do, my bait is, I'm selling more bait because of it. It's almost like a Walmart mentality. You sell it for a little less, but you sell a lot more, and in the long run, you make more. And it makes, we have people, like I said earlier, that have walk-up. We have a lot of people that walk up, buy bait, that don't actually fish the pier, they're fishing somewhere else, but they buy bait from us. And that's what I was trying to do, is attract the customers.
What about ice?
Ice, we have, just have a brand-new ice machine put in. It's $2.99 a bag, per 10-pound bag. I use Blue Springs ice, and that's ready ice. What happened with the ice machine was it conked out on us. And Ready Ice is the nation's leading ice manufacturer. They also own all the machines that distributors use. In other words, Blue Springs Ice does not own the machine that we have, that they spill. And that was a little bit of a runaround, but I've got a brand new ice machine filled with ice, so we're good. And it's $2.99 a bag, 10-pound bag. I had to go to corporate. I went above my distributor, went to the corporate office to get it done.
Madam Chair?
Yes?
I mean, we can belabor this all day, I guess, and, I guess what we're doing is looking at the budget and maybe making some recommendations that, you can come back to us. I know there's been some studies possibly to look at rate increases, and there may initially be some decline in the clientele, but it also depends on how much you are going to increase it. I mean, we're not talking about, doubling the fees or anything like this, but going up 50 to 75 cents, it may just deter some individuals, but people also understand that you can't continue to operate at 5-10 year ago rates. And I know this is a big corporation we're talking about, but look at Disney World and other places like that. I mean, they go up significantly, and people seem to continue to come. And if you enjoy the activity and you enjoy the event that you're attending, you expect rates to, at least I do. I think most reasonable people expect rates to increase a little bit in order to continue to operate. I mean, the thing that we don't want to do is get into a position where we say, you know what, we just can't afford to operate this anymore. We just got to shut it down.
Right.
And I think that's what we want to avoid. We have to be realistic about what we're doing here and how much we are expending and how much is costing taxpayers in order to maintain, again, another activity for people. And that's what we're essentially doing here.
Basically, I used to own my own business. I was in
Right.
business for about 30 years. I had 125 employees. I mean, I was the biggest independent battery manufacturer in the Southeast. When I raised rates initially, I could expect to lose 10% of my business.
Right.
5% will come back. Most of the others will eventually come back. It's the initial pain and the anger. Oh, wow, I'm dedicated. Now I'm paying $4. I was paying $3.50. Initially, you'll lose a little bit, but normally it comes back over time. Some will come right back, some will take time.
I just appreciate that.
I'm sorry.
No, I just had a comment too. I know that we've been putting off raising the rates also because the pier's shorter than it originally was. And it's not like we're going to be building a new one in the next couple weeks, so. Also, we're limited to 50 people on the pier. So, only
Yes,
so
ma'am.
many people can walk out. It's good for the fishermen because
Right.
there's only 50 people on the pier. But that is cutting into the money that we're taking in, plus the limited hours.
Plus being closed.
Yeah. So I think it's a combination of things, but, and that we need to look at. But I definitely think, if you think, and I'm listening to you because you're the expert, we're not. We don't run piers. We don't run bait shops. So I'm listening to you, and I've known you a long time, and I know you know what you're talking about. So if you think extending the hours and now you have the manpower to do it will bring in more,
Right, if you look at right now, we're at 12 hours. If you take it, if you don't want to go all the way and you take it to 9 o'clock, that's 3 more hours of sales. I mean, we still got the same guys. You could cover, more salaries or more, or, just make more money in general to do whatever with, sell more bait, especially right now it's king season, king mackerel. This is one of the best times of the year. The minute I write king mackerel on the chalkboard, It triples the business. The very next day, it's the power of the cell phone. It's the power of the internet. I have 3 times as many people fishing, and sometimes these fishermen I have out there now only come during king season. After king season ends, these people fishing will come occasionally, but they come every day when kings are biting.
Well, I hope you can extend your hours, at least during that peak time that you said you get your most
Right.
activity. I mean, you're closing at 6, and that's when you say your peak time starts.
Yeah, my clientele,
So,
I'm sorry, my clientele, the king
just take advantage of that.
Because there's, like the other day, I'll give you an example. I went out and I closed the pier at 6, because I'm there every night, and I make sure everybody's off. I'm very, very professional about it. And the other day, they had 2 kings hooked up at 5:45. It was after a rain, and they were just begging me to stay. And I get a lot of people asking me, when are you going to extend the hours? When are you going to extend the hours? This is coming from clientele. This is coming from my customers.
So it's up to the boss to say, stay open. We'll make sure that happens.
Okay, thank you, ma'am, because I'm sure my guys are ready too. They're ready. They're used to working the hours that they normally work. And whether you take it to 9 or you take it to 12 and we're open full-time, that'd be good too. It's whatever y'all decide to do.
Okay.
We're definitely ready.
The only question I had was on repairs and maintenance, up to 55,000. Yeah. Under repairs and maintenance, we went from 9,000 to 55,000.
Because when Chief Pace was sitting as city manager, trying to do conference, somebody on here, maybe it was possibly Bruce Liu, that's been working on here, and I guess that we need to spend some money on tightening up what's out there.
Oh, is that what that's for?
Yeah, but some of the boats were backing off as well.
That goes under the bait shop?
Yeah,
Here, because it's an enterprise,
we do have some threaded boats that are
That's
cut.
the only department that we have for the
Gotcha.
bait shop, pier,
Okay.
everything together.
I understand.
Kathleen, is that A-frame supposed to get a new roof? I was told it was supposed to get re-shingled this year. So that 55 doesn't include the roof?
Sorry, it sure looks like it could use it, I was looking at it the other
Yeah.
day.
The A-frame bolts, inside the A-frame, the nuts and bolts in the A-frame have been replaced.
Yeah, that was all with the
Yes.
TDC money that we got last
Right.
year.
Not only
I'm
the-
talking separate, I'm talking about the shingles on the outside. I
Yes, sir.
mean, we're talking about the biggest item that we own, and it's in disrepair.
Also,
I was
gutters.
hoping it was going to get a new roof this year. So that you don't know what that 55,000 is, that's
That-
just
remember that
mainly to shore up.
Chief Pace said when he's put
Okay.
up, when we went through with Bruce Liu, that was, not the amount, and it's not, even though it's a large sum of money, it's not really an improvement, it's maintenance.
I recall Chief Pace talking about this, and he was going to use an existing contractor that was on site or close by,
That's
right?
That's right, Sam Sula. I
Right.
believe that was working on,
Exactly.
yeah, so I don't know if that's gonna happen or not.
It's the shingles and the gutter system around, at least our bait shop and that side of the pier is hanging down. So,
That needs to be something we probably should consider, but again,
I will have to deal with it when the time comes.
it's gonna have to come from the general fund.
Okay.
One last comment.
there's also another idea I had that I've been floating for like 3 years, and that's, we know we have turtle season, we know lights have to be off on the pier, or very dim on the turtle lights. But when it's not turtle season, if you had lights around the pier, that pier would be really, really cooking, because, I was thinking about having lights pointed at the water, which draws in the bait fish, and that draws in the customers, and you could really increase your revenue only by using one man I already have to run it. It's just, and that's at night. We know that, and I'm friends with the turtle people, I'm a drop-off for the turtle people. And they know that I work with them, and they have no problem if we ever did that, as long as it was off during turtle season. That was just an idea to increase revenue.
That sounds good. Okay, Eric.
We like those
Eric
kind
had-
of budget amendments.
Eric had one more thing.
Yeah, this is just a point of clarification about the hours thing. Right now, the pier's on very restricted hours, and that's why the discussion was talking about extending them a little bit. What is being budgeted is for full operating hours, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, it's 6 a.m. to midnight?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
Mhm.
so that's what's being budgeted. The point I was making was looking at adjusting what is the original and budgeted amount of operating hours, not, because we're already severely cut back on hours now. We're 6 to 6, right?
Yes.
So I just wanted to make sure everybody, understood, because there was back and forth about extending hours and then cutting back hours, but they're two different conversations. Is what do we do now, because we have only 6 to 6, but then what do we budget, which is 6 a.m. to midnight? So we have to look at it different, because I know folks were getting confused on that, that's all.
Also, I had 2 different special events I was running per month, and one was Midnight Fishing Frenzy. That's where the pier was open all night, and we had, for 6 hours. The 6 hours it was normally closed. It was called Midnight Fishing Frenzy. It was something, yeah. And people, always ask me, why can't we fish at night? And I said, well, the pier's not open all night, but I'd have an occasional that to try to bring in extra revenue. And it did when everything started messing up. I discontinued it because we were closed part of the time. Also, I had a monthly fishing tournament during the day on Saturdays. So I had 2 special events a month trying to bring in extra revenue, which I'm always trying to do, and with ideas to get more people in, get it more popular. Also run little campaign deals on Facebook. I'm always posting this, that, and the other, and that really works because it gets around. So I'm always trying to improve the revenue. So you never can be happy with what you got. You got to keep going forward.
Have you ever tried a kids fishing tournament?
That I haven't done yet, but they do fish during the regular tournament.
Okay.
As a matter of fact, I had a child, a 12-year-old boy, won. And I have little prizes. I had a rod and reel combo. It's nothing big. It's no cash. Nothing coming out of it's just little prizes, and we always come up ahead on those. And then I had a little gift bucket where, maybe it has some gotcha plugs, maybe it has some weights, hooks, and stuff like that, and for prizes. So that everybody was happy. We ran one years ago that we really did well on. I don't know if y'all remember. We had T-shirts, yellow T-shirts we'd hand out.
Yeah.
That was an incredible. Yeah, it wasn't really designed for the women so much. You'd have to see one. You'd have to see one. Why. The logos were misplaced in some places.
You found a good politically correct way of describing that?
To get out of your life, yes, ma'am.
Okay, are we done? Yes? I thought I heard somebody say I have a question. Okay.
Chair, real quick. I don't mean to overstep, just,
I couldn't tell
when
you.
when it comes to removing the burden on the taxpayer, St. Augustine logistically is probably the closest pier to Flagler Beach, so their sightseeing, just walk out is $2 an hour. $2 for just the ticket to go out and walk out on the pier. Right, so if you, how long is somebody that's gonna go out sightseeing on the pier, how long are they gonna stay there, realistically? Not very long. If we were to raise ours to $2 an hour, we have intentional tourists that come here because they love our destination. We also have incidental tourists, those are driving between Daytona and St. Augustine, that probably don't know anything about Flagler Beach. For a couple to walk out on the pier, that's an additional $1 to their expense. If you were to go to the Turtle Shack or you were to go to the taco shop and you wanted guacamole, it's a $1 upcharge. Are you not going to get the burger you want because you're not going to pay the $1? They wouldn't know the difference.
Well,
Every couple that would go out, you would get an additional dollar that we're not getting now. Pass that on to the tourists that are coming here and utilizing the pier. That's just my suggestion.
But I will say this about that, St. Augustine Pier closes at 7:30, and it's free to fish from 7:30 all the way to 7 a.m. as well.
Oh, wow.
So may get that little extra money, but they are losing their, you know what? And the bait shop closes, everybody goes home, the pier's wide open. Also, St. Augustine Pier has no lights, and it's longer than ours now. Most of it's over land, but then it comes out over water. And believe it or not, we have people complaining at $1.50, and we have a lot of people that won't walk out. They'll go to that sign, look, and turn around and walk out.
Do residents get a break? Or
No, ma'am.
they pay
We
$1.50?
tried that years ago, but the government says if FEMA's paying for the pier, everybody pays the same.
Got it.
Yeah, the county years ago, because they were contributing money for whatever, said that we had to charge everybody the same. We couldn't give residents cheaper than county.
Yeah, but Buzz is saying now FEMA said that with their repair money, is that
Repair
right?
money is everybody's money. It's all our taxpayer money. That's everybody in the country.
Easy for them to say.
Yes. Not to say $2 is outrageous, it's not. So that would be totally up to what y'all would like to do.
Yeah, if we could separate local from, yeah.
That would be correct. I mean, he's right. I mean, people coming in off the street, they're just passing through, they're going to Daytona, they see a pier, they want to walk out. They're not going to let $1 stop them. But locals that like to walk out, that might be the problem.
Yeah, I know a lot of people like to go out and take pictures, go out at the end and turn around and take pictures.
Yes, ma'am. Some people just go out to take a picture and come back. They're
Yeah.
out there about that much, about that length of time.
So to spend that much more.
Right.
Okay, are we done with this now? Wow. Thank you, Buzz.
Here, thank y'all. Appreciate it. Have a good day.
Okay, where are we now? We are up to the water plant.
First, we're going to go through the revenues real quick.
Yeah.
Okay. Hopefully quick. Let's see, page. Utilities. Oh, sorry. Page 83. Or actually, I'm sorry, let's start with the budget summary, because I think that helps everybody a little bit. On page 18, and the utility fund is right in the middle there. Basically, we are bringing in $5.7 million in revenues, but we're using about 1.1 million of transfers in from reserves and from restricted impact fees for the capital. So you roll down to the bottom, our expenses are 6.5 million. Transferring out $285,000. I believe that's impact fees that we collected. I just kind of separate it so it doesn't get netted at the top, so you have kind of a picture. We're collecting $285,000 in impact fees and we're spending $225,000. But basically, we have that, plus we will be amending the budget with a lot of projects that I'm sure Mr. Griffith will touch on that are still in the process. So that's just the big deal to keep in mind when you look at the budget summary. So let's go to page 83,
But this is water and wastewater.
water and wastewater,
Just
correct?
want to clarify for the.
Yes,
public.
water and wastewater only. Basically, we have, you see on page 83, we have, thanks to our engineering department, we have a $500,000 grant from St. John's River Water Management District. I'm thinking it's slip lining, right, Fred? And then as we go down to the service fees, the service section, this budget includes a 10% increase to the base fees, water and sewer base fees, both the same. And I believe, I'm sorry, I should have written that in the book somewhere. We increase our water flow charges by that Public Service Commission expense, and I believe, I'm sorry, I'd have to pull it up. I'll do that as we go along. A couple of things I need to bring up right now, just very briefly, because one of the issues that we're having in our utility department right now with payments is that we are no longer going to be able to absorb the credit card fees. So we're going to have to start passing that on. We currently, right now, today, the city is paying 2.5% for every credit card that's being processed because we had a really good deal that I'm sure they were not aware of, and they finally caught on to it. And we only have two credit card processing companies that we are really sure 100 million% work well with our software, so we checked both of them. They're both the same rate. So we are going to have to start notifying our customers, which we were going to send a notice with the bills at the end of the month, that, we are indeed going to have to pass that fee on. But what we are going to do is we're still going to continue to absorb the electronic, if you pay by electronic check. So that means you can still go online and pay by check, and there will be no fee for that.
And how much is that costing us?
It's 85 cents, 85 cents, I'm sorry, 65 cents on the checks. And then also, we will promote our automatic draft, which is also, we do pay a bank fee for that, but it's lower. I think it's like 40 cents per transaction.
Cash
So-
is king.
So,
About what percentage of the payments are made by credit card or debit card?
it was about 30%.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Wow.
20-30%. It's gonna, but I don't know. I mean, talking to some of the, the younger people that I was talking to with some of the companies, they're like, people don't mind paying that fee. And I'm like, I do, but, that's me. But I feel like, I know in the beginning, when I first started working here in 2004 or 2005, we didn't even take credit cards.
Right.
And we rolled it out with a fee, and that did not work. So we rolled it out this time without the fees, and now, and then the majority of it is people, want to use their credit cards to pay their bills and
Pay the
get the
convenience.
points, and, a 2% fee might not stop them from doing that, and they might continue, so. So I just wanted you all to be aware of that message will be going out with the August 31st bills, and I'll be bringing, or it will be on the agenda for September 10th to sign a new agreement with Point and Pay for credit card fees. And one last thing I was going to bring up was penalties and, charging penalties. We currently are still going no shut-offs, no penalties, no fees on the utility bills. So I guess, I'm going to research. I was bringing that chart when we were doing all the Zoom meetings. And we have been getting calls from other cities asking if we're still doing that. So I'm going to try to get that together and possibly bring for the next commission meeting.
Didn't we tie that in with the governor's order?
Oh, we did.
And that expires on September 5th unless he extends it
Unless he
again.
extends it.
Yeah. Oh, that's right. You're right. Okay, sorry. Maria wanted me to ask, and I'm like, oh, yeah, she's, and, we are doing some, we've been pointing people in the direction of the CARES Act money. We also have another Northeast Community Services, I believe. It's another organization that has
There is.
contacted us, who also received CARES money that we've been directing a lot of our residents that have been calling too, so. So anyways, back to business. And so basically, with all those increases, the overall increase is 8.78%. And during the lunch break, I'll break out the bill. I forgot to do that this morning. I will get the bill together with the proposed increases so you can see what it looks like for the residents. And,
Kathleen?
Any questions on
Yeah, I had a
revenue?
question. I was speaking to Larry last week about the meter connectors. I think they're automatic connections for reading meters and all. Is that funded in here, or is that in another fund?
Are we talking about the telemetry?
Yes. Yes,
Yes,
the
that will be
telemetry.
in this fund. That will
Okay.
be in this fund.
And where is that in particularly, or special? Specifically?
Specifically, it is in the T and D.
Okay.
Page 91.
91?
Page 91.
Okay.
Yes, that will be part of the improvements in our transmission and distribution, because that's where our meter reader and everything is budgeted.
So that could potentially save not only the city, but residents a lot of money.
Yeah.
For example, if
yes.
someone's on vacation or something, their line broke and they had water that was spewing all over the place, instead of ending up with a $1,000 bill, they would get a
Absolutely.
notice from the city telling them that they have a problem. And then the city could essentially go out there and shut it off.
Right, right. There,
Okay.
it's more, I think it's more, works with this, we can see what's going on every night. I'm sorry, I have not myself personally sat through one of the demonstrations to see exactly what it would do for.
I just talked it.
Yeah,
I've
so,
just gone
so I
through the
don't really know
discussions.
what it all entails, but I do know that it would be definitely helpful for us, as far as controlling,
And I guess it's a question to Fred, do we have any time frame when this might come online? I know that there's funds involved with doing that. So I'm just looking at projections on how much it's going to cost and the timeline we might be able to roll it out. I know it's going to be a phase type thing because you can't just bring everybody on board, right?
Can you shed some light on that, Alan? Because actually Larry Newsom is working with Alan on that.
Okay, all right.
I don't really have that.
I'm just trying to get some
information.
general idea.
Maybe
because I know
Kathleen does, I don't know.
It's something that's coming down the pike, I just want to know.
I mean, I know we want it to start coming, we just have to, one of the issues, unfortunately, us being such a small city, is that
Right,
we've got
right.
a lot going on. And, the thing where I had a little angst with this whole switchover is that, let me see how I can, we budgeted $200,000 a year, and if we do it in phases, we're using a different type of meter and a different brand of meter. Maybe, Alan, you might help me out, but just the gist of it is, we're using different equipment, which means for us in utility billing, we're gonna have to use two different softwares to read those reads into our one system that does the billing. So that can be an issue, and that's, doing it unless we went all in and did it all in one swoop and financed it. But I'm a little bit concerned about leveraging more of the utility funds when we don't really have the the SRF loan secured for the big wastewater treatment plant.
Okay, that's why I'm,
So that's kind of my opinion.
Yeah.
I don't know what everybody else's is. That's, being in the money business, that's the way I kind of look at it. I don't want to see us get into something that's going to possibly, keep us from the big piece of pie.
I
Right,
guess
because we
that's what-
talk about
yeah.
this every year.
Right.
And it is a huge undertaking, and it would be a wonderful thing to have, but once again,
Yeah, if we have to finance it to do it, I just
Yeah.
don't know. I think maybe we should look at it. I don't know what the timeline is on the SRF loan, securing it for, I think it could happen this year. So maybe towards the end of the upcoming budget year, once we have that loan secured, we could entertain going out and getting because I personally think that that's the way it should go, because it's still going to take 4 months, according to the people that I've spoken to do the actual transition from moving all these meters to that type of meter. So, to me, it's like that would be the best way to do it, is in the one swoop, but we do have to get funding for it.
okay, that's what I'm asking. I'm just trying to see the rollout and
Or-
projected
What I'm
funds
seeing
for
here in a
that.
5-year plan is 200,000 a year for 5 years, at least the next 5. So, but then we're gonna, I like the idea that Kathleen's come up with. But then too, then we're gonna raise their rates again regardless. Personally, I'd like to see this kind of get put on hold for the time being and hold our rates this year.
does one have
That's
anything
my
to do with
thought.
the other?
Well, yes and no, but, we cannot hold our rates. We cannot hold our rates with all the stuff that's going on. We cannot hold our rates and try to secure our loan for $11 million if our base fees are still not where, they're getting to where they need to be, but we're already supporting an SRF loan of I think it was originally like $7 to $8 million. We're already supporting that loan with these same base fees. And you all remember the old story that I used to tell, back in 2007, when we got that first SRF loan, our rates weren't high enough. We stumbled for 7, 8, 10 years. Now we're getting there, but just as your finance director, I worry about the reserves in this fund. I don't want to see it become another fund that has to be supported by taxpayer dollars. Or I don't even really know. What happens if we don't have any money left in our utilities and we can't handle it anymore? Do we give it to the county? How does that work? Whoever would take it over, I'm sure the first thing they would do would be to come in and increase the base fees.
So how much more money do we get from base fees?
How much more?
Yeah, if we raise it 10%, how much more do we end up with in base fees?
It's about $1.8 million. It's about 150. I'm sorry, I didn't come. It's hard for me to talk and do the math at the same time. Sorry. I used to be better. Look. I'll stop talking and I'll tell you the answer.
But, I mean, I'm not trying to stir up a hornet's nest here, but here again, when I look at the utility funds overall and some of the things that are being projected out over the next 3 to 5 years, that's why I'm trying to get an idea of where we are, what we're planning, whether or not we're planning adequately, if we need to go back and look at things to determine, make sure that we're going to stay on track. Because I think, again, the last thing we want to do is get behind the 8 ball and say, we shoulda, coulda, shoulda, woulda done this if we'd known a little bit more. So I like to see the whole enchilada before I start taking a slice of it.
For too long, we said, we can't raise the rates
Right.
because of the recession, or because of this, or because of that.
Well,
And that's how we ended
But-
up with,
I'm just going to say,
What is that number?
All right, sorry. 73,000 on sewer base fees. Sorry, I got interrupted. So I didn't finish.
That's at 10%.
Yeah, it's 10%. And it was 152,000 on the water base fees. So, but I mean, so you're talking we're talking $225,000, but look at all the items that are in the capital plan. That's what worries me. When
Well,
I
I
see
thought we
all
were
that,
what my suggestion was to pull that 200,000 out.
but we can't do that, Rick, on one project, and we have all these other, I'm sorry, excuse me. I didn't mean to sound that way. Just saying, if we do that, that's only one small project. We still want to do it, we still need to do it because it's a project that's going to help the residents. I just look at the whole big picture. What's the page number? Capital plan.
83, I
Go to
think.
page 9 and look at your 5-year total for utility fund capital plan. It's $24 million. I believe, if we put in, $11 million for the plant? So, I mean, that's a lot of millions of dollars for capital stuff. And we don't, and then we also have to deal with the thoughts of our aging infrastructure, the breaks that could happen. We just had to shell out, $100,000 for that water main break? I mean, we've, as your finance director, I feel that these increases are warranted, and that's basically all I can say to you, because I just don't want to see us run out of money and get stuck in a bad situation.
So we're doing a well this year, we're doing one next year, and we're doing one the following year. I didn't know that we were in that situation.
I'm going to have to be honest with you and say I don't really see us not doing increases to base fees, at least a small percentage every year.
I'm not, it's just, there's so many projects, I just think it's, in
Well, I
some
agree
ways,
there.
a little overambitious.
I don't know if it's overambitious when we look at some of the things that are going to be coming online. I mean, Fred can talk to this, but, I don't want to stir up a hornet's nest, but we do have some obligations with other customers coming on. And if we want to be able to provide adequate, water and these kinds of things for the current customers, as well as the projected customers, we cannot afford not to invest in the future. And I'm going to be realistic, right now, we all know that we have an obligation to the gardens. We're all finding out what these obligations are. And we can't depend on what we have right now without, and that's why I went out and took a tour of the water facilities and all of this to find out where the wells are, what are you projected out to build over the next 3 to 5 years, and how's it going to be paid for? Because, I don't want to be caught behind the 8 ball, turning on my tap and having just a drip. and I don't think anyone else does either. And I understand the process of rotating the wells, but I'm not an engineer, and that's why we have Fred here, is to maybe explain this a little bit more so that we can make sure that we're planning out appropriately.
Well, Larry Newsom did mention to me this morning to make sure it was clear with you folks that the capital improvement plan was developed before the gardens,
Right.
okay? I was able to visit the water plant yesterday and had a pre-con for outfitting our well number 14. That'll be our fifth well. I'll put our fifth well online. He has a very experienced staff, and they like to tell stories, and they tell me the history of Flagler Beach. And at one time, we had 8 wells operating, okay? Now we have 4, okay? They would love to have 8 now, but we don't have 8, we have 4. And we have plans to have 3 more, and one is currently under construction, and one is planned for next year. And then there's another one further out. So, and we've already been able to secure the property rights to do those. And that's really critical, because if you don't have the property to install the well, it doesn't matter how much money you have, you're going to end up having to buy water from somebody else, okay? Can I divert a little bit on the engineering portion? It really was listed under engineering, but it's really not. We've got Mr. Watts is here. He oversees stormwater, roads, water distribution, and wastewater collection, okay? Plus all the other items that come up when the phone calls every morning from the residents, okay? Jim Raymer's back there, who runs the water plant. We have Johnny Lynn, who, of course, outfits the sewage treatment plant, and David Taylor, who keeps the mechanics of all the pump stations and assists with the wastewater treatment plant, okay? We've got some very dedicated employees and some really excellent supervisors, okay? So I'm very fortunate to be able to work with all of these men, okay? And I have some ladies working for them too. So, but let me quickly I just want to paraphrase it with that and just mention to you that are listed under engineering. This is your investments in the past year. I'm going to run through them really quickly, okay? But I think it's important to mention them. Okay, one was, recently we did renew our wastewater treatment plant operational permit. Okay, that has to be done in a regular basis. We've actually secured 4 loans for $500,000, okay? The first one was for the wastewater treatment plant, which we just finished, and I think we got all the money back on that $500,000 already. That's already been refunded. The swale project, I think it's been fully refunded. If it hasn't been, it checks in the mail.
Got that yesterday.
Okay, we got that yesterday.
I just got an email.
The third $500,000 is for the first phase of the slip lining. That project is now complete, and we're at the very final stages of asking for our last check from St. John, so that'll be another $500,000. The fourth $500,000 grant, which we secured, was what you approved recently, and we're going to do that second phase of the slip lining, which will start in October. We're already discussing with the city foreman to extend their contract and their same prices, and we can do that last 4 miles of sanitary sewer pipe. So that's kind of just the loans that we've received, and the grants that we've received, that we've been able to spend the state money wisely to secure our infrastructure. Like I said, I mentioned the wastewater treatment plant, Phase 3, that was recently completed, which was just about all, it wasn't all grant funded, but most of it was. We've rehabbed about 6 or 7 pump stations recently, Dave, after the hurricane. Just real quick. We mentioned the slip lining. We also raised the wet wells. We rehabbed manholes. And of course, Alan is continually installing laterals for lots that you learned about last night. The other thing that I'll mention is, I mentioned well 14 is under construction. Okay, the driller basically is finishing up, he said, next week. And I call it the outfitting contract. That's the contract where they put the pumps, the motors, get the electric to the well, and the telemetry, so we can operate that 5th well for Jim, so he can make sure we have water to run through our plant to the city. The water treatment plant project, the VFD's project is almost finished. Jim pretty much ran this one on his own, the ground storage tank. He got an emergency generator, emergency generator installed at our 1 million storage tank here at the bottom of the bridge. Like I said, you all know all about the water valve project, okay? Alan's been having to spend a lot of his time exercising valves and working with the contractor to get the hydrants and the valves all installed. Lambert Avenue, as Jane knows, we're out there working.
I have orange markers on my
We
property.
pointed out that, this is where the chairman lives, and we're gonna be taking care of this driveway just like everybody else's, if not a little better. And, or else. And then, what else don't want to miss anything. Well, of course, every year, Alan's working with APS to get the paving done. He'll probably go over that in more detail in a little bit, possibly. We adopted standard details. We're working with rewriting the land development code with the consultants. So MS4 stormwater permitting, that's state required. Spends an extensive amount of time coordinating with all the departments and filing extensive paperwork with the state. You just gotta love it, okay? Just gotta love this, okay? This takes months to get them to approve it, okay? The floodplain management annual report for the insurance rating for this community, we recently completed that. A1A water line, we coordinated that with the DOT. Wick Line Center, we designed and oversaw the construction of the Wick Line Center remodel, and we've got a little bit more money we need from you to finish that project off. We're already talking with Mr. Watts here about the parking lot and the sidewalk designs, if you want to go forward with that for next year. So that's what's you've invested in your community over the past year. And if you've been in my office yesterday, I pretty much erased the whole whiteboard because we got all those projects done. And we've started to list the new projects we're going to complete for you next year. So I know I'm getting a little long-winded, but I think that's important. And that's not what I do. That's what all these guys help you with. Now I'll get back on track of your discussions. We prepared a capital improvement plan, and Kathleen's helped with the operating budget preparation. I guess we can answer all your questions. I do want to add that currently in the salaries for Jim Raymer at the water plant and Johnny at the wastewater treatment plant, each of them have two trainees, okay? Currently, I understand even like, I just double checked the numbers. In the budget right now, they're only going to get $17 an hour. Okay, when they get their Class C license, okay? Bunnell was making $18 an hour for that position over a year ago. I've got that documented, okay? So you can imagine when these four guys, which they will, when they get their licenses, there's lots of places in the area that are going to need operators, okay, that they can basically just leave, okay? We don't want them to leave. I think they want to stay, but I do think they want to be paid the going rate of the area for Class C operators. So we do need a little more money in the salary range for those positions. And Larry asked me to mention that.
Johnny? And they have to come up.
I just want to let you know that we also shovel sludge and we mow our own grass. These other plants do not do that. So you can look at the salaries and say, well, we're competitive. Not really. They get their license, they go someplace else because they don't shovel sludge and mow grass. So I figured I'd throw that in. Hopefully the sludge will be over with in the next
That is one of
year
our
and a half.
projects, right?
Yeah, that is part of the loan, hopefully. So I just figured I'd throw that in.
They're not on the beach.
Excuse me.
They're not on the beach.
No.
Thank you, Josh.
Thanks, Johnny.
I think Jim feels the same way, right, Jim? You got good people you want to keep, right? You train them, you want to keep them.
I don't want to be a training facility.
All right.
So those are I think that was the main points. We can go into detail, as much detail as you want as far as the capital projects. But these fellows Alan included. I guess he'll be talking separately, but all of them worked very hard in preparing the budgets, the CIP, and got me that information. Lee Richards in my office was able to put it together, and I think Kathleen was very thankful for the organization that was submitted to her so she could implement it into the capital, the budget for this year.
Yes, it was a very good job. Thank you.
Good job.
I have a question on the capital improvement plan, Ms. Chair, if you don't mind.
I'm sorry, what?
I have a question on the capital improvements.
Yeah, I was going to say, if we
Okay, I'm
start
sorry.
with, I don't know if Kathleen would be happy with this or not, but to start with the capital improvement plan and go through, I know some of these are items we've already approved.
Okay, I'll just let them go
Over
through
time,
there.
but go
I'll save
ahead.
my questions till the end then.
No, is that all right,
I
Kathleen?
don't, yeah,
You don't care?
You're fine,
Okay.
however you want to do it.
All right, so we are starting on page 6,
Okay, page 6.
and anything that is under water and sewer. 6 through,
Yeah, it's the first column, it's going to say utility, so
yeah.
all the way
So
through
6 through
the end, page 9.
9, yeah. So is that where your questions are or comments?
Yeah, they are, I mean, and you can go through them, but I mean,
I don't mean we look at each one.
No,
but is that
I
what-
guess I'm more concerned about, not more concerned, but I'm concerned about the wastewater treatment plant. I know that it's not necessarily deficient, but it certainly does need an upgrade and this kind of thing here. And I know we're in the process of having a new design done. I think that contract was approved back last fall. When do we anticipate completing the design? And then once it is complete, and here again, I guess this is more of a question for finance and the board, because I wasn't here when a lot of this was done initially. The serious thing that we have to look at is the big elephant in the room is how we're going to consider funding it. In addition to bringing on new customers, hopefully not charging our current customers a lot of additional revenue in order to pay for it. But those are the kinds of things I'm looking at, because I know that's a big ticket item, but we have to do it because we also have some restrictions as far as continuing to empty wastewater to the intercoastal. So, and that's what I'm looking at.
Yeah, let me briefly go over it, and then Kathleen can talk more or correct me about the funding portion of it. But consultants like guess I've been doing this a long time. I don't have the gray hair here just because I've got a daughter. I've been doing this a long time, and
Whoa.
the consultants were once upon a time recently talking $11 million for our wastewater treatment plant. I like to be a lot more conservative, hopeful, and my number is 8 right now, okay? And optimistically, what I would love to see, my rosy picture would be we could get a grant for half of that, okay? So we'd only have to finance $4 million. That's probably overly optimistic, but hey, I'm an optimist, okay? I'm like the garbage guy that listened to Rob this morning. I'm very excited about it, okay? But we haven't got all the bells and whistles figured out. Johnny and I have been having numerous meetings with the consultants. Actually, I need to send them some information later this afternoon. They're definitely into design. They definitely plan to have it done by the end of the year. We get the design completed, then we'll be in a position where we can apply for loans and grants, okay? And the general process that I understand is you go through the loan process and then you can go ahead and ask for loan forgiveness from the state. You can apply for grants that reduce that amount. Okay, you get approval, just say, for example, you got a $10 million loan approval, okay, up to $10 million. You don't have to borrow it, it's just a line of credit that you have that you can borrow if you decide you want to. We'll have the design completed, and when we'll decide, we'll have all portions of the plant, we'll have the design completed, and then we'll decide amongst ourselves how much of it we want to build now. Maybe some of it we can put off, okay? And then we'll find out how much of it we can get loans and grants for to go forward. And as Kathleen mentioned, we don't really know what the number is yet, okay? We are designing the best cost-effective plant that we need for the future, okay?
25 years out, right?
Yeah, 25 years out. I think a 1.5 million gallon plant was going to be adequate for the next 20, 25 years. I think our consultants agree with that. We're treating about a little over 600,000 gallons a day average right now, okay? So I think you don't know what the growth rate's going to be in the area. We don't know, okay? But we do know we have a plant that's old, okay? Johnny and his staff are doing an outstanding job keeping it operating, okay? Mowing the grass, okay? And what else do you say you do besides mowing the grass? Shovel sludge. Oh yeah, that's a favorite. Seriously, he's got it out there. He's got to get it picked up before the rain washes it out again. Okay, so I'm sure it's on his mind all the time. So anyway, that's a long story on the wastewater treatment plant. We are talking to the gardens. Okay, if you develop a reclaimed water plant, you can't have a supply unless you have a demand. Okay. And we're going to have, I'll just get on my soapbox for reclaimed water. You know, Port Orange, I developed a program in Port Orange, helped work on it for many, many years. And they have about 6,000 customers, okay, reclaimed water customers, and they collect revenue, okay, from those customers. Jacksonville, I understand, they're charging the same amount for reclaimed water as they do for drinking water. So it has some value. So we're going to be making some decisions in the near future on what you want to do with your reclaimed water. If we want to go that far where we're going to sell reclaimed water to they call it public access reuse. If you go to that rate, you've got to worry about the salinity content and a lot of other things that Johnny could explain a lot better than I. But to sell the water, you have a higher quality of delivery of that water if you want to sell it to the customers. But it has a value. Okay? At the Planning Commission a couple weeks ago, you heard somebody use a nasty word about free.
Yeah,
Okay?
I remember that very clearly.
His name was Mark that said it. And I was in the back. I was going like this. We don't use the word free in utilities. Everything has a value because everything has a cost. So I'm getting off a tangent again, but the wastewater treatment plant is clearly under design. We should have it finished by the end of the year. And we'll need to make some decisions then on what we want to build. I know Johnny wants a sludge press, don't you, Johnny? So, does that answer your question?
It does answer the question. And just a couple more comments, and I'll get off my soapbox. But, I mean, it's something that I've been looking at very closely for obvious reasons. But, again, I heard that comment free, and I'd already spoken, so I couldn't come back up and say, no, this is not going to be free from Flagler Beach. The other thing is, and here again, just looking at your planning, and you're talking about grants, but when I was working as a commissioner before, one of the companies, and I'm not trying to sell this particular company, but we worked with Black and Veatch in order to basically find grants that they were actually able to stack in order to pay for some of the utilities that we're talking about. So I guess this is something I think that we as a board should probably have to look at, and you can certainly bring it back to us and let us know if you found some grant companies that, because I know it takes a lot of time, and when you're doing a regular job and other kinds of things, it's very difficult to write a real good grant and find other grants that you can stack in order to be compensated or recompensated for these kinds of things here. So, I mean, I think we're going to be depending on you to come back and say, look, commissioners, I don't have time to do this. We've located some grant companies that are willing to do this, and the thing you have to keep in mind is that there's no real initial out-of-pocket cost, because many times they're paid based on the grant, a percentage of the grant that they get. So they have an incentive to find more grants. So I just want to kind of put that out there so that we can have our thinking caps on in order, because this is a significant project that's going to cost a lot of money. But anyway, thanks a lot, Fred. I appreciate it.
That's a very valid point. 100% agree with you. I just want to mention to you that CPH, in our contract with them to do the design of the wastewater treatment plant, part of the contract is already to go out and secure those grants. Okay, so we've actually got a consultant already.
Fantastic.
Under contract.
Okay.
All right, so we're going through the capital plan. Does anybody have specific items?
I do.
Gee, I'm shocked.
Imagine that. All right. This Vector truck that you wanted to get,
Could you tell us where you are, please?
I'm on page 6.
Okay.
And
Okay, Dr.
page 7, it's split up amongst 4 different funds.
Yeah, the one that we want to get.
Right, okay.
We've been I just want to know that this is, how often do we need a Vector truck?
Does anybody want to comment on that? Alan? Dave? Please go ahead.
I don't want to step on your toes.
No, don't.
But in discussing this, it is affecting my budgets in a couple of different departments. As a way that I see it, I didn't see it as a larger capacity or where it was going to help the lift station guys out. I'm not going to speak for them in the aspect of this truck, but as far as it's concerned with my budgets in this thing, that amount of money be removed from those budgets for this truck.
You're saying that you don't need 25% of this truck?
I'm saying exactly that.
Okay, just want to be clear on that.
Okay, and is this the same size truck as what we typically have to hire to come do work for us?
I'm going to call Dave Taylor up. We have looked at, and we've actually got catalog cuts on 3 different trucks. We've been looking at this for a long time, but, and the price range is between 300 and 400,000, but let me bring Dave.
It's actually, it's a completely different truck. We use a tanker truck now to do the cleaning. It does a good job, but you can only do so much with it. We could clean, yesterday afternoon we did one, we took 8 inches of sand out of the bottom of a lift station with this truck. It was something we could probably use on a weekly basis to keep the maintenance of the stations up. Quite honest with you.
So this isn't a big truck like we see
No.
when you have a sewer break
No,
and
you
really
won't.
need to pump a station down.
No, it's completely different.
That's not what you're needing
No.
it for.
No, it won't eliminate any tanking during storms.
So we're still going to have to, at times, lease one or
Yes.
or call a company in to, okay. I just, we've been a little over, we've been spending way more money on some of these vehicles than we really need to be. I just hope that this is, in this case, doesn't have aluminum wheels and polished tanks and all this other stuff that we don't need on a Vector truck.
We'd love to involve you in the selection of it. And I just want to mention that Benell's had one for years. If we can keep up with Benell, I think we ought to be able to keep up with Benell.
Things in our budget shouldn't be about keeping up with other people. It's about what we need and as opposed to what we want. So,
All right, so what is it, other things?
I just, parking lot paving.
Alan, that's your
That's a s-
project. That's out in front of Alan's garage.
Parking,
No, I think he's talking about your park. I think it's listed, I don't think you're talking about the city parking lots. It's under
parking lot
sanitation.
paving, it's under sewer collections.
It's your parking lot, Alan. It's listed. Speak up. It's in the budget, sir.
Well, nobody told me that. Hello.
Hi.
Okay, now.
Yeah, it's highly overdue. I don't know where Bill Clemens is at, but his parking lot is also in the same condition. It was put together with millings originally. I've been here 7 years and still fighting the dust and dirt. We take a scraper across there just to try and keep the ruts and the mud puddles down. But when the garbage trucks come in, or even our own vehicles come in, it's just a array of dust. And, you know, most of my guys sit out there for a break or for lunch. And with the dust blowing and carrying on, I don't think paving would hurt at all. And it's been mentioned to us about beautifying the buildings or their appearance, and I would think a parking lot with a few stripes on it would go a long way.
$30,000 we're going to be doing that sidewalk going down through there too. Does that include an apron for the sidewalk going through, or is that?
That asphalt
I
would
mean, is
meet
it
up.
going to be done in conjunction with doing the sidewalk?
Correct, wherever the sidewalk will be meeting, like at the drive-ins or the entryways to the police department, fire departments, and where the fuel tanks are currently at now, all those areas will be expanded to 6 inches thick on the sidewalk.
It just,
I thought we took the sidewalk out of the CRA fund, but we never put it somewhere else. So I'm not sure we're doing that sidewalk.
Correct.
okay. But if $30,000 to pave a parking lot, I get he's got pretty good space over there, but that seems a little, I was just wondering if that's including aprons to the road.
I, quite truthfully, did not put this in the budget on that.
Okay.
I guess the question is, could some other type of material be used instead of paving, like coquina rockers? I mean, I know there are trucks and things like this.
That's currently what's
Is
in
it?
place. We've used vast arrays, like I say, even with millings,
Right.
which, at some point it kind of turns into an asphalt type material, but
Right.
as seen with the previous library parking area, it does deteriorate.
I was just confused at $30,000 in sewer collections for paving, so that explains it. Thank you, Alan.
You bet.
This Vector truck is getting shared between, now Alan wants out. So are you saying you don't need it for stormwater either?
It's that request that, when I was talking to Larry about it, if we needed it or not, at the point from where I had last seen the truck that was presented, it didn't seem where there was a viable expansion of material that it could handle,
Okay.
nor that it was going to seem to
So
improve us
that takes
anyway.
water distribution out of it and.
Stormwater.
And stormwater, right?
Yes, sir.
So then it would have to be fully funded through the other two funds that it's being shared with. I just think
That would make it 100% in the utility fund, so that's,
I just think that's more of a want than a need. $10,000 for laptops?
Yes, sir, and there again, that was just an amount put there because in looking at it, technology is always especially getting more and more expensive. We're looking at the Tough Books. It's a laptop-type computer, except that it will hold up from under the elements of being dropped, getting wet, and things of that nature. It's used to use that because Fred went through and got all the system mapped and everything to where we can actually use this on a laptop instead of carrying rolls of, antiquated scrolls along with us to try and look up in the middle of the night trying to fix things and find things. He's got it GPS and it would advance that
I
quite
don't have an
significantly.
issue with the technology, I just thought that was a little.
Well, the Tough Books are about $3,500 a piece.
And we can't get an iPad up here.
Yeah, we can
Okay.
definitely try that, but depending on how many of those we have to replace a year from being dropped and getting wet. Because
That's
we
all I
don't
got
really
for
work in
now,
like
Gene.
an office environment, so.
Okay, Al, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Anything else?
Just, no, mainly the Vector truck, I think it's more of a want than a need. I think it can be done without.
Eric, what you got?
I have a hard time with getting into a lot of specifics. As an overall observation, I do think there are pieces of this that are overly aggressive. The confusing part about this Vector truck is Larry, in meetings, on record, has said numerous times that he was opposed to purchasing a Vector truck, that the financial solution was to rent it as needed. He said that. He told me that is recent as last week. And he's also said it in meetings. So I'm very confused why a $500,000 truck is in here when that goes against everything that I've been told. that's a big confusion point. I think we need to take a hard look at the return on investment with telemetry meters. We are setting aside potentially $200,000 every year for the next 5 years for those meters. And potentially, to make it even worse, we might need all of them at once to make the whole system work.
Well, with the telemetry system, of course, with the sales pitch, what have you, but in researching that and looking at cities that are currently using the system, not only do they regain the revenue that they're losing through zero read meters or what have you, or, customers whose water line broke, currently, we won't know, in a worst-case scenario, almost on a 30-day basis. So when they have a water line break, they're not here, it's not found out unless somebody sees it, or it shows up on a meter reading and they got a $1,500 or more water bill. This system pays for itself and will generate over 3% revenue on top of currently above that. It would save a meter reader from reading town from 4 weeks to approximately 4 hours.
So y'all have studied this and have determined that it will save the town over $200,000 a year.
Correct.
I'm sorry to interrupt. I understand that all the existing ones would have to be replaced for the whole town. Any new construction, including, I guess, the gardens, would have to have one.
Correct.
Do they cost more
Yes.
than, so that if I'm going to build a house and I need this put in, it will be passed on to me, correct?
Yes.
Do we know how much of a difference in cost it is, roughly?
Approximately $100.
$100 more?
Yes.
Okay. Thank you, sorry.
Did you calculate the salary of the individuals, or do we have one meter reader?
We
or
have one
two?
meter reader.
Okay, so we're looking at the cost of salary and benefits, or is that person going to go away, or do they just?
No.
assign?
There's a whole array of things that come along with meter reading. We, as a municipality, have expanded in leaps and bounds here.
Right.
In the past, it was done by one person, and they were able to do other things with their jobs as far as work orders, as far as replacing meter lids and all the other things that are involved with meter reading. With the substantial growth of town, obviously, there's more meters to be read. We have to go all the way down to Beulah Bombing Range, or wherever you want to call it down here, to go down and read those meters also. And with the onslaught of this other municipality you're talking about signing on with us, it would be an extraordinary burden on just one person to do. And if she's sick or has to take time off, maybe a kid gets sick, who knows?
I guess I'd like to see the cost savings in salary or projected salary, with an additional customers coming on, whether or not that means an additional workload on that person, or it means not hiring another person. Just doing a cost comparison of the salaries, the benefits, and this kind of thing here, just to more wisely be able to see the cost savings over a 3 to 5 year period or 10-year period.
Well, they have,
in addition to the other savings.
Right, they have, we have all that with the presentations.
Okay.
They have, obviously, an array of financing available out there for municipalities due to the current times and situations that are out here. Those are things that are always presented to me with this system, but at this time, it's not something I need to be burdening Kathleen with the budget and everything else that she does. So there are those avenues also as far as alternate ways of financing or however they want to do this, because quite truthfully, I'm not in the meter reading business. I install meters and connect houses to water mains.
Yeah, I understand, but I guess, looking at the other commissioners, we're looking at the long-term benefit
Yes, sir.
costs, so we're looking at a cost-benefit analysis to determine whether or not this is a feasible
Correct.
expenditure. for
Certainly,
this
I mean, you don't
commission
want to
approve.
invest this kind of money on something that's
Right.
going to continue to be a payout.
Exactly,
This is
'cause I mean,
one that returns the money for revenue that's lost from, zero read meters to who knows what. And if there's any altercations about a customer with their bill, it would allow the billing department to go
Okay.
right to this and say, at this point in time, is where your problem was at, and 90% of the time it's because they didn't replace the toilet flat.
Right, okay. Because here again, I'm looking at, if we get additional 350, 400 new customers coming on board, and they're going to be, to some degree, absorbing that cost, then, I'm just looking at the long term.
Yes, sir,
Overall,
that's-
everything, cost-benefit analysis is what we call it, and I'm sure you do too.
Correct.
All right, thanks.
Well, just using strict math, it can be assumed that if this system pays for itself, then Kathleen would be able to show us where the $200,000 got backed out of the budget to where it would be assumed it's going to pay for itself. And that would be the only way I'd be okay with it, because if it's going to save us $200,000, then show it. Simple. And if it will, it's a no-brainer. But it would need to be taken out of here, in the budget, if it's going to be added as a cost, which I don't believe currently it is. I believe right now it's strictly a cost. That's really all I got. I don't like to get real deep into this stuff. I think this is for our city manager and our department heads to manage. The biggest point of confusion being the different messages that I've received on some of the equipment.
Okay. Debbie, you have anything? Okay. So we're done with the capital plan?
Your lunch is hot and ready.
Yes, okay. So everybody can have lunch? Yes.
Are we ready? Okay, so this is the proposed increase to a residential water bill, how it would impact that. I can see I didn't change a few little things on the side there. So the water base increase is 10%, sewer is 10%, stormwater fee is 7.6, and refuse is 4.04%. And the utility tax is 10% of the water base, so it increases along with that.
Okay.
So basically, we were, with our utility fund, we need to continue to slightly increase the base fees. This total increase to all the different revenues that we receive from a utility bill comes to $6.78 a month, or $81.42 annually, which is an 8.3% increase to the bill, to the base fees on the bill overall. And the, sorry, the
did,
increase
swapped it
to
out last
water
night.
flow and sewer flow was 1.7%.
1.7? That was my next question, so thank
Okay.
you. 1.7% for flow.
The sanitation, the refuse fee increase was based mainly on the impact of those fees for tipping, which I'm glad that it sounded like Rob got it down from the $10 to possibly $3 or $4 per ton, because $10 would have been like a 22% increase. That would have been a big hit.
I have a question.
Yes.
Okay, so what we're looking at here, and I know that last year, when you initially talked about this, we had projected at that time that over the next 3 to 5 years, we may see this increase each year. So it's going to be about this much over the next 3 to 5 years.
Possibly, but, also, one of the things, depending on, the growth over there on the
Right.
other side of the river might be, something that we can start to maybe, instead of doing 10, maybe we could go down to 7.
Okay, that was my next question. So if we were to get additional customers, 350, 400, over the next 2 to 3 years, then that could indicate a possible negative, or it's not going to go down, but it certainly will not go up.
Right,
Or it
right.
wouldn't go up as much.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, does anybody have any questions about this? Thank you for the clarification, Kathleen. So I believe we were done going over all the capital plan for utilities. Ow, paper cut. The paper is much too sharp. So now we look at page,
And when I go to the water plant, that is on page 85.
Jim, is there anything you want to talk to us about, or you just want to answer questions? Okay. I didn't know if you wanted to give us some kind of a build-up, or... Okay. Yes. Good.
Gym chemicals, 52,000. It looks like in prior years, it's never been budgeted.
Right. It was included in my operating
So you just took it out?
Yes,
Separate
yes,
line
ma'am.
item?
Yes,
Okay.
ma'am.
Okay, great, thanks.
Yeah, I like that. I assumed that's what you had done. And it's nice for us to be able to see it separately. Anybody else have any questions for Jim? So we're actually looking at page 90 and 91.
Page 90 is the water plant. So the salaries do include, I know that was discussed earlier, the salaries in, the increase to the operator Cs was up to 17, and they were talking about doing another $1, so that would be, I'm trying to think, how many Cs? You have three Cs in your,
I got four, I have four here
Four.
when I got the 2 trainees done, but then one of my operators going for his B, so if he gets his B, then I'll just have 3.
so that dollar increase would probably equate to about $13,000 more for salaries.
You know, like we stipulated earlier, that we didn't want to be a training facility for other municipalities around us. Get them
Right.
trained, get them licensed, and then all of a sudden they get $2 a dollar more an hour, which I don't blame them.
Absolutely.
The $50,000 a year going into wastewater, that's wastewater. That's wrong.
Wrong page.
Yeah.
Page 90.
Sewer collection. I was just curious what the, oh, here it is. Water production total. So you got $50,000 a year going into a reserve. That's something that's been ongoing?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yes, we use that reserve for equipment or, yeah, in the water plant, it's for equipment, pumps, things like that. So we have kind of a little savings in case,
Okay.
something breaks. I'm not scrambling, worrying about the balance in the unrestricted
A water
reserve.
line on,
Thanks, Susie.
Plus, that really helps out if we lose a well, a motor, a pump, and a well. Pulling it's about 50 grand. And I made sure we got ample enough restoration and backup pumps and motors for our wells.
so what is the capitalized equipment in your budget? You getting a truck too?
Oh, not for a few years.
So what is that then, Kathleen?
I'm going to pull out the detail for you here.
The trucks, won't need a truck for 22, 23.
Okay.
We have 45,000 for HS, high service pump, number 3, and $5,000 for an air conditioning unit in the chlorine room.
Okay. All right. That's the extent of my questions.
Okay. Eric, did you have anything here?
I do not.
Debbie? Nope. Ken?
Just one, and this is just a general question because you hear a lot of discussion about saltwater intrusion and this kind of thing here. What kinds of protections or assurances do we have? And I know that's one of the reasons why we switch wells, or I guess
Exactly.
you rotate them.
That's why we need extra wells.
Okay.
So that we can expand our well field. So we're not pulling from one area at one time.
It's what they call a cone of influence.
Right.
When you start sucking down an aquifer, you're just pulling all that salt water in, and it gets worse. Because we got Palm Coast surrounding us, they've got their wells running wide open. See, with our benefit, we've got VFD drives on our wells, so we can adjust the flows.
That was going to be my next question. Do we have any kind of cooperation with Palm Coast?
I do. I've worked with Palm Coast, and they are willing to work with me to a certain extent. But right now, it's been great with all the rain.
Yeah.
They don't have to use as much pumpage of water. So, but when, like a few years ago, if you remember, when one day a month we get a rain, and first day of the month, and the rest of the month was dry, they were pumping wide open, and that's the only time we really get a serious influence from them. And that where they can't work with us because they got to keep up. But they're also putting more wells in the ground too. That's why we need to get our wells in right now so they don't scavenge into our well field.
Okay. I guess, I'm kind of harping on this stuff because, some of the folks know I've been involved in the community with some of the concerns about water treatment and wells and things of this nature. And, there's a general concern that with increased development, which we really don't have any control over that because development's going to come. That's just natural. Everyone's discovered this beautiful area. But, the concern is 5, 10, 15, 20 years from now, we're going to run out of water. And I think I remember some years ago when I was working with the Water District Management, and it's not a matter of whether or not there's ever going to be water. It's a matter of how much you're willing to pay for it. So, and that's the, and that's the big question. There's always going to be water, but how much are you willing to pay for that water?
How much it's going to cost to treat too.
How much it's going to cost to treat it or desalination or whatever. So here again, I'm not trying to be, over anxious about this, but these are the questions that constituents are asking. These are questions that we all need to be aware of as we move forward making decisions in regard to taking on additional customers and this kind of thing here, because we need them to some degree, but we also have to make sure that our constituents here have adequate water for the future. Thanks a lot.
Okay. Linda, do you have anything? Okay, thank you, Jim. Alan, would you come back up in case people have questions? Page 91. Anybody have questions on page 91?
Well, is this you, Alan?
I don't know what page 91 is. Okay, T&D would be me, yes, sir.
That's you? Okay.
Yes, sir.
I even remembered your name this week, isn't that good?
Yeah,
I kept calling him Bill last time.
it's the mask.
Well, it's more of just clarification on some of the large increases of things, just to help me understand. So when you're looking at under professional services, we're, 2 years ago, we were at 7,600, now we're at 31,000. Can you kind of just help me understand that?
You want to speak on that, Fred?
Was this design of something, or?
What page you on, sir?
91?
About halfway down.
The detail that I have in the budget line is $30,000 for a locate service? Is that?
Oh, that's a request to have a locate service do our locates, as currently we do our own locates. And primarily, in the past, it's been small projects around town with TICO coming through, which obviously brought up some concerns. We don't really have the capabilities or training to continue on in this kind of a level of accuracy that's being required these days to provide a locate service for the city. I mean, we locate our laterals and our sewer mains, and that's pretty much it. When we start trying to locate our mains out here, and they take a jog off to the side or whatever, we just don't have those capabilities, not to mention the liability that we're taking on by trying to say we mark this utility, and if there's a strike by a contractor out there, well, then the city's liable for any damages or what may concern, you know. So it's a liability issue more than anything.
Okay, and is this service going to go through the city and locate everything, or is this just an as-needed thing? If you are doing work in a particular area, you're going to call them out and ask for that?
Well, currently, I could go look on 811, and currently, we put in our own locates, and we have to locate any locate that's requested out here for anybody doing any work. We have to go out and locate our water mains and sewer mains on any job out here. That's above and beyond what we already do. We've been doing this since before I've been here. And we go in each morning, we put in our locates, or we answer and print out which locates need to be done. So we're sending 2 people out to do these locates. It's a lot of man hours and a lot of liability.
So you're talking about, not to interrupt you, but like with the Lambert Avenue project, I know Jennifer and I forgot the guy's name, were out on the street for days.
Correct.
And so I'm assuming there are other things they weren't doing because they were.
They were marking water and sewer lines and.
Yeah. And when the gas line was put in on Palm Drive, we had a problem there.
Correct.
Yeah, that caused the problem because we didn't do the locates.
Well, we had our, with our capabilities of trying to locate, and they had a locator out there of their own at that time, so.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
And we still had a problem.
Correct. There was a portion of that pipe that was later discovered for some odd reason, jogged out into the road and came back.
Oh.
You would naturally assume, which you can't in that business, that it would run straight.
Yeah, you would.
So, doing locates, yeah, you have 2 feet on each side of the locate that is within the parameter that you cannot work in without due caution. A lot of people throw that to the wind because they're going to say, oh, well, this locate is going to be precisely marked. It's not that precise of a science for us.
The next question I had is at the bottom, the infrastructure reserve. What is the rationale for infrastructure reserve?
That's, again, another little savings account or reserve that we put aside for things like this water main break, so that we know we have some monies saved up to cover the expenses of these things. So infrastructure meaning the water lines in this department.
Right.
Or, yeah, you don't use pumps, so.
So what is our reserve of this department?
You mean the balance in the reserve right now?
Correct.
Well, there must be more because I keep spending it.
Oh, a minute, all right, let's see. Yeah, we used the 50,000 this year towards that.
And while we had this lull here to the valve project that Fred has been overseeing and masterminded, that is a great asset to what he did with this infrastructure here. It not only will prevent major issues in the future as far as having to shut down 6 blocks just because of a break or a hydrant gets hit by somebody. They function, and majority of them are not on water mains. Some of them are on 2-inch lines. It's able to isolate this down to just minimum blocks, instead of having a large amount of residents without water. And then when that repair is made, then you got a 2-day boil notice and people putting out flyers and then having to go back out and lift the boil notice. It's got Jim's guys running around taking samples, and it goes to the state. It's a quite an endeavor just for a boil water notice on a break. This will isolate that down tremendously, and when you're out there at 2 o'clock in the morning and it's cold and raining and you're standing this deep in water, you need those valves.
So I believe right now, without doing all the accounting, but I would say we used all that we had in that infrastructure reserve to cover the cost of repairing that 16-inch water main.
And depending on how that turns out,
Yeah, depending on how that turns out, it might even, we might even I still have to amend the budget for that whole incident, so, yeah, it might be a little bit out of unrestricted reserves too to cover that. I can't remember the total cost on that.
so that's why I request to try and get a locate company.
So we had 87,000 before this water line break, the main break over there.
So we're on,
Yeah, we're in the red, so,
SOP.
so we're paying 100% on that water main break?
I'm not sure, that's,
So far we have,
Paid everything.
Yes, we
Right.
had to
Needed
pay
be
it.
paid. We're trying to recoup the money through claims with the attorneys right now. Liz is working on it.
And this being its own enterprise fund, they operate off, each of these enterprise funds have their own reserves that they operate on, correct?
most of them do.
Okay, that's all I got.
Okay, Debbie, anything? Ken? Okay.
As we're doing these locates, we're updating our maps, correct?
no ma'am, because it's usually pretty much already existing materials, but with some of the new stuff that we are discovering, correct. We are
Okay.
updating if we find anything that didn't go as what we
Like
went to
this.
see.
If I could add to that, I spoke to Meat Hunt yesterday. I emailed them this morning. Meat Hunt is the mapping company that's been taking care of our utility mapping for many years, and they've got all our as-built on record. File and I asked their vice president this morning, I emailed them just this morning, I asked them if they were interested, because I know this was coming up, and Alan was looking for a locate, and Larry was looking for a locator company, so I asked him if he was interested, and if they weren't interested, to recommend somebody.
Ken, did you have anything?
Yeah, I'm trying to recall this whole fiasco, because I was under the impression initially that the company just went on ahead and started doing their lateral drilling without even notifying us, because at that time, we weren't even aware they were on the street, other than the fact that I drive down the street and Jane drives down the street, and the next thing we know, they're tearing the street up. And then I think, Fred, you had to go out there and find out what they were doing. So I guess the question is, did they contact us to find out where our as-bills were or anything like that prior to starting?
I've had written words with TICO and written words with the DOT. The DOT's process is utility companies are responsible to contact all the other utility companies and get clearances. I did not locate any direct communication, it wasn't definitely through my office, regarding that work where they hit they called for locates, we responded by locates, and then they hit our line, okay?
Right.
They were working under a DOT permit when they hit our line. That section of Palm Drive is in FDOT right-of-way. I verified that too. And I've let myself be known to the DOT that we were not happy with them hitting our water line, that we were going to seek reimbursement for that water line. And actually, they're in the process, I might as well get it out there, they're in the process of running a gas line down A1A on the west side of A1A. And as of yesterday, I told them, number one, I spoke to Alan and Larry. I basically let them know that we weren't going to be, they have to cross our city streets, okay? So the DOT, even if the DOT issues them a permit, they can't cross our city streets without our permission. So I let them know in writing that they weren't going to get a city right-of-way permit until we were comfortable in all the locates and our water lines were properly shown on the drawings, okay? And they weren't just going to go out there and start working like they did on Palm. We weren't going to have that. So that's where we're at with that. And as Alan said, you do the best you can, okay? They can't dig 4 or 5 feet deep with a shovel for 50 feet. It's impossible to do that. It was a surprise. We didn't have, we're trying to update our mapping, our as-built. It's a big job, but it's gradually getting better.
Okay, I guess my next question, I mean, you covered the other part about A1A because I was going to say they're going the other way. But I guess the question that would be more for our attorney is that do we need to send them a notice, a letter of notice that we will not, just basically letting them know that they need to include our particular, what did you say it was, our lines or?
All our water lines
Infrastructure.
need to be shown on the drawings.
Okay, and I guess,
Period.
I guess I'm suggesting that we send them a letter from Drew, giving them notice.
We can do that.
I mean, it helps in a legal decision anyway, is that right now, we're working on word of mouth.
I put myself in writing yesterday, but I can
Okay,
get
all
the
right,
city attorney.
that's fine, as long as we have something in writing,
Yeah.
because they're gonna say, well, you never told us that.
Well, I told them. I told them and the DOT both.
All right, okay, I appreciate that.
Larry had said that he only knew that they were going to be on on 100.
Right.
He did not know about the Palm Drive part, and that's why you didn't know about
A
it.
little bit of a surprise, wasn't
Yeah.
it, Alan?
So
Yeah.
when they get to where Palm Drive and Lambert split, they went under the river?
Yes, ma'am. We had some discussions about that too. And we have as-built, better as-built where our water lines were, because I told them they weren't going to be hitting our water line, they weren't going to be near our water line. And so we went through a process of making sure we knew where our water line was and where they were going to be locating their utility.
Okay. Okay, back to,
I guess, here again, we can't continue to take hits like this. I mean, we're not a large municipality, and every dollar counts. And, if we have to take legal action in order to go after them, I don't want the legal action to cost more than what the return is going to be, but, these guys come out here and they push us around and say, well, the heck with it, we'll just go back out here and do what we want, it's no big deal, they're going to have to pay the cost, and I'm not in favor of that at all. I'll put a stop work on them if I have to through a court.
Well, they can't proceed without locates or a city right away, and currently is at that point, I'm not authorizing either one of those to be done.
Okay, all right, well, I appreciate some kind of action. I just want to make sure we're taking a proactive approach to make sure we don't have busted lines again.
Oh, yeah.
Well, we've got the phone number for Matt and the police, we can call the police out there and shut them down.
Yeah, there won't even be
You
so
want to
much as a,
deputize me?
there won't even be so much as a broken lateral.
okay, anything else for Alan? Yes?
Capitalized equipment, Alan, you got 62.5 in here in the budget. I go back to the 5-year plan, I see 35,000 for a water service truck. Don't you guys have all new trucks?
I don't require a water service truck.
It's in the 2021 budget, page 7. Water distribution, water service truck.
Yeah, it's forecasted for down the line for 3-4 years down the road.
But it's in this year's budget.
Yeah, I don't understand that.
Page 7, just below the blue line.
Yes, the first item in wastewater plant.
I'm not wastewater.
No, it's water distribution. Right, your water distribution, correct?
T&D.
No, that's farther down.
No, I'm asking Fred because it came through, I think, on the spreadsheet from the capital. I did not see, oh, sorry.
If Alan doesn't need a truck next year, then you can cross it off with it.
Yeah.
We had it in for this year, didn't we, Alan?
Well, then there's a delta of nearly $30,000, so it's the other $30,000 in capitalized equipment.
Hold on, getting there.
This is not my budget, this is what he prepared. But if he's saving 35 there, maybe he could help pay for that Vector truck for the 20. That we need.
Yeah, they're in that
Fred doesn't need this, our city needs this. And I got-
20,000 for the Vector truck. Yeah, I think that's last year's. That's this current year's capital fund. There was 20,000 in for a Vector truck, 35,000 for a service truck. Okay, so we can take the service truck out. It just came,
And I thought we were taking out the Vector truck.
yeah, we will. Mhm.
Well,
So that line will drop down to $7,500, which is for meter reading equipment.
Okay, thank you. That's all the questions I have for Al.
Okay, I guess those were my questions too. So the good thing about being last is everybody asks your questions for you. So thank you, Alan. And then we go on to next page, which is
Page
wastewater.
Page 94 for the actual budget of the wastewater plant.
that should be a real easy one, but I'm not.
Yeah, it's pretty much easy. I mean,
Donnie, is there anything you want to tell us before we ask you any questions?
well, I would appreciate if you could do something with the CPay. That would really help, because I'm working 6 days a week, because the law says I have to have a licensed operator there 7 days a week. So that would help, give me a couple of days off. Other than that, everything, you'll see a big jump in pay on repairs and maintenance. That's for old stuff that may break. We just serviced a valve for $25,000 from 1975, which is about 10, 12 feet down. And it had 500,000 gallons of water on top of it, so they had to do what they call a hot tap. We got about 4 more, maybe 5 more valves that have been there since 1987. So we're kind of keeping that in the budget just to be on the safe side. You see operating supplies. That was my idea, but Jim Raymer took that from me. I take the operating, the chemicals and lab testing underneath. That is mandatory stuff that we need. We just had to start adding liquid aluminum sulfate. That is for our phosphorus removal. So that's where we got that budgeted. We just started adding that, so.
So Johnny, the 100,000 for chemicals was included in your operating supplies
Right.
before,
Right.
but the 27 for lab testing is new.
That was in operating supplies.
Oh, it was
Yeah.
also, okay.
Those two are mandatory, and if you're going to read the budget, you wonder, what is all those operating supplies? What does it go to? So most of it was chemicals and lab testing, because that's mandatory stuff we have to have. So I kind of had that broken out. Everything else is just about the same. Hopefully we get that loan and get a new plant moving on.
What's R&M?
Repairs and maintenance.
Yeah, we're part,
Are you talking about in the capital plan? Yes, they put that in the capital plan. It's
Yeah.
not really a capital expenditure, but I think it was put there to show the need of, the cost, because of the aging plant, if we have to continue repairing things.
right,
Yeah, you need to put in parentheses, if something breaks.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, but then we got another 50 grand going in too, so just, so we're putting 200,000 away.
Yes and no. I
In
mean, the
reserve.
repairs and maintenance is for, repairs
Yeah,
and
okay.
maintenance. And then that is for more of a capital expenditure.
Okay.
We're not planning any large capital improvement this year, but we do want to have some money in case something major breaks. Plan operating.
You want to explain that this is an enterprise fund too, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay, just so that folks know that this isn't ad valorem taxes.
So what is the reserve at for this?
I don't believe we have anything left last year. Let me see if we budgeted. We didn't have anything in there at the end of 2019. Let me look real quick at the, we budgeted this year for that.
Oh, well, she's looking at that. So, under operating supplies, I know you mentioned that there's a new chemical that is needed. I'm looking at your trend, the last 2 years. So from 18-19 to current, you went from 83,000 to 144,000, which is.
That was the operating supplies.
Yes.
Right.
So we had a $60,000 increase in 2 years. So you mentioned the chemicals, is that all that is? Is it just chemical costs or?
No, that was, if you look below it, you have chemicals and lab testing this year. I took that out of operating supplies because that's mandatory stuff.
Right, but I added all that in.
Oh, did you?
So your total operating supplies for those three lines this year requested is 144. In 18 and 19, it was 83, so it's almost doubled. And
100.
what I'm just trying to do is wrap my head around what all cost the increase.
144 for operating supplies? I'm showing.
If you add operating supplies, chemicals, and lab testing together, because
Oh.
you split it, that's what it comes to.
Oh, that's for the alum. We just started ordering alum, so that was part of that. Right now, we got it budgeted this year for, I think it's 77,000 for all the chemicals. So next year, I may have to increase the dosage I use because it affects your pH, so you got to go up a little bit at a time. So I'm anticipating going up and up and up, so which means I'll be using a little bit more.
So that is all chemicals?
Right.
Okay.
Oh, okay, so yes, there is no balance as of 9/30/19, but this year, and I don't believe we've used it for anything, we had budgeted $30,000 for the reserve, so if we don't do that and then use that at all, and then add the 50,000, we would have 80,000 at the end of the year. Again, it's, reserves are just kind of like a little savings account so that we know we have that money put away in case there is something like the water main. But it is something that the commission, you as a commission can decide to put that money back into the unrestricted reserves. It's just always been, we've been doing it for the last few years because it does come in. It's just good to know that we have that money saved. I'm not scrambling and saying, wait, where are we at with everything, before we have to spend $150,000 on something that wasn't planned. This way we have it put away.
The big difference between the amended 2019-20 budget and the proposed budget, the big difference is $150,000 that we put in there to reserve for if something breaks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that explains $150,000 of the increase. And you're right, Eric, it is an increase, but we put that in there because we don't plan to do any capital investment, but we know we have an old plant that's got to operate another year at least until we can get the construction project going. We just had two major rotors we had to fix because of, basically, you want to explain that?
Yeah, rags and debris, which I got a picture of. I believe I showed you the picture of the rags and debris on there that broke the bottom of the impeller. That was what, 20 grand for that, 10 grand for that. The valve broke from 75, that's another 10 grand. We had another valve break on the drying beds. So valves are breaking, and we're just going to keep it in there in case something happens again. Because some of these valves are down below real far, 10, 12 feet down. And most of it's labor. It's not the valve, it's just getting the water pumped out, because once you go down so far, you're in the water table. So you got to pump it out, go down there, figure out, okay, what kind of valve is it, get it on the order, then come back and pump it back down and actually do the work. And the last one that broke, we had 500,000 gallons of water sitting on top. It couldn't break when it was empty. It had to break when it was full. So.
Of course. Okay, Debbie?
One last question. Did we not just approve a state revolving loan for work at this wastewater treatment plant?
Yes, for the design, and that is.
So I'm wondering why, when I look at page 10 and Flagler Beach debt service for the next 5 years, it's not listed.
It's up there, it's the second loan down. SRF principal payments wastewater treatment plant. We've got to pay about $48,000 a year. I don't put the whole entire amount only in this projection here. This is just the amount of money that we're going to need for the next 5 years to pay back debt. Next, I think we only have one payment in the next 2021, and that's on that, what was it, $800,000 or 900? 800.
Okay.
And I haven't amended the current year's budget. I'll be amending the current year's budget for the loan and also to show the cost of CPH's contract that was already approved. Then at the end of the year, I will encumber what is left from, the project into the following year.
Okay.
And the interest rate is what?
Oh, it's cheap, like 0.5, wait, I think
That's
even
what
low.
I thought it was
Less-
something
No, it wasn't zero.
pretty close.
I didn't write that in here, but, I mean, on 43,000, we're paying 5, so yeah, it's pretty good.
Ken, did you have anything else?
No, ma'am, I'm good, thank you.
Linda, you good? Okay, thank you, Johnny.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for your hard work over there, Johnny.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you guys, too.
We did sanitation.
We're on page 95 for sewer collection.
Oh, sewer collection, sorry.
Just Alan again. He may have left.
I guess I'm here to answer questions. Call me Al. What page are we on?
95.
Thank you.
Doubt if there'd be any deductions from this one.
I don't have a copy of 95, but go ahead. I'll answer questions. Okay, sweet. Again?
Let me know if you need help, I used to process them. Didn't budget for it.
Okay, you had a question? Ken, did you have a question? Oh, I thought. Anybody? I did. Okay, just took everybody a minute.
Lift station and sewer collection, they two different things?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So sewer collection is what? Just piping?
Just piping?
Well, I mean, we just went over the wastewater treatment
16
plant.
foot deep manholes, 22 miles of 8-inch sewer pipe, and 6,000 sewer laterals. It's pretty significant, actually.
I think what he was asking was the distinction between wastewater and sewer collection.
Okay. Well, the differentiation in the sewer collection system is the sewer pipes and then we have in the manholes, getting them to the pump stations. Then we have Mr. Dave Taylor, he's got a budget for the pump stations. And then we have another budget line item for the wastewater treatment plant. Probably not the way I would organize it, but that's the way it's organized currently, so.
It is confusing because we tend to
Yes, it
think
is.
Yeah.
I got questions.
Okay.
So we have budgeted roughly $200,000 repair and maintenance for this. I guess the question is, why would we have $200,000 budgeted for repairs and maintenance, but not have a capital plan on that? Because we under the 5-year capital plan, we have all kinds of repairs and things that need done, but then over here, we're looking at $200,000 in repairs. Like, what is that?
That repairs and maintenance line?
Yes.
For 194,750?
Mm-hmm.
I honestly don't know what that is.
It's 2 years
I'm
ago, it was
sorry.
14,000.
That's what was turned into me, so I'm sorry. I also as
I
well do not
I did
have,
not prepare that
I
number.
have $5,000 for repair clamp fittings, $20,000 for emergency pump outs, which, I guess we pump out the sewer lines, correct?
What,
times.
you-
I'm just
you-
looking at the detail, that's all the detail that I have for, and the.
I would ask the same question, I believe, Mr. Cooley.
Well,
I
and-
know we did
Commissioner.
spend $155,000 to date this year, and that's because, what was utility technicians, what was their, they were doing.
Is that what that is? Manhole repairs?
Yeah, and that might be the reason why it just got copied over. Somebody just said we used that last year, do the same.
We have been doing manhole repairs with the utility technicians.
Right, but
wells and
that
manholes.
should, I mean, planned repairs and stuff should be under the capital plan, should it not?
I think you can make that argument. The bulk of the capital, though, is for the slip lining. You know, we had to commit 200,000 of the 300 for slip lining with the $500,000 that they're giving us.
Right, I think
Yeah,
that,
under the capital,
I
yeah.
think that in this case, I do remember when I was entering all this stuff into the budget, that I was gonna circle back and ask about that 194, because I did not understand it, and I just think it got behind me and I didn't do it. Alan's not here, obviously, but in prior years, we've spent, 15, okay, I see 15 for the current, no, that's last year. 18-19, sorry, mumbling. 18-19 was like 14,000 we spent. So possibly, that's what I got from Alan, was the 194,000, but I never touched base with him to find out what it was. So that's a possibility that is just an error, and which is a pretty big one, so maybe we can
Yeah,
drop
it's
that.
kind of hard to make a
Drop that
decision
down
on
to
possible.
25.
Okay, and so there's a line called improvements for $430,000, and I guess the question is the same. So we have something called improvements, but it's not in the capital plan.
Should be. I'll tell you in a minute. We have a building renovation roof,
That's improvements to his garage,
okay, and the parking lot.
and the parking lot in front of the garage.
Okay. And then so that was 30, so that's 80. The other 50 is we budgeted $50,000 for that fun discussion that we had last night, which is where we have to lay out money to connect properties.
Mm-hmm.
That was put in the budget.
Sewer lateral installation, yeah.
Sewer lateral, yes.
What do you mean, put out money to connect stuff?
Well, that's what the whole discussion was about last night. We basically have to pay when our city Public Works cannot do the job to connect the home to you should let Fred talk, he knows.
When you
better.
have to build a sewer lateral that's 8 to 10 feet underground and then cross the street and run it 40 feet over to the residential lot, you have to pay the contractor to do that work, to well point it, open up the road, lay the pipe, and it's expensive. Recently I've had prices between $48,000 for an installation like that. It's a
But
couple
isn't that what we
days.
just said the builders were gonna have to do?
Right, so we should have an offsetting revenue on that. I'm going to check that right now.
Yeah, you should
to
have,
see
you're right,
it,
you're absolutely right. There should be an offsetting revenue for that, absolutely. But there's still, you have to put it in the cost
Right,
somewhere.
yeah, so I need to add that. I need to add
So
the
it
offsetting.
should show up in revenues then?
Right, it should be in miscellaneous revenues.
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
So, for instance, out of that 430, we have a roof, a parking lot.
Okay, I hadn't finished yet. Wait a second.
Okay.
What's the other thing? Sewer rehab, 300,000.
Yeah, that's my question.
But that's not showing that's this year's capital.
We did it this year. It's continuing, right, Fred?
Yes, and next
So-
year, we're gonna get a $500,000 grant. We had to commit $200,000 to receive that $500,000 grant. And we've currently got another $100,000 in there, okay, for surprises, okay?
So, all right, wait a minute.
That's not showing incoming
So-
either.
Right, that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. We don't have that grant secured, correct?
Yes, well, yes, we do.
Oh, we do.
It's been signed by the mayor. We just have to wait till September to mail it to him. And we've got the contract being drafted right now with the situ form. It'll be blessed by our commission
That's-
hopefully next month.
Slip lining one.
Slip lining phase 2.
Right, but aren't we talking about sewer connection, sewer rehab?
Well, this started with the improvements line.
Mm-hmm. So the detail, what I'm trying, okay, so the detail of the 430,000
Yes.
is 50,000 for that building roof, 30,000 for parking lot. I'm sorry, there's one more line. Sewer, the sewer connections to be rebuilt, that's 50,000, so that's 130. And then we have $300,000 for sewer rehabilitation, which is not slip lining, right, Fred? This is something else? I mean, because I also.
200 of the 300 is definitely committed to slip lining.
As Fred said, we had to pony up 200,000 to get the 500,000.
To get the 500, okay. And that's the 500,000 that I had captured up here in the grants, Fred? Is that correct? Because I had-
Yes.
There's only one $500,000 grant in the utility fund.
Yes,
Okay, so then we're
yes.
good. Okay.
How,
So
what
it's-
building
So
rebuild?
actually, the 200,000 should be down on the slip lining, because it's gonna, so what we're gonna do, correct me if I'm wrong, Fred, we're gonna spend 700,000 on slip lining, right?
Yes, we had committed to that,
Okay,
yes.
so I need to change that up, I wasn't clear on that. So we have 700,000 for, in the line below that, slip lining, and then that will make the one above it
100.
200,
It just needs
I'm
to be
sorry.
100.
Now, how much of that 700,000 slip lining is with grant money?
500.
500.
Okay.
What building are we putting a $50,000 roof on?
Yeah.
I think that's a roof, I'm speaking for Alan because Larry is here. Yeah, shop, roof and some building improvements.
Shop.
What shop?
My shop.
Okay.
Department shop.
All right, so it's T&D, got it.
Well, it's an expensive roof.
That's a big building.
It's not just the roof, though. Alan wants to do some improvements to the building as well, I believe.
Okay. Building renovation plus roofs, okay.
And the last question is, we have 30,000 in capitalized equipment.
30,000 in capitalized equipment.
I'm just kind of guessing.
Is,
You got a trailer or a pump or something you're
Yeah,
gonna buy?
that Vector truck's in there, so we'll be taking that 20 out, and the other 10,000 is an equipment trailer.
Yeah, that sounds right.
It's just very, I guess, as just a general call, it's very confusing trying to follow these lines and then match it over to the 5-year capital when they're called something totally different, and it's
I
It's very hard to
understand.
track it.
It's just direction, that our city manager likes the budget book put together this way. We used to have everything in a capital fund. That's how most places do it. You have a capital fund for each enterprise.
Yeah.
And that was a little bit easier to follow, for sure.
Well, and for the fellow commissioners, this makes checks and balances very difficult.
Yeah, I know, I'm switching pages all the time.
And this makes project management and auditing very difficult.
I've always complained about the budget process. And
I
how it's
agree
done.
with you, Mr. Cooley.
I think we've all complained. I know years ago, and, I haven't kept the old budgets, but.
Right, I used to be able to tie the page numbers and do things like that. And again, this is not my best budget book, I'll have to admit. It's been a rough year.
No, it's pretty much,
But-
it's not your fault. It's-
Well, no, I wanted to, if I had had the time, I just felt like you guys needed to have the book, but what I wanted to do was go back and put the page numbers, because I saw that from our first budget workshop. I wanted to go back and put page numbers next, on the capital project plan itself, so that you could see what page in the department it was on. But,
But it would be so much
Time to not-
easier if where it says capitalized equipment, right there, it would
Uh-huh.
say what the items were.
okay.
Yeah, it's just,
I agree. I agree.
Yeah.
Just direction was not made that way, so.
Right. I just have a lot of concerns because, let's say Joe taxpayer comes to me and says, hey, I saw there's $500,000 of stuff that doesn't, the names don't match up to the 5-year capital. What is that money going to be used for? And
So
you can't speak to it.
Kathleen, that $100,000 that's left out at 300,000,
Right.
should that be moved down to the next to last line says emergency reserve?
Well, if you want to make it a reserve.
Well, that's what
let's see.
Fred says it is. He says he doesn't have anything designated
Well, I
for it.
learned a lot of this stuff at the budget workshop, just so you know. We
Can
could-
we do
We
this?
could make it a reserve,
Can we do this? These pages are going to need to be redone,
Right,
because we're taking out the Vector truck,
right, exactly. There'll be a lot of changes.
and you're clarifying the unrestricted utility fund, the 300,000 and the 500,000.
Mhm.
And so
So
I
the,
think the only change we're necessarily agreeing to as far as cost is the Vector truck.
Right.
And I really think we're all agreed with that, I
Yeah.
think. Have we all agreed with that? Eric, taking the Vector truck out?
The service truck too, wasn't it?
Yeah, that was in another department.
Oh, sorry.
No, I mean, on this page here.
Commissioner?
Yes.
Chairman, I'm not going to argue with you, but I would like to have Dave tell you how much money you've spent cleaning out pump stations this year.
26,000.
We spent over, to date, probably approaching $30,000 worth cleaning out pump stations.
Yeah, and I don't doubt you, but this says it's 100,000 spread out over 5 years
Yeah, okay.
in
thank
one
you.
department. Good
If we
try.
we had a Vector truck, they might have cleaned out those storm pipes on Lambert in the last 20 years, but I'm just saying.
Okay. No, I'm sure it would be a nice thing to have.
Right, well, understand this too, Fred. Your boss is the one that's telling us it's not needed. And has said it many times and told me that as
I know,
late as last week.
that's kind of really surprising to me since we put it in the budget a couple months ago. Thank you.
Yeah, so it's,
I understand,
Yeah.
I understand, that's okay.
Okay, so what I was trying to say was instead of spending another hour and a half on this page, you're going to revise this. The only thing we've agreed to do on this page is take the Vector truck out of utility, out of maintenance, lift station maintenance department and the sewer collections.
Yes.
And how you move the other numbers around,
Right, so
It's
it'll
in
come back,
4
you'll
different
have,
categories at back.
the Vector truck is, yeah, I know.
Okay.
But I'm looking at this page.
Okay, this page.
And you were just talking about taking money out of the unrestricted fund and the sewer rehab for the slip lining, you were going to move those numbers around. Not that it sounds like you're doing something not good, but to be more reflective of what's really happening. And then we can look at that page again when you, is that good with everybody? Just to try and move things along? So are there any more questions of Fred on this page?
well, did we
Oh,
decide on that repairs and maintenance? That's what I think we called Alan for.
Well, Alan's here now, honestly, I couldn't answer that question.
So on your repairs and maintenance in the sewer collection department, we have $194,000 budgeted for next year. I didn't know if that might have just been an error, because that was exactly what we had in the amended budget. I was provided a spreadsheet with all that stuff in it. I didn't look back to see if I copied it wrong. But just off the top of your head, is there some major repair and maintenance that's going to happen in sewer collections?
Nope,
Okay.
not that I'm aware of, no.
All right, so it's an error somewhere. Good.
So we can take this 194 out.
Well, not totally. I mean, we need to, looks like Alan spent 14,000. He spent almost 15,000 in 18-19. This year, we spent a lot because of doing that, what was it?
Slip lining,
Not slip lining,
I don't know.
Manhole.
manhole refurbishment,
Manholes.
and lift
So
station.
I'd have to, I would think that, just looking back at past history, we could leave 20,000 in that. What do you think, Alan? Do you think that's right? 20,000 for your normal repairs and maintenance that come along with the sewer and
Yeah.
collection?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Okay.
So we'll have the 20, and then we'll have the extra, the 100,000 above the 200,000 for slip lining, we'll have that much for sewer repair.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. So we're going to get a new page 6 for this and a new page 95.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Just for this topic.
Yes, I'm going to redo all this, give you new pages.
Okay. So we're done with sewer collection? Yes? Okay. So we're done with utilities now, right?
Now we
Now
have
I've
We're
done
done.
lift station
lift
maintenance.
station
Oh, the lift
maintenance.
stations.
And we also have the utility expenditure fund.
Sorry.
Fund expenditure.
I'm trying to look at the agenda, but I should be looking at the pages. Okay, lift stations.
That's on page 97.
Dave's here to answer all the tough questions.
Hi, Dave.
The operating budget's actually reduced, it looks like. Where'd you take my money from, Kathleen? You reduced.
I'll never tell.
So what are you planning to do with lift stations this year, Dave?
I would like to do a rebuild of our Ocean Marina lift station.
Okay, well, that's the one all the way to North End, right?
Yeah, it's taken a beating the last couple of storms because it's so low. We'd like to do like we did on Palm, put a ring on it, bring it up, so we're out of the water table if we take water on there.
So how much of that 195,000 does that take?
I've priced the Smith & Loveless replacement unit so far, and that's at about 60,000 without installation.
Okay. So the bulk of that number is for that lift station?
Yes.
Okay. That's my question.
Okay. Ken, do you have anything? No. Linda? Doug? Nope. Eric?
Still looking here. Oh, we still got that.
Take the Vector truck out.
Yeah, we'll
But-
take the factor.
But y'all do have expenses with renting one.
Yes.
And so it doesn't just go away. And Dave, I just want you to understand that the whole reason why this Vector truck has become such a pain point is because we have received a message many, many times, from the city manager that it wasn't needed.
See, I didn't know that.
Right. And that's why, it's like, what do you do?
If I would have known that, I wouldn't have wasted time bringing vendors in and pricing it and shopping for it.
Well, if we ever get to buying one, you'll have half the research done.
They don't go down, that's for sure.
No, but at least you'll know which companies to look at.
Yeah.
So just two general questions about the line items here. So we have operating supplies, which over 2 years has gone up significantly. Dave, can you just speak to that? Is that, because it looks like we carried over the amended budget's number. Is that
So-
on purpose?
The way it works, just to be, so everybody's clear, is the 18-19 activity column is the actual amount of money that we spent. So we probably normally do budget $10,300 or roughly that amount every year for operating supplies.
Well, I would not want to budget $10,000 if we're going to spend $5,000.
True.
So that's what I'm trying to wrap my head around. Is it a particular thing driving it, or?
I don't have this information.
Oh, you don't have it in front, okay. Either,
What, yeah, mostly, we have uniforms, we have some uniform charges that go there. And then just,
well, and then
Small
Kathleen, you might be able to help
items.
out and speak to the following line. We have equipment less than 5,000, which is at 17,000.
yeah, I think they're asking for something. That's where the computers and those sort of things go. Let's see.
I'm sorry, Kathleen.
Oh, I'm sorry, I was just saying, let me pull up what's the detail in that line.
It's a couple $1,000s either way, if it makes you feel better.
No, I'm sorry, it's small pumps, that's right. And we have pumps that cost less than $5,000, so they're not capitalized. So I put them, we keep them in that line, so then when I go to close out the year, it's just a little bit easier for me. So they're small pumps and small tools. The small pumps for the lift stations are around 4,500. They keep going up, then they'll be assets, but right now they're not.
Now, I think Eric's concern is, we budget 17,000. In 1819, we only spent 2,100.
Right.
Looks like we're only spending 5,000 in 1920, but we're back to asking for 17,000.
Yeah, it looks like the numbers are carryovers.
Yeah, it does. The same
And-
with the operating
And
supplies.
the thing is, they're carryovers, but they're carryovers that don't, it's almost, you can't justify it based on previous years is kind of what I'm struggling with.
Numbers are too high.
Yeah, I agree with you. So,
Well,
I don't know where that came from.
Well,
That'd be
this
quite
is
honest.
we
what,
weren't really given the opportunity to scrutinize these after Kathleen put them together. We proposed something, and maybe we did make some errors. Giving it to her, maybe she put some errors inputting it, I'm not sure.
Okay,
But
so-
we recognize you're right, that those numbers need to be.
so Fred,
redone.
how much would you recommend in operating supplies and in equipment less than 5,000? And actually in vehicle repairs and maintenance too, it's the same question.
On equipment less than 5,000, I think I'd put, looks like put 5,000 in for that. And what was the other one?
Operating supplies.
Operating supplies. I think I'd put at least 6,000 in it.
6? And what about vehicle repairs and maintenance? Because it's the same concern.
I'm not sure. Which one, Jane?
vehicle
Vehicle
repairs.
repairs and maintenance.
Maybe make that 3,000 to be safe.
Okay.
Sure, go ahead. Give me a better idea.
While we're there, travel and training, they are all carry out
How many
most of.
trucks have you got? You got, what, 3 trucks?
3 trucks, yeah.
He's got 3 trucks, so $1,000 per truck, I guess that's.
Tires, oil.
Yeah, that makes sense. But when you look at, as for what you were saying,
Yeah, there's a lot of carryover stuff.
yeah. So go back to travel and
A
training.
lot of this boils down to the fact that we did not have, with COVID, with Larry being out on sick,
So, but we can fix it.
Right, exactly.
So go back to travel and training.
Well, I know from my own experience, I haven't been able to do any training. All the training I did
Right.
was online. Hopefully, actually before COVID, and I got all my engineering training done at very
You don't have to do.
reasonable, at very reasonable price online, but our guys have not had the opportunity because where were they gonna go?
You guys don't have to do CEUs every year?
No.
No?
I get
You
it.
do.
Most of our training, I get for free
Oh,
Nice.
through our pump manufacturer. So
that's nice.
But I'd still like to keep the 2,000 in there. I mean, we're not abusing the amount. It's just good to have it. there.
Okay, no, if you can say that you still need it. Repairs and maintenance on machinery and equipment. You only spend 1,000. You're asking for 4,500.
Yeah, we've been carrying over the 4,500 for years, it looks like.
Yeah, I know, so can we be a little bit closer?
25.
25? You're being realistic.
Yeah, I have some
Okay.
projects.
Just like Johnny's plant, things break, it's repair and maintenance.
Yeah, no, I'm not doubting that, but when
I'm
I
not
see,
speaking to David.
when I see that you budgeted 45 and you only spent 1,000,
Well, with anything electrical, it can go bad at any time, just like a light bulb. You know, and if the cushion's there, rather than me having to go back to Mr. Newsom and say, hey, we need more money.
right,
Sure,
but to
sir.
do it 4 times the amount that you actually
What's reserved
spent.
for that?
We
This has been
wouldn't,
a-
we
this-
don't
just
reserve
remember, this
for
has been a very
operations,
strange
only for
year.
capital.
Really?
Yeah, very strange.
Well, this is operating.
Yeah, I think,
This stuff, yeah, we wouldn't
There's
take
a lot of things that we
small
probably
amounts
would
out
do
of a
in different
reserve for something
circumstances.
like
I
that.
understand.
But this department does not have reserve.
Oh, does it? Not?
No.
No, probably not. We, you know.
Eric, did we go over the ones you were concerned about?
Yes, thank you.
And maybe on capitalized equipment, you have 130 on page 97.
20 is going to be the Vector truck, right?
Took out the Vector truck.
We have large pumps. I have 35,000 for large pumps, 50,000 for a bypass trailer, and 25,000 for cellular monitors.
Yes,
Okay,
so,
then if I look at page 6, there are other items listed there,
They might be in other areas.
and maybe I just don't know how to read this right, but I see 325,000 as opposed to 130,000.
Bypass, okay, so what did I say? We got a bypass trailer, we got cellular monitors, and we have 35,000 for large pumps. The Vector truck lease is going away. Pump
Right.
station rebuilds, 150,000. That's going to be, so pump station rebuilds, sorry, get that mask on. Wet well rehabs, pump
Wait a minute, I
station.
didn't understand what you said about pump station rebuilds.
Okay, so the remaining 4 items add
Uh-huh.
up to $195,000, and those are all considered improvements.
Ah. Okay.
Yeah, you got the 325 total.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
That adds
Got
up to
it,
those
okay,
figures, yeah.
okay.
Those match, thank God. 25, 325.
Okay, so these are improvements, this guy's gone, and these guys are capital.
All into here, they don't have
Thank you.
Can you tell me what the changes were in them, so I can put it in the minutes?
They weren't, it was a,
Fred was using my book, I couldn't mark it in there.
Here, I can,
all right, under.
how about I
um,
review so I make sure I have them right? And you can
Okay,
listen
what
to
I
it.
have is,
Or not.
do you want, on repairs and maintenance, machinery and equipment was changed from 4,500 to 2,500. Tell me when you're ready. Okay, operating supplies were changed from 10,300 to 6,000. Vehicle repairs and maintenance from 5,500 to 3,000. Equipment less than 5,000 from 17,000 to 5,000.
Penny, did you get repairs and maintenance, 37 to 25?
Did we change that?
I don't remember that one.
I thought,
Did we do that?
No, I don't think so.
no?
I don't think so. I think we left
That's
that
what I, that's
because,
what I wrote.
oh,
Did we do that?
I don't think so. We changed capitalized equipment from 130,000 to 110,000.
Okay. Okay, I wrote it down, so
Okay.
I'll cross it out.
Because of taking the Vector truck out.
What's that?
Because of taking the Vector truck out.
Right, yeah, we don't want to, yeah, definitely.
Capitalized went to 110.
Yes, capital equipment. Mm-hmm.
Okay, we're all in agreement about what we did?
Yep.
Yeah, it's like we read it for a while.
Okay. All right, page 90. I can't read with this thing. 98.
Page 98 is the utility fund expense. That's the administration, that's like where parts of the utility billing and, yeah, mostly utility billing is budgeted in this section. So, and also things, kind of like the general fund in the general government fund, it's just like our insurance, we don't break it, things we don't break out by department.
Is that all under professional services? Where is that?
Things, each line is pretty much things we don't break out by department.
Oh, okay.
So I'll entertain any questions. And then the last section is the debt service, which,
It is what it is,
right.
right? Thank you so much, both of you.
Kathleen, the equipment less than 5,000.
Oh, and you too.
Yeah, 4,000, what is that?
Oh, it's equipment like computers, and this is where I put Lee and Fred's budget for, for like operating, for like office supplies. This, I think you had like printer or some things like that,
Okay.
Won't be sitting on the floor.
What's
I
that?
said I won't be sitting on the floor.
Yeah, maybe not.
So salary is Fred and Lee.
No, salaries is more like finance department, percentages of all our salaries are in there.
10% of Janelle in there.
A little bit of Janelle, HR, just
Okay,
to kind
so
of,
these are
they
the
use,
combinations of
back
everything.
in the day when I first started here, we used to just do this lump sum transfer between each fund, like general fund to the utility, this one to that one, and all this stuff, and it's like, it wasn't really based on anything, so I thought, well, we should base it on something like salaries. Like, I think I have maybe 7 or 8% of my salary in this budget. Huh? Back in the day.
Because that was a Wednesday.
Back in the day. When I was young and crisp and courageous. Let's tackle this city, I can take you on.
That was in March.
Yeah, it was PC, right? Pre-COVID.
Yeah, I keep seeing that. Last week was the longest 3 years. Okay, so who has questions on page 98? I'm seeing some of the same thing that Eric pointed out
Yeah,
before.
There's all these lines with exponential increases and,
Are we talking about 98 still?
yeah.
Yeah, well, like under professional services.
Professional
Okay.
services, let's look at what that.
It was
I think that might-
15.4, only spent 77, and we're budgeting 16.5.
I believe we used that line for miscellaneous engineering fees. And then we always, and in fact, that is going up to a little bit more. So we have this agreement with Palm Coast where we, because, what's the place, in Publix, the village, Beach Village, okay, so Beach Village, we provide sewer. And Palm Coast provides the water, but since, the way the equipment works, we have to have a meter to get the reads. So Palm Coast computes all the reads based on water usage. And they sent, the crux of it is they charge us 3% for that. And since our billing has gone up so much because they are on the out of city limits cycle, that is running us about $350 a month for that fee. But, they're also collecting about $12,000 in sewer bills for us. So those people pay Palm Coast, and Palm Coast remits us a check, and they take 3% off the top.
I'm not doubting that there's some value to the number, but it just seems if you,
The other thing that we put in that line is miscellaneous engineering fees.
Is that new?
No, it's been there all the time.
Okay.
It's just, it's like it's another one of those what ifs, so we're not running back with a budget amendment. We're not doing something that's, that's what, that line has always been budgeted that way.
okay.
So, but, it doesn't have to be, I'm just saying that's the explanation. So out of that 16.5, I would say I need about 5,000 for the fee between Palm Coast. So whatever else, the rest is, and then there's also 2,000 in there, which I haven't paid that yet this year. We have to pay $2,000 for software support for the meter reading equipment. So 7,000, so that
I was
leaves.
going to ask you, this 7,700 is through the end of July?
Mm-hmm. No, that's the projected, because I don't see it, we haven't had to use any miscellaneous miscellaneous engineering fees. I don't foresee us having to use that, so that was the projection that I put in there, 7,700. So to budget 7,000, that would take away any engineering fees, miscellaneous engineering fees.
So you think we should leave it at the 16?
I would.
Okay.
It's, it's something that goes back, that if we don't use it,
Yeah.
you could. Oh, we must move some, okay. I went, I budget because we're open, as we don't know what our audit fee is gonna be, I increased that a little bit.
Yeah.
Travel training, that's for engineering department, telephone also for engineering department. I went with a slight increase on the insurance, which Liz did get the insurance numbers, but I haven't had time to check to see. Yeah, it's all right, it's okay. Printing and binding. Not sure what that is. This is like, this is one of those funds that's kind of split amongst all people. I'm trying to think, printing and binding.
Well, that's not that much more than what you
Yeah,
spent.
okay. All right, anything else?
Office supplies,
That increased because I didn't have a place for Lee and Fred to get their office supplies from, so they were stealing from everybody else. So,
the truth comes out.
The key word is borrowing.
I mean borrowing.
Stealing has a very negative connotation to it.
Okay.
Stealing what you should have been
And
buying.
operating supplies?
Operating supplies, same thing. Just the engineering, we don't have an engineering department, so they don't have their own little area for
Okay,
these
so
types of
maybe in the
expenses.
future, we need an engineering department.
Mm-hmm.
In reference to that, so I have the handout about the underfunded WIC line completion.
Yeah, we'll get to that.
Okay. Bad debt expense, is that 5,000 legitimate?
Bad debt expense, we need to leave that in there just in case, because you can see in 18-19, we had to write off a bit of bad debt.
Yeah, I was looking at that number, yeah.
Luckily, we do not have too much of that.
Equipment less than 5,000.
And that was, what did I say, Debbie? Quiz.
Oh, I'm sorry. I was reading Fred's letter. I'm sorry, say it again.
What did I say, equipment lesson?
Computers and printers.
Oh, yes, for engineering department. So
Yes.
really, this is kind of an operation, yeah, no, it's odd, but it's the way we have to do things since we're such a small staff. So this is kind of finance and HR salaries are here, but we have our own departments where we budget all of our operating things like travel and office supplies and memberships, et cetera. But this is where engineering has to budget those same things so that we can keep everybody segregated, happy.
Okay.
Nobody
Anybody
borrowing.
else?
No, I'm good on this one.
Okay.
Madam Chair, before we go any further, you've requested that the librarian and maintenance and everybody be seen.
Well, Liz had asked me if we're going to be going over the old department, the general fund stuff, which we are. But we have to finish this first.
I just don't see why it's necessary for them to have to sit here for a couple more hours when we're not.
Well, I didn't say they needed to be here right now, but that's what happened.
You were further along than we were, so I don't know.
I can't even tell you, we did sanitation.
We only have stormwater left.
We still have stormwater left. I don't know if you want to leave and come back. I feel badly for you, I do, but,
Whatever is best for you is fine with me.
I don't remember her having follow-up from. I didn't think all those departments we did.
I'm
I
sorry?
don't think we had any trouble with the library.
Well, I didn't say specifically which ones. I knew fire and police and ocean rescue we were going to be looking at.
I thought those things were already taken out.
What things?
No, the things that we discussed at the last budget workshop, I know there was quite a bit removed from different departments.
No, there wasn't.
Oh, okay.
We talked about it, but we never really.
You talked about it, and then city staff made some changes to the general fund. And so like what's in the book for the general fund is the budget and the budget summary at 5.5710, which is our current mill rate. So we as a city staff,
all sitting here, you need them all sitting here. Otherwise, we need them all sitting here.
Okay, I don't know what people are going to ask. I don't have a crystal ball. Okay, so we did sanitation,
stormwater. as well.
stormwater.
Page 102 for revenues. So we had a grant this year, no grants for stormwater next year. We increased the fees by 67 cents per month per resident, per what is it? Something.
Regarding our stormwater grant, it's raining every day, and I don't see water in the streets. Where's all the water going?
The ground.
You must not be getting the phone calls I'm getting, so.
Well, on Flagler probably are on Flagler. Oh, really? Oh, never mind.
So do we not need any more,
Now they call us.
Oh,
so we don't need any more stormwater projects?
sorry I asked that question.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, that took care of that.
No, it didn't either. I got a lot to say about this one.
Okay.
So the slight increase for stormwater fees per month, and that's pretty much it on revenues.
Any questions on page 102?
No, not on 103.
Now we're on 103 for the actual stormwater
Yeah,
fund.
no, we went, yeah, did you have any questions on 102?
Oh, no. I got confused.
Oh, sorry. We catch you up.
Thank you.
You good with 102?
Yes. Oh, I'm
Okay.
sorry, yes.
Yeah, okay. And Eric, you're good? All right, page 103.
You take out that capitalized equipment, right, the back of the truck?
Yep, ding dong, the Vector truck is gone. improvements.
I have some comments.
Go ahead.
5 times.
We have budgeted in here for $230,000 in improvements. What are you expecting those improvements to be?
Well, since Alan's not here, I guess I'll speak to that. I anticipate possibly some additional work on Lambert Avenue. We want to get all the pipes cleaned out to the north end of the project. The project's currently underway. The other focus I'd like to suggest, that I haven't really consummated this yet, but we have issues on some of these alleyways. And I know when there was down 20th, 22nd Street South, there's a drainage issue down there. 20th to 24th Street South, that area. I think that's the area that we have the biggest drainage issues that I'm aware of. But being at the planning commission meeting with the county a couple weeks ago, I didn't realize how many issues they have on Palm Drive. So possibly that retention pond needs to be cleaned out. I'm not sure. I need to investigate. Maybe there's something we can do on Palm that will improve that drainage situation. Unless it's just high water from the river, I can't do anything about controlling the river. But if that pond can be improved, we may be able to do something there. So those are the 3 areas that I'm looking at right now that I'm aware of. And Alan's not here, but I'm keeping a list of areas that have drainage concerns, people calling. So if you can jot them down and give them to me, because we need to. I don't exactly know how I'm going to spend this money, but I'm sure there's a way to spend this money well.
Well, at some point, we had a conversation, and you and I were going to go around and observe some weak areas as far as drainage went, and
Yeah, absolutely.
that hasn't happened yet.
No, sir, it has not. Well, I haven't got my budget approved
I've
yet.
talked to, I'll buy the gas, if that's what you need. I've talked to our city manager ever since I came on as a commissioner about maintaining the existing stormwater projects. And there's been very little, if any, maintenance done on these past projects. And many of which are failing miserably. South Flagler, farther down on Mirror Lake, lake, what is that road down there?
What is
anyway,
that?
Lakeshore.
Lakeshore.
Lakeshore is one of our very first stormwater projects, and they got grates in the road and ditches, and people have filled in with driveways, and you know, it's just, it doesn't exist anymore as far as a stormwater project, so that they're not, well, is repairs and maintenance, is that the line where we're supposed to be taking care of existing projects?
I would say yes, that's what I would say.
Or capital.
No, it's not really, to repair and maintain items is not a capital
So
project.
if you have a failing large project or something, that would have to be planned out, right?
Right, yes, exactly.
Talking.
Oh, just
Cleaning the trench drains out instead of some person that has to go out and clean their own out. It's not their responsibility. They're paying a lot of money in their utility bills every month, of which we collect $465,000 a year, and we're spending $15,000 to clean ditches. I just think it's way out of proportion. We need to start doing things for our citizens and the people that live here, and that's certainly one of them.
That's
So
what
I think
all of this is for the citizens.
Correct.
Who's it for if it's not? Anyway. Go ahead.
No, I agree with him.
It's just, it's way, way, way out of proportion. We need to spend some money on taking care of what these people are putting their hard-earned, I mean, they pay over $100 a year, and then when it's all multiplied, it's $465,000, and we're using it on all new things instead of taking care of what's, I mean, there's ditches in town that never go dry. They just stay full of water, or when it rains, it fills full of water here, and it can't go through the drains to get to where it needs to go. And I just think that we need to go over some of these old projects and come up with a plan to do proper maintenance on them. And Larry's promised me that for years, so I got Alan working on it. Oh, that's been 4 years now, and I'm still waiting, and we still only got $15,000 in here for repairs and maintenance. This is another enterprise fund that people put a lot of money in, and I think they ought to get some worth back out of it.
Rick, when you mentioned that 465,000, where did you get that from? Where are you looking?
The first page.
It's the revenues.
Page 102. Center line.
I'll just throw in one quick comment on the $465,000, or even just on the total revenues collected from stormwater. We're using approximately 20% to pay off the debt that was from the first 6 or 7 projects that were done.
Right.
And then we're also using another 25-30% for new projects.
Well, we're still
But
paying for.
I'm not
We're
to
still paying for
disagree.
projects that we're not taking care of.
Not to disagree, but just to let the general public know that they're paying for projects that, that were financed too, a lot of the people
Well,
are
that's
paying for.
20%, at least 80%.
Uh-huh.
And actually, that number's not 465, that's amended budget from last year. We're talking 510,000 you're expecting to come in this year. So
That's
$500,000 and we're spending 15,000. I just think that's way wrong.
Where's the other money going?
That's
you're
my,
asking
that's,
me?
the rest goes back into fund balance, but as you look at the projected activity, 704, we've spent some money. I know there's been some, grants and stuff, but I'd have to pull up the actual fund balance. The stormwater fund is another one that's somewhat easy to do that because it's only stormwater. But it goes in, it stays in a reserve that can be used for projects or for maintenance. So that's where it goes.
That's just it. I think that line needs to change. There needs to be maintenance done on these stormwater projects.
Well, Fred, I don't know if it's a fair question. Do you
I think
have
that's a
any
good
idea?
point. I'm not in charge of it, but I think that's a good point.
That's the
Commissioner.
issue. Nobody's in charge of
Isn't that the
this.
purpose of this meeting? If we think that it needs to be increased, that's what we need to do, is just basically make a decision to increase it.
Yeah, and Fred, I don't know if it's a fair
So
question. to
rather
ask you
than
now, how much do
complain
you
about
think
it,
you would
let's just
need?
go ahead and allocate the dollars in it.
Sorry.
It's an enterprise fund, it has to live within itself, I get that, but, I mean, that's a large discrepancy that I think.
Well, and here's the deal. We never had, and I've said this over and over and over, usually we have a strategic planning meeting. The city manager tells us what projects he thinks we need to do as a city. We tell him what we want to see done as a city. We didn't have that. So a lot of these projects that we've seen, we're going, where did that come from? Things like cleaning out the stormwater, or the swales, or whatever you call them, are things that you probably, I would have, whomever, the ones that get the phone calls, come clean my swale.
Would have brought it up.
Why they
during
don't call Fred and they call me, I have no idea, but I don't clean swales. Anyway. Not yet, anyway. And they call Ken. So we could start a business.
Swale cleaning.
Anyway, those are things that we feel are important to the residents. Those are things that we hear about. So we're conveying back, this is what we would like to see done. And I think that's a consensus.
Yeah, I understand that.
So, you may not know that because
I know it
was
now.
not.
I
Yeah,
know it now, Mayor.
exactly. Now we've told you. I think you get the message. So what do we need to do to make something like that happen?
The 15,000 that's under repairs and maintenance, what is that aimed at? One of you? No?
I would think it'd have to be storm pipe structures, pipes
I
and
mean, I can tell
and
you
inlets
what
that
we
need
spent
repairs.
it on.
That's the only thing it could be.
Well, I think we ought to take some of that improvement money and take care of what we got. And
Well, we could also, I mean, I don't, again, I'm just only speaking to the numbers, but I just looked at the fund balance cash-wise in the stormwater fund is about 125,000, so we have like 125,000 in reserves. This budget, if you were to look at the summary page, these numbers were going to return 6,000 to the fund balance, so we could use some fund balance reserves and continue projects. Or we could maybe not increase the fee and use reserves. There's a lot of different ways to look at this, but,
Well, let me just
I
add
can't
on
speak to what it would
If I
take
can add
to
on to
get
what Commissioner Bellinger was saying. Number one, Lambert Avenue is a maintenance project, okay? We're cleaning out those pipes. It's a major maintenance project of the swales and the pipes. And certainly I would be more than happy to go visit the whole city with Commissioner Bellinger or whoever that would like to compile a list of maintenance issues, as I mentioned, Palm Drive, that may be out there that we need to give some special attention to and get maintenance contract underway. Because honestly, our crews, they're not here, but, we have, 7 or 8 people that are doing water meters, sewer laterals, tree trimming, everything and anything, straightening out mailboxes, and they're just don't have a lot of time to undertake a major maintenance of drainage projects, which should be done.
Well, anybody that owns or has a water meter in this town pays stormwater fees, so.
And so honestly, too, what I'm hearing at this workshop is that this Lambert Avenue project is not an improvement, it's really a repairs and maintenance. So that should be reflected on, up in the projected activity. It should be taken out of improvements and moved up, so it would show that we are doing some repairs and maintenance. So that, sometimes those things don't get transpired, You see big money and you think it's capital. At the end of the year, when I work on audit, that's when I say, oh, wait, this shouldn't be capitalized. It was repairs and maintenance, but haven't gotten there yet.
In all the other funds, repairs and maintenance was basically the building that they work in. Things happening to the building that they're working in. So for this, that wouldn't be the case, because it's the same people that it.
I did just hear that Alan is on his way back to discuss some of the repairs and maintenance, so I'm not sure why he. So maybe he will have.
Good, somebody who really knows.
But I do, I hear what Fred's saying, and I know that is part of it. You have one crew that does everything, so.
And no one's disputing that, just how do we make it happen?
But,
Until Ken and I open our.
but even like, just like I say, we would, how much is that project on Lambert? Do you know off the top of your head?
If we have crews that are bogged down with their stuff that they have to do, why are we budgeting projects that we can't do? You don't do that.
What do you mean budgeting projects we
Like,
can't do? What
this
projects?
is, like, if you look at the capital plan, right, it's filled with all kinds of really aggressive things that we want to do. But then, we have a limited staff that, is being reported that they're maxed out and they're having trouble getting to it. And it doesn't make any sense to plan all of these projects. And this goes all the way back to the very beginning where, Rick was saying this is a very aggressive capital plan, probably overly aggressive. And we have crews that are already maxed out, and we are just throwing money and projects and all this stuff at a high rate of speed.
Some of these projects are done with
Some are,
outside people.
right. But
Not our own.
We have to contract it out.
Yeah. Like Lambert Avenue's not being done by our own people.
Or we're too big for our own shoes. And we're trying to do too much. It's food for thought.
Well, it's, and this goes back for years. Yeah, it's great to have all these projects and things need to get done. But whether it's a park, sidewalk, whatever, somebody's got to maintain these things. So it's not just spending the money to build them. You have to maintain them. And the stormwater is You know, I do, and I know all of you get a lot of phone calls and complaints, and I'm not talking about the new swale project, I'm talking about people that live on Palm Drive, Palm Circle, Flagler Avenue. Who's gonna clean my swale? Why isn't it working? I got one yesterday for one of his neighbors. Guess you were out of town, so tag I'm in. But, those are the complaints we're getting, and it's great that, like I said, we do these projects, but it's something to think about whenever you do these projects. Somebody's got to follow up on them and maintain them. And so once you complete the project, I guess what I'm trying to say is you can't just cut it out of the budget. You better put money in there every year to maintain it.
Well, see, the thing is, we're collecting a stormwater maintenance fee from everybody. So,
Well,
Whatever
that
the
fee is
case
not
is, we
only
need
for,
to-
that's just a stormwater fee, not for just maintenance. Trying to find, is it S.E. Klein that's doing?
Yes.
Lambert Avenue, yeah.
Lambert Avenue, so.
You really honestly have kind of a couple choices. One is you hire a couple more personnel that can be devoted to drainage, or if you don't think that'll work, then you basically contract the maintenance work out. Those are the two options, really. But like you said, Commissioner Bellumer, if there's money being collected, it ought to be spent in the right way.
Tom, what are your lifeguards doing now?
Wow.
Shovels are cheap, yeah, I'll go buy a few shovels.
Throw me a buoy or something.
Probably winter soon.
Librarian looks like she could use some exercise.
I do a day on swales, sunshine. So I can't really decipher, but there should be some changes to the current activity to move the portion of this S.E. Klein project that's really for repairs up to there, so that would show that we are truly maintaining some of the swales and things like that.
How do you define a maintenance? In most cases, I would say, okay, last week we did a project. It's
I would
starting.
say the swale construction is an improvement. The pipe cleaning is maintenance.
Yes.
Okay. Okay.
We should do all.
Alan, you might as well just stay.
Got a project for you.
All right, why did we call Alan back to explain improvements? Is that what we did?
Well, that was
Repairs
one
and
of the
maintenance.
questions.
We were talking about swale cleaning, and you have a lot of time to do it, so we thought we'd give you some projects.
Okay.
Are you small behind that mask?
Oh, yeah. Always. Swell maintenance. What would
The
you like to know?
repairs and maintenance line, we were looking for an explanation as to exactly what that is. What does that mean, under the stormwater fund?
Well, for cleaning them out, repairs to the grates, repairs to the curbing, repairs to the boxes and things themselves, the pipes, the discharge pipes, everything else, cleaning it out, all that good stuff.
$15,000 for the whole city for a year.
Yes, sir.
So repairs and maintenance is for cleaning. Say it again, Alan, I'm sorry.
It's for cleaning out the boxes at the bottom of them. They have a debris catch, which catches the sand, tin cans, what have you. Get all that down there, we back it out with the vac trailer. The curbing gets broke on that. The grates have to get replaced. The discharge pipes have to get replaced. We have to dig out this weir up on the corner.
His crews are doing the manpower or woman power in some instances, and then those are the material costs, right, Alan? Is that
Correct.
Basically.
Correct.
Okay, so those are repairs and maintenance.
Yes, ma'am.
If Commissioner Bellumer is saying, and I think we will support what he's saying, that we do a big project, we put in new swales, but the pipes start to fill up again, or the swales aren't swaling the
The
way.
swales, they capture the water to return it back to the aquifer. The swale is not what you would call a water discharge management part of the system. It keeps it off the roads and out of people's yards. It does retain it out front, but it doesn't cover the roads and flood the roads. The swell project that has been done seems to have been quite beneficial.
So there's no maintenance to those
As of
swales?
yet, no, because they're new. Basically, it would be going back to on the older ones when they start to fill in or get to where,
Okay, so-
you know, so then we'll redo the swale.
Okay, so when we get to that point,
Yes,
where we're going to have to do something,
yes.
what line would that come out of?
It would still be under repairs and maintenance,
It would.
maintaining the
Okay,
swales, correct?
So Rick's point was, we've done projects over the years,
Mhm.
and we've not kept up with maintaining them.
Yes, no, I don't know if he's referring to the same swell as I'm referring to. I think he may be talking about the grates in these driveways.
I was just using swales as an example.
All the pre-existing
Right.
stormwater projects.
Right,
that
and
have
all
been
those
done.
grates and all those drains, it's still like the right of way that they mow, they maintain those grates. We've got them all throughout town that everybody seems to be maintaining their own as they should.
I beg to differ on that.
Well,
It shouldn't be the person's responsibility to clean out a city's storm drain that's
Well,
in
like we
their
had
front
discussed in the
yard
past.
because, and then turn around and charge them the city turn around and charge them for stormwater maintenance.
stormwater maintenance doesn't refer to those storm grates.
It doesn't refer to that?
No,
So who's supposed to clean these grates out?
the residents.
First I'm hearing.
And then we're going to charge them on top of it.
I don't think we're charging them for those grades. That was an engineering thing that was done years ago in the former administration, and that's how it was established. And I had talked with you about it, and it was determined that you could contract that out to have it done.
So the question is, what does stormwater drain fees pay for? In other words, what are we
The
charging?
storm
for?
system that's in town,
Okay, so that's for the overall water drainage out of the town itself?
correct,
Okay. But does not include grates?
correct.
Do we have that in writing?
I would have to have that referred back to when the former administration was here before, as we referred to it before Fred.
For everybody's benefit, when we're saying grates, are we talking about I call them gutter drains in the driveways? Is that what we're talking about?
I
Yes,
think so.
yes.
Well, it's a monumentous task for the city, and it's almost an impossible task for the residents to clean those out. That's my observation.
Well, then,
I think you do it with a fire hose. That's my opinion.
Bobby's turn.
The firemen need something to do. It's an exercise program.
You notice he's wearing a white shirt today, not a red one? Blending into the closet.
You can circulate the stagnant water out of our fire hydrants and exercise our firemen and clean out our inlets in the driveways.
Alan, I think we're trying to find a way to figure out, do we budget for this? How do we do this? Do we contract out to have a
And-
company come in and do this? Because Fred says you don't, you guys are busy and you don't have enough time to do this. But how do we get these people's swales, whatever, cleaned out? What is your suggestion?
I would contract that out to at least once a year.
Okay.
I would
And
wholeheartedly agree with
With
you.
doing that, once they're mobilized and commence to start doing this, those guys are, be at it 8, 10 hours a day and be able to obviously knock it out a lot faster than we would because, if we're out there doing what we're supposed to be doing, maintaining the city, I don't have a whole lot of time for that.
So we need to find out how much it costs to contract
We
these
just need to
companies.
bid it out.
Yep.
We can do that.
It has been a topic of conversations throughout the process of this being done. And it's not an overwhelming amount of people about that. Obviously, if there's a 95-year-old lady who's needing some assistance, we'll be able to do that. But these people, if they're not doing that, they also have people that are mowing their yards or trimming their trees and stuff, another $10 or whatever, they could clean out their drain. There has to be, at some point in time, there has to be a line drawn between providing the city their service and then, catering to them.
Okay.
There's a line there.
so these people that live happily on their street. Then the city comes through and they dig, to use my street as an example, they dig the ditches. It's all supposed to go down there towards the stormwater pond. So they come through and we dig all these ditches, swales, whatever you want to call them. They're more of a ditch because the water's supposed to travel through it and towards that retention area. And then we turn around and tell them they have to maintain it. I don't think that's right.
I can try and get with the St. John's Water District to come down and do a demonstration about the process of swales, which have been done in the state of Florida since the 1970s.
Well,
The process of recapturing the water, not diverting the water, and if you recall, before those swales were done in, your road used to be covered with water.
In other words, a lot of these stormwater projects were total failures.
Correct.
In their design and engineering,
Not
just
so much-
total failure.
Not so much the swale thing as it was putting those ridiculous grates in the driveways.
Exactly.
That stuff should have never been put there. There should have been culverts or just a dip in the driveway. And none of that
So
great thing.
we actually have left people with no access to the road after it rains. They can't even get to the street because the ditch is full of water and it
Okay,
won't run
can we
down the street.
get back to,
Let's get.
All right.
for you guys who didn't want to spend time on every little item, we certainly did.
What's the-
Alan, it's your recommendation, I agree that things need to be maintained, but it's your recommendation that we, or Fred, that it would be best if we hired somebody from, forget that you're recommending. Do you agree it would be best to contract out?
Exponentially, for sure.
Because they would have the equipment and you don't have
It would
the.
cost far less. Quite truthfully, and then in the process, I would look at some means or ways of removing and replacing that with something.
Okay, is this something for next year's budget?
Most certainly.
What?
No.
We already have more than we can even handle.
Wait, you're not
Madam
going to do
Chair?
repairs and maintenance in the swales?
I'm
Hire
just
people?
making a suggestion. I mean, before we go off on a tangent, deciding to hire contractors, this kind of thing here, I think we probably should get an assessment of what the issues are in the city first.
Yeah, oh, I agree with that.
That we're
That's why I'm saying to wait till
Oh,
next
okay,
year.
all right, that's fine. I just, because,
I'm not saying we agreed to do
okay, all
it.
right. There's so many different situations throughout the city. If we could just find out what we're looking at
Right.
before it may not be as bad as we think. It may be only a half a dozen calls that I'm getting.
So we're going to tell everybody, wait another year.
No, so
No,
we
that's
should,
not-
maybe we
James just
should
said.
consider putting some money in the budget or just
Yes,
using what's
please.
in the budget right here, possibly under professional services or repairs and maintenance to get someone to have an assessment done? Or is that something that we can do as a
That's
city?
feasible.
Just to hire somebody to do an assessment of what needs to be done? So I think that money
Well,
would.
Fred's promised to work, to do that.
Oh, I might have missed
So,
that part. Okay.
Yeah, I thought
I
you
think
and
we need
Fred
the
were-
money, to do the work. So I
Okay.
just don't think $15,000 is going to get it. We need to add some to that.
Well, you
This year.
can't, sometimes you can't put every single thing that you want to do for 1 year in a budget, so maybe do the assessment and then we would amend the budget, or we could just put a random, not a random number, an amount in here now.
Well, you have the reserves to pull from if you need
Right,
additional money.
exactly. We could come back once
Right.
we have a more correct number as to what it would cost.
All right, well,
as
this
an
will be a
amendment.
budget amendment
I just
down the
know
road
that
then.
amendments always get a bad rap, but I don't think they're always bad, so,
No, but especially since we don't know what number we're
Okay.
talking about.
Okay.
Oh, thank God we finally got to the end of that one.
Nope.
Oh, that particular.
Okay.
I wasn't dreaming too far. Are we done on this side of the table? Okay. Eric?
Alan, can you just help educate me? We're budgeting $230,000 every year for the next 5 years for improvements. What is that?
That's new to me.
That's,
Yeah.
he told us, the drainage issues all around the city. That's what Fred told us.
Right, but,
And for
you
that
know,
would
Fred,
be the swell projects and stuff over on Lambert and through town.
there's there's nothing specific. You know, Fred suggested he could find something good to spend the money on.
Which is a lot of things you're mentioning, I think.
He said he was going to look at Palm Drive that we heard about at the county's planning board meeting. And I don't remember what the other parts were, but I remember.
There's a lot of,
Yeah.
isolated spots.
Well, then my suggestion would be you strike improvements and you come up with a plan and you put it in your 5-year for something that is actually tangible that can be accounted for.
Is it within the rules to label improvement/maintenance projects?
No, you have a.
You can spend it for either one,
The way
right?
it's set right now is there's $250,000 just set aside for whatever. And there's no accountability behind that at all. And that doesn't work. We're not gonna spend $1.2 million over 5 years on something we don't even know what it is. So you, just like, my understanding is that that's the entire purpose of doing the 5-year capital plan. It's not to just insert money. Right now, this line on the 5-year capital improvement plan is $230,000 every year for a question mark.
Mm-hmm. Point well taken. We need to work on it. You're absolutely right, Commissioner Cooley. But we will develop it. I'll work with Alan and Commissioner Bellimer, if you'd like to help.
He doesn't need to help. He get staff to do it. I'm not trying to micromanage you, we're just asking you what you want done.
You're driven around.
Well, up until today, it wasn't my project, but it sounds like Alan and I are gonna work on it now.
Fred's not necessarily here driving around the streets during heavy rainfalls. I just thought I would help out by
I'm
pointing
sure
some of the problem
I'm
areas.
sure Alan has a whole lot of good ideas about where we need to
Alan's
spend the
much more
money.
so, yeah.
Yeah, and the issue is not about spending, the money, like, for instance, this new project that just got discussed could be part of that, but we, in good faith, you can't budget $1.2 million for
No, we're only.
slush. It doesn't make any sense. It has to be for something specific. And then that way you say, well, this is what we spent, here's what we have to show for it, and it all makes sense, and you have checks and balances.
Well, I do know that the swell project will be done in phases over on Lambert. Lambert is one that's been long overdue, and that will take a considerable undertaking to correct that situation over on Lambert. Just from the consulting alone on that was quite expensive because of what is under the ground and what used to be a drainage system at the time. And then with the homes being constructed over there at that time, there wasn't elevation called for drainage or anything, so you got 37 different degrees to go from in there, and you got to try and shoot one grade through that whole length. So there's a lot of different aspects involved on just working swells on Lambert.
Good.
Okay. Debbie, anything? So what are we doing with this 230,000? Are we going to leave it? Are we going to? What are we doing?
Well, we got a swale project going in that's being worked on in Lambert. A lot of that's grant money. I think we ought to take a portion of it and at least switch it over to maintaining some of these other problem areas.
I thought they were doing the alleyways with it too.
I'm sorry, Linda?
I thought the alleyways were getting done with this money as well.
Yeah, I'm not saying all of it, by no means. But it has to be more than 15,000, but nobody's gonna come over here and
Can
mobilize for
can
15,000.
one of you, by our next meeting, have some definition of that 230 just for this year?
Yes, ma'am.
And then we could even take out the 230 for the rest of each of the other years
Yes, ma'am.
and work on that for next year. Would that be better, Eric? Okay. So we're going to get more definition of the 2021 improvements. And the rest we will cross out and put money in there next year or the year after. Okay.
Thank you, everybody.
Oops. Anything else? That was the last page.
Page.
Should we go over utilities while these two guys are still here? This is what we've agreed to. Any final questions? And we do have a couple people in the public that might have questions of them. And then we'll go back.
Didn't we just go through all the utilities?
Yeah,
Okay. What are we doing over?
just to make sure we know what we agreed to or didn't agree to.
Thought we were Crystal.
What? I can't hear.
I thought we went through the utilities and that anything we said, she was writing down as we were saying
Yeah, okay,
it,
so you don't think there's a need? Okay. Paul and Carol, are any of your questions or concerns related to anything in the utilities funds? No. While Fred and Alan are still here. Okay. Then I think we can finally say adieu for today.
Thanks,
Thank you, Alan, so much.
See you in 15 minutes.
I'm just a phone call away.
Yeah.
We know.
Donna, were any of your questions for the, not on utilities? Okay, you've had enough utilities for today? So have I. Okay, so we are going to go back over, we're all agreed on what we were doing with you, all the utilities. No questions.
We're good.
Okay. So, in the general fund,
I do have one suggestion on utilities.
if you come up, Donna, identify yourself.
Donna Schneider. And on the utilities, I noticed you have a money plan every 2 years or so for design for the wastewater treatment or for the wells in particular. I think if you combine those numbers and ask for the design at one time for all those units, you'll reduce the cost, and it will also allow you to put money or to go request grants because you already know what you need.
Fred, is that possible?
Well, she's referring to wells. Each well has its separate design, separate survey, separate permitting, and all that. And if you're going to do two wells for, say, at the same time and contract them out together, then it would make sense to have them both designed together. But if, I toyed with that idea, but since we don't have money to build two wells at one time, and I talked to the engineer, he didn't seem to see there was any savings in doing it together. We're just doing them separately. I'm not sure if she's referring to something else.
Well, I was a designer for years and a design manager for years.
Uh-huh.
And I know when I have a project that has several of the same items or types of items, there's a lot of duplication there.
Sure.
So you can eliminate a lot of that duplication. And I realize calcs are different, locations are different, and that kind of stuff that needs to be adjusted. But the design, you're going to somebody and asking them to recreate the wheel every time, money-wise, on a design budget. I don't think you need to do that. I think if you combine it and you contract out 3 wells, let's just say, for design now, you'll get a better overall price for that work.
Well, we have continuing service contracts with engineers, so if that wasn't the case, you'd probably be right. But I think with continuing service contracts with engineers, that really wouldn't have much advantage. Because we already have a continuing contract with them to go forward with other, like I said, the water valve project, we're going to the second phase.
So they know they have that job now.
It's certainly something to consider in the future.
Okay, Donna, thanks. All right. And the city commission, I think the only thing we agreed to do was to take out the water district, not water district, the, whatever that water company was, Beaches thing. And the feral cats, we were just going to give them the $500. Okay, those were the changes. Everybody was. I'm sorry, I'm under city commission. I'm starting at the beginning.
What beginning, what page?
Oh.
Looks like you were on 11.
No, 23.
So do you want to just review the budget summary real quick for the general fund since things were changed?
Oh, okay.
Just quickly, I was just going to, just so that everybody's on the same
Page
page.
18.
That the changes that staff made to the general fund after the first workshop based on some of the input that we've heard and other things that we decided. We have now are showing a budget summary at the current year's mill rate, which is 5.710. That brings in $3.9 million in ad valorem, total of $6.2 million total revenues. We are using $475,000 from general fund reserves for the purchase of all the capital, not all capital, the capital items that are in the budget, sorry. The expenditures total $6.7 million. And with all that's said and done in there, that returns $12,828 to general fund. Okay. That was the
And
only.
everything else we made changes to today, so a lot
Right.
of this won't be valid anymore.
Mm-hmm. Well, yes, the budget summary will change based on the things that you discussed in the utility funds, that's true. And then if you make any changes in the general funds. Okay. All right, that's it.
Okay, so,
The commission is on page 23.
so again, the changes that we made were taking out that beach organization
Yeah, I'm sorry, I'm just pulling up, make sure.
and giving the
Making
cat
sure.
the $500 to the spay neuter release group.
Right, I mean, it didn't change the budget, but it just.
Well, it's not a
changes-
change, it's a
changes
matter
my
of how
life.
it's.
I no
how
longer
it's
have to
done.
worry about the cats.
Okay. And I think I told you, I talked to Rosemary Myers.
Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah, I didn't know if I told you or
Okay,
not.
yeah, well, discuss.
I spoke with her and she was good with that.
Okay, good, very
But
good.
you still need to do something
Yes, I do need
official.
to reach out to her. Okay, so that budget changed, is now at $87,944.
87,
Oh, that's what's in your book, that's
oh,
what's
it's
in your
already
book.
there.
I'm just
Yeah,
trying
must
to,
be.
are we gonna go, we're gonna go department by department, let's just go through the books, and the next one, I mean, I'm not telling you how to
Oh,
do
wait
it,
a
sorry.
minute.
I just am
87.
trying to catch, I know there was a few little changes, oh, and that's what I did. So when you look at these new pages, if there was a change, I highlighted the cell under the 2021 requested budget in green. Okay, so that way we can go a little faster.
Okay. So an executive there,
No changes.
no changes.
Clerks, there was no.
City clerk,
I didn't have any changes in the clerks. I might have, I took it out of general fund.
I don't think we had talked
Okay.
about making any changes.
HR, no changes. Let's see, next. Finance Department, there were, let's see, I changed out the equipment. I forgot what I did to my own department. There was a slight error in my salary calculation.
Yes.
I was trying to get that extra 10 grand, but it didn't work. I just had something, I split everybody up and I forgot I had a little too much in this one.
So that then reduced the FICA and the retirement.
Yeah, I was trying to remember why did I take everything out of.
Good try, though.
Oh, I know what it was. I decided I had budgeted for some computers and on the equipment less than $5,000, but we ended up buying them this year because we all had to work, remotely, so I don't need those. So that dropped that budget probably about 8,000.
And by the way, if anybody has concerns as we go through this, please stop. Okay, that was finance.
Nothing in legal.
No, Madam Chair, I had a question.
Okay.
Kathleen, you had indicated earlier that you were anticipating bringing someone else on.
Uh-huh.
Where is that? Or
Well,
is that anticipated next year?
I already had a position budgeted for this current year,
Yeah.
and that person that hired, it didn't work out. And all I did was change. At first, I thought the best solution would be to just have somebody really overseeing purchasing, but I've decided to morph that more into an assistant to me that can do purchasing, but then also learn some of the other things, help with budget, do more.
Yeah,
So
is that someone you have already in mind in-house, or are you going to bring somebody else on?
I have to open it up.
Okay.
There might be somebody internally that would be interested, but I know not in the finance department, so.
And is that budgeted for this year?
Yeah, it's in here.
Okay, I'm just wondering, because I know, I read about it somewhere and I didn't see it in here, so I was just curious.
Okay. And legal department did not change, maintenance, no changes. So general government had a couple. Sorry, I don't remember when, there was something to memberships, 63. Oh, okay, all right, okay, now I remember. Sorry, it takes a second for it all to come back, okay. We had, in professional services, there was 10,000 put in for an increase to IT, but Mr. Newsom asked me to move that to the contingency fund since we did not really have discussion with the county on it. So 10,000 went from that line down to the reserve for contingency line. And then on the memberships, I took something, and Penny remembers what it was, I'm sorry, I did not write that one down, it was just a minor thing. And then, there was some changes, I took a hard look at the peer fund and, found what I considered and went over with Mr. Newsom at one point, some of the things, changed it a little bit up on salaries and things like that, and so that's why we were able to reduce the amount of the transfer. Remember, it was 126,000, and now it's down to like not down, but it's less. So that money was budgeted over here on the general fund side under reserve for contingencies. So now in that line item, you have the 99,500 that's possibly might have to go to the pier, and then $10,000 if anything comes up with our IT contract.
Which page are you on?
I am on page 36. General fund, general government, I'm sorry.
Oh, I'm looking at the wrong page and I'm saying, where are these numbers going?
Oh, okay.
Okay, thank you. Okay. Oh, so there's the reserve, okay.
Yeah.
Now what you said makes sense.
Okay, good. Let's see, where's our next page? police department?
If we went past maintenance and there were no questions, do we need to keep Bill?
No,
Apparently not.
we breezed right on past you, Bill. Good job.
No.
Do you want to look at the library real quick? Let's do that. Okay. Sorry, I was just going page by page.
Well, we got other people sitting here too.
Okay, hold on. Well, sorry. I don't believe there was any changes to the library. I'm trying to find the page. It is,
I don't even remember when.
page 64. No, there were no changes to the library. Okay.
And nobody wants to make it.
No, I have no
Okay.
issues with the library.
Okay, we're good, Christine. Melissa, sorry.
So the police department. Page 48. Police department, I moved. Okay, since the body camera and the license plate reader are both leases, I moved them up into contractual services. So that went from 8,500 to
Okay,
58.
those items that we need to talk about,
Okay, go ahead.
I think. Those are
All right.
items
I
we
know,
need
it's-
to talk about.
Well, I was just gonna, should I just finish telling you what the changes were and then?
Okay.
Okay, so that was one change. And then down at equipment less than. Right, that was where I moved it. 36401. Yeah, the change to that equipment less than 5,000 had to do with the body cameras. I decided they're a lease and they just belong there. And then the 207,000 that's remaining. Sorry, am I confusing you? You okay?
Oh, no, I'm just
Oh,
trying
okay.
to track. My page numbers are totally different.
Page 48.
Did you
Got
put the
your
new
new
pages in?
Yeah, okay. I'm just getting confused with the new and the old.
I know.
I'm good now.
When you're a sequential person, it's difficult.
Oh,
I'm a sequential person, so I get it.
I'm
So
sure.
the remaining items in the $207,000 now are the infrastructure for the license plate reader and, which is 90,000, 13,000 for the drone, and 14,000 for the radio reserve.
That's under contractual services?
No, I'm sorry,
Capital.
under capitalized equipment.
So if we go to page 5 where the capital is,
Well, I moved the lease up, so the 90,000 is in there, and the 30,000. Because it was too confusing.
Bobby, I'm correct, you bought a drone this year. It's not been delivered yet, but you ordered one.
Actually, it just came in this week. So I made a note in the report, or it'll be in next week's report, that we're going to work with, one of our lieutenants already has the FFA certification, and then Lieutenant Forte will be going. And Chief Downey has certification in Officer Jones. So we're starting to work with IT and get some proficiency hours with the drones. But yes, to answer your question, the drone is here.
And I guess we need the two of you to explain that you can share one.
I believe I brought that up at the last budget workshop. The money that we had allotted, we could just scrub, and we'll use the fire department's drone.
Okay. I thought that we had, but I just,
I might have forgotten that, so that 13,000 will come out of capitalized equipment and also the transfer from reserves into the budget, so basically what I'm saying, it has no impact on the mill rate. The money provided, doesn't help to reduce it.
Was there another department that asked for a drone?
Yes, building department.
Building department, okay, because I know I was reading in the multiple emails that came in about 3 departments, and I didn't remember who the third one was. Okay,
So
what are your other issues here, folks? Body cameras,
I don't have a problem with that
license plate readers,
that one.
what?
I just went back and started comparing the 5-year capital plan to last year's 5-year capital plan. And this license plate reader line for the year, last year, was $60,000 the first year and $24,000 every year after that. Now, this year, since it didn't get done, so now we're starting from scratch again. But instead of $60,000, it's $120,000 for the first year and $30,000 every year after that. So it's gone up 81% from what we had in our 5-year capital plan last year. And I think it's just, I think it got too expensive. I believe it's more of a want than a true need. The body cameras I have no issue with. I think that's much more important than these. We do have sheriff's license plate readers out near the highway. And I think that's a good chunk of money we can take out of this year.
Matt, can you explain that? Is it true?
I only asked to have last year's, which was not utilized, to roll over into this year, so I don't know where we're coming up with $120,000. I didn't ask for 120, all I asked was to roll the money that wasn't used this year into next year.
Okay, well, that's what I'm looking at.
Well, Matt, wasn't the increase, though, the third camera? So you're really not increasing it, you were adding what you had budgeted the following year, because it was going to be 2 cameras.
Right, we're looking at
1 year.
cameras coming in from Volusia County, coming in from Beverly Beach and covering the bridge,
Right, and then
both directions.
yeah, and how it was going to go is the first year that's rolling was 2 cameras on A1A, right? And then the second year was going to be the third, which
And
is
then
your,
we're-
which is
Right,
your
and leasing the
increase.
cameras instead of buying them, because if a camera breaks, we don't have to replace it.
And that's, I think, why you're seeing that increase, Rick, is because the third one that.
I don't know where the
I don't know
81%
why it
increase
goes up
came in.
81% over 1 camera.
I don't know, how do you say that it jumped
Well,
81%?
okay, budgeted for last year. For last year, we had budgeted $60,000. And then for the years after that, another $24,000.
Okay,
So now, in this year's 5-year capital plan, for 2021 budget is $120,000 plus $30,000 every year after.
I don't know
So
that.
that's double the initiation.
You're talking license plate readers, and you're talking body cameras.
No, we're talking
talking
the
about
same
license
thing.
plate
I'm
readers.
wondering,
You are.
did I do something incorrectly? Do we need
There's
$90,000?
there's no way it's an
for the infrastructure?
81% increase. I wouldn't even ask for license plate readers at an 81%.
Well, that's
increase.
where I'm at, Chief. That's way, way, way beyond what we had okayed last year. And I think, I mean, it's a useful tool.
It's
to
an
have
extremely useful tool. I mean, right now, there's cars coming through the city. We have no idea what they're up to. And yes, the county does have license plate readers, and they're kind enough to let us use some that are portable. But right now, between here and Granada and up in St. John's, license plate readers are a necessity.
So if we approved this last year, and you're saying the numbers are not increased.
Yeah, I don't know how those numbers
then
are,
we-
there's 81%, that's
Yeah,
not
somebody could
correct.
go back and
Something,
double check.
something in there's not right.
Okay. Yeah, because it clearly shows double, if not more.
Just like with the drone, if it, That was something that we had talked about last year with $13,000, and the drones can be utilized for multiple different departments. But in a time when we're trying to be strict with the budget, Bobby ordered one, got one in, we'll utilize his. I mean, we have the ultimate relationship with the fire department, so if I need it, and same with my equipment, if he needs something that I've got, we'll swap it, vice versa, so that's not an issue at all.
Well, if something's wrong there, I'd kind of like to know what it is.
All right, so
I'll,
I put in the budget, I thought, is it $90,000 that we need to do the infrastructure, whatever that is, the infrastructure to,
I'll get with Captain Blanchett Monday morning, we'll figure it out.
all right. That's all we can do there.
So what are we agreeing to? Or are we agreeing to anything? We need to get more numbers.
I'm not agreeable to the numbers I'm looking at,
No, it's in the moment.
so.
Well, Matt, are you looking at the same page that we're looking at? I mean, I guess maybe that's what we need is clarification on this.
To be honest with you, I wish I would have known I was going to be asked about this before today.
Yeah.
My phone's on, I have email, and nobody contacted me about it, so.
Apparently you don't go on Facebook.
Oh, the official record of
Official.
Facebook?
The official page. I saw it. I couldn't respond, it was driving me nuts, but yeah, there you go.
We can always push the project back to next year.
I think that would be great. I really
And then work
do.
it out more officially?
Yeah.
If you want to push it back to next year, then, we'll go ahead and do that.
That's a big chunk of money we can take out of this and knock the millage down even
It
more.
does
It
not
doesn't affect the
knock
millage rate, it comes out of
down. That's what I'm
infrastructure.
trying to say, the capital projects are funded with the money. That's why the whole statement that went out, I've talked to a few residents about saying that we're putting the same thing in, not buying it, and saying that we still need to increase the mill rate. That's incorrect. And that's what the budget summary on page 18 shows you, is that the transfer in of $475,000 is to offset costs like the $90,000 for the infrastructure.
It says unrestricted general fund. And if it was 60,000 last year and it's 120 this year and we take it out, then we got 60,000 we're taking out.
It's going to take
At a
more than that to
minimum,
bring
right?
the
But we were
millage
still,
down.
no matter what the cost was, we were still using all reserves to pay for it. We were not increasing the mill rate to pay for this purchase. We were using unrestricted general funds, like the savings from all the years that these things have not been accomplished or done.
I'd like to see Matt just look at this and have an opportunity to come back and just explain it, because if it was approved last year, and it's just a matter of the numbers not being right now, and this is something that we probably should have. I mean, I'd rather see that. I don't want to scrap the whole project.
Yeah, no, I agree, and prices do go up. So if we did approve it last year and the numbers are still the same, Matt.
I'll get some answers for you on Monday.
Okay.
That's all I got with the police department.
So we're leaving the license plate readers in? And the body cameras?
I don't
Leaving
know
them
if
in.
there's
I just
anybody
want to make sure we're.
had an issue with the body cameras.
I'm sorry?
I don't think anybody had an issue with the
With them
body
this
cameras.
year, okay.
Yeah, absolutely.
Oh,
That's
I think they're
safety.
wonderful.
Yeah, that's a $20,000 a year insurance policy is what
Yes.
that is.
And the radio reserve. Okay, so Matt's going to have new information for
Captain
us?
Blanchett and I will contact the LPR folks on Monday.
Okay. Anybody in the audience have any questions of the police? Okay. Donna?
I noticed last year, Well, we'll go with 2018-19 budget. We spent $10,877 on vehicle maintenance. Last year for 2021, we projected $20,000 for this year. But all of a sudden, we want $26,500 for next year. It seems like we're just tacking on some money that we may not need.
Well, a lot's going to depend on if we get new vehicles. If we continue to, we have 4 Tahoes that are 2012s. If we continue to keep those, plus, we're budgeted for a 16th position that's frozen, which means we're probably going to have to keep one of those Tahoes. And the price of that thing to fix is going to be astronomical.
Okay? Donna Schneider.
Donna Schneider.
Anybody else? Okay. Thank you, Matt. Fire department. Yeah, I gotta get past all the printed information.
Page 60.
Page 60. We had lots of explanations. I know that changes were made under operating supplies. I believe that was the rope rescue kits that you took out.
Yeah, I think so. I'm just double checking real quick. And what was the other thing?
It was the winch, the push bar and winch plate.
The winch and that. So it was 62,070, and now we're at 53,670. So about $10,000 decrease.
Bobby, talk a little bit more about this rope rescue kit and the need at 5,500.
Well, that's been
Took it
taken
out.
out.
Oh, that's,
That's what we just said was taken out.
oh, I'm sorry, I didn't hear that.
It's okay. I know it's
sorry.
hard
Yeah, it's hard to hear.
to hear when you
Okay.
can't,
Yeah,
when
because
you
I brought
can't
that up
read.
last time, I thought we kept it in. Got it. Then I had something else. Did we also take out the painting, the roof on the truck?
We didn't talk about
We
that.
didn't talk about that, okay.
So go ahead.
Okay, so it's one of the vehicles you're wanting to paint to make the colors match. It's the roof?
That's correct. For uniformity, we've slowly been phasing in the 2 engines, and as we've gotten our newer trucks, even our command vehicles, they come with the silver tops.
Right.
So we have 1 truck left being the squad, and we've got our quotes coming in was just shy of 6,000 to do the total. And that was some repair work as far as some Bondo work and some of the oxidation that the truck has had picked up over time as well.
Okay.
What truck is that, Bob?
That's the squad truck, the one that we use for heavy rescue, traffic control, vehicle accidents. It's the one that you asked me about before. It does have the winch on the front end.
Right.
It's
$6,000 to paint a roof?
Yeah, it seems an awful lot. How old is that vehicle?
It's a 2006.
Okay.
That's what the cost is for the engine 111 and Celico who did the work, so it's going to be in the same ballpark as that. Because you got your light bars up there, you've got they're kind of working around a lot of stuff, so it's not just spray a roof.
Bobby?
So you're not going to turn around and ask for a new,
Yeah.
replace it next year, right?
That truck is not on the depreciation list.
Okay. That's why I asked you what year it was.
Yeah, that truck is, when it's done, it's done. So we're trying to obviously keep it in service as long as we can, but it is not currently on the depreciation list.
Okay, and is painting and doing this Bondo work a need or a want?
Well, in wanting to keep the truck in service and that it's not on the depreciation list, we'd like to preserve it as long as we could. So I would consider it a need.
So is it more painting it to keep it in good shape,
Well,
more than just making the color match the rest?
I think it's twofold. I think it's both. Yeah, I mean, it is both. I mean, obviously, I'm all about the uniformity in the color scheme that we're going with as a department, but it does serve as preventative maintenance for the vehicle as well.
Because I think when the public hears, oh, we're just painting it to make it look like the other trucks.
Well, and then just to be clear, like when we did that with 111, in addition to doing the painting, they went throughout that roof with all the pitting and the oxidation where it was going through. They patched all those holes, plus they put non-skid on it, then refastened all the lights and sirens, what have you, up top. So it's a little bit more in depth, like I say, than just painting a roof.
So if you could get away from the wording saying we just want it to match the other trucks.
Well, again, yeah, if that was not put off if I didn't express it, maybe the way I should have, but there's multiple reasons why we're doing this, or like to do this.
Harvey, did you get estimates on it, or bids on it?
Well, we did, first what we've done is, like I said, we just based it on the trucks that we've done in the past. When we did the trucks in the past, we did have to, because it's over that 5,000 mark, we got multiple quotes at the time. What we did going into budget this year is just got back with Celico, and it was going to be, like I said, in the same ballpark according to their techs.
Okay, any other issues? Eric?
Last time.
Rick, you have anything?
With the fire department, I don't know, I just think they got to be careful over there because they're really growing and growing and growing as far as this budget goes. Just be careful what you're doing, Bob, because it's going to, at some point, people are going to say enough's enough. The 5-year plan from last year to this year, just 1 year. The 5-year plan went from 509,000 to 891,000, up 75%. So.
Well, is there something you would like to change?
Well, specifically, I think I'm not in favor of changing that line item from 75,000 to 133,000, and it's supposed to change to 100,000 after they get a new truck, as opposed to last year's 5-year plan. It said it was going to drop to 50,000 after this year. So instead of dropping down, we're going up.
If I may, where are you getting that 50,000 was going to drop to 50,000? Because as far as that never came out of my mouth.
It's in last year's budget.
That was not something that I would have ever said, because I was never in favor of the 50 grand from the beginning. Further than that, if the depreciation of these vehicles, I was taxed with when coming into the department to actually put a depreciation schedule in place. And that's what I've done to the best of my ability. And I continue to keep saying that there was always going to be a shortfall when we went to buy these trucks. If we're not going to buy the truck this year, that's fine. If the 75,000 to an eventual 100,000 is not where we're going to go, that's fine too. It's going to put depreciation in the schedule that I put in place further back each year. All I can do is give you the information when I come in here. So other than that, we're still at the same point that the truck is 24 years old. The information that I've given has not changed from the beginning. The information didn't change 8 years ago when we started and we refurbed engine 111. So I'm not really certain how to answer you on that, Commissioner.
I'm just going by what I'm looking at in black and white. And this year, 1920, this current year, was supposed to be the last year at 75,000. Then it was going to drop to 50,000 every year after that.
I don't know where that would have come from.
It's right here, multi-year capital item project plan.
What page is that on in the old book?
15 in the old book.
Mine shows 75,000 for 1920 and 75,000 for 2021, and then drops to 50,000. But that, again, is the capital plan that I review with the city manager, so, you know, it's not a page that's in your book. It's last year's.
Last year's book, what page is that? Does anybody know?
I'm looking at page 15.
How about I print it out? How about that? Does everybody want a copy of the whole capital plan from last year?
If I could just look at it,
Debt service.
Well, how about,
because he's got it in his budget book, I just want to know what page.
I just can't find it.
I'm sorry, I just don't have, I have things in spreadsheets, and I don't really have
15
them
it says.
page numbered from the books. Okay. I'm gonna print out, who wants a copy? I'm just gonna print it out.
2019-20, right?
Wait a second.
Yes.
If I make the right choice.
You're looking at 1819.
Yeah, I am.
He's looking at 2 years ago.
Boom, there you go.
Well, I mean, the way,
But still, it still says 50,000 for these upcoming years. And we're going back up.
I would have never agreed to that, and if that was a conversation or something that was done and an oversight by me, I'll accept that, but 50,000 was never going to work for those rigs. Now, I would make the statement, and it's the same statement I've made in the past. If the truck we're obviously not going to purchase the truck this year. If we move it to next year, instead of buying the next truck in 2027, the truck will be not discussed again until 2028. When you're talking about your pumpers, your frontline vehicles, or an aerial truck. So all this seems extreme to some folks. The trucks were they were out of range, that they were depreciated completely already. Nobody thought the truck engine 111 was going to get another 6 to 8 years out of it, and we have. But if we want to push it back another year, we push it back another year. The thing about what you're talking about, Commissioner Bellheimer, it's not like every other year we're going to be coming to you asking about a fire engine or an aerial truck. We just had to get out of the gate and get the department in a good position, and we're getting there.
I mean, just to put in my 2 cents worth, we could scrutinize every single department. It's not that I'm in favor of spending a lot of money right now, especially on fire trucks, but they cost a lot of money. But we could use the same scenario, or very similar, if we look at a garbage truck or one of the larger Mack trucks that we purchase, which costs a lot of money. The police department, that's the biggest elephant in the room that we have. And they have a plan also to replace the vehicles over a scheduled period of time to make sure that they are operating efficiently and also keeping the officers on the road. So I think it's the larger dollars that we're looking at that causes individuals in the community especially to be concerned and for us to draw a lot of scrutiny about the money that we're spending, because these are large expenditures. So when you talk about putting away $50,000 or $75,000 every year for X number of years, that's a large expenditure. But the same scenario, we could look at the police chief's automobiles. And I think he would probably agree that there's a certain amount of money that he's putting away every year in order to purchase new vehicles for depreciation, correct, Chief?
Correct.
Okay, it's just that they don't cost that large amount of money. So when the public looks at, and I'm looking at this because we are getting a lot of social pressure, political pressure, because of the expenditures and how much we're spending. But if we were to look at the police department's cars and say, they're buying a lot of cars over the next 3 to 5 years, we could use the same scrutiny with the exception of the fact that they don't cost as much money. So I'm just trying to draw some sensibility here as far as not justifying it, but trying to draw a parallel to how we're justifying spending money in the various departments. Because in every single budget, in every single county, municipality, the biggest elephants in the rooms is the fire department, police department. That's where the biggest expenditures are. So, when folks want to start talking about cutting the budget, cutting the millage, rolling back and things of this nature, if you want to look at the biggest elephants in the room, those are departments that you look at, but those are the biggest departments that take care of us and also protect us. So it's like an insurance policy. How much do you want to spend in order to ensure that individuals are protected? How much is a life worth? And again, I'm not trying to justify any expenditures at all. I'm just trying to draw some kind of parallel where we can understand what's going on here.
Right, Commissioner, and I know Chief Pace and I both fully understand that, and just a little history, especially from the police department side, there was a time when the city was in, dire need of replacement cars, and Mayor, I think you were here when that happened, they wound up buying Ford Explorers that were not police package Explorers, and they wound up ultimately paying the price and repair costs. And then they leased those Tahoes and paid $55,000 for those. I'm now, 9 years later, I'm buying Ford Explorer SUVs at $45,000. So there was no replacement schedule when I came on almost 7 years ago. That fleet was in a really, really bad shape. The officers called them exploders because the Explorers, when you turned the key, you didn't know what you were going to get. So we fully understand that, and the public has a right to ask questions about that. That's why the commission's been gracious. The replacement schedule with the take-home cars is, you get a car today, it's your car, that's your car for the next 7 to 8 years. You take care of it. And the officers do, they do a great job. The ones we're now trying to replace are those Tahoes, and the Tahoes in a city like Flagler Beach don't work. They're too big and they're too heavy. Just like Rob Smith said, the back tires on the garbage truck for making the turns, it's the same thing when it comes to police cars. Flagler Beach is stop and go, left turn, right turn, stop sign. We couldn't keep tires and brakes on those trucks. That's why we went to sedans. Unfortunately, they don't make these sedans anymore. They're all going to the Explorers. That's what Ford's making.
I mean, that's the same scenario, because some folks would say, why don't you just drive Priuses in the city? But that's the officers, I mean, technically, that's the police officer's office, and he's spending 8, 10, 12 hours in it. And I'm going off track. But I guess I'm just trying to draw some parallels here on justification of some of the vehicles and why we do depreciate and plan accordingly. And that's all.
Yeah, we agreed years ago when, I hate to keep mentioning the code enforcement truck that people put their feet through, but that's where we were going. And so we agreed that we would keep rotating cars in each department, trucks, cars, whatever the need is, and to try and avoid getting to that really bad situation.
Chair, I think you remember Frank Parrish, that when he retired, talking about driving around in a patrol car where the floorboard had basically fallen out, where he had a blanket wrapped around his legs in January because it was so cold with the air coming up from underneath. So we have come a real long way, and I know the police department and the fire department, I'll speak for Bobby, appreciate the citizens and the commission's help with vehicles to keep our stuff up and running. And when it comes to a police car, when you hit the gas, do you want the little engine that could, or do you want us to get there? So I think the citizens appreciate when they dial 911 that we get there as quick as we absolutely can.
Okay.
I understand what you're saying, Ken, as far as, the garbage trucks are utilized on every single day, and that there's staff to keep them driven. Same thing with the police cars. We don't have enough firefighters to drive three fire trucks. I don't know why we have three.
Yeah, I mean, we kind of keep going through some of the same stuff. There's a lot of moving parts for a fire truck. These trucks go down at points, just like we've discussed when it came up last night, and I guess it's been discussed today with sanitation, with garbage trucks. Not to mention, we have based everything that we've built in that department on an ISO rating, which was, we were never going to get to a 3. Our water supply and our backup pumpers, in that we have the accessibility of those trucks, and sometimes there is a need to have 2 trucks, and we do have volunteers that could come and get those trucks. But, I mean, I don't know how many different ways I can explain that.
Okay. We're saying some of the same stuff that was said at the last meeting, so we need to make some decisions here that aren't easy to make for some people. I would say the first one is the 133,000. Do we want to leave it at 75 every year until we get to however much the truck costs, or do we want to leave it at 133 for the coming year?
I think we ought to trim it. I believe that this fire truck that they're looking for has more than what they need. And it can be scaled back to some degree. I mean, the fire department's grown 115% in 5 years.
It's very nice to
It's
throw
gotta slow
percentages
down
around. What is it you want to do?
Pay less for the next fire truck. And after we save the money for it. I don't understand why a pumper truck now costs as much as a,
Just your friendly finance director to remind you that this money is coming from infrastructure surtax, which is a tax that's paid when you purchase an item in Flagler County, 7% sales tax, half of 1% goes to the county, 0.5% of that goes to the school board, and then the rest is shared amongst all of us, and that's where that money for the fire truck purchase is coming from. So changing it is not going to affect the mill rate. Sorry, just getting the information out there.
it doesn't matter where the money comes from. I mean, when we're spending it extravagantly, I think it needs to be brought up.
Here again, this is my last, I keep hearing extravagant, and I know what extravagant is, and I don't consider it to be extravagant. I mean, if it's going to involve, if it saves one person's life, then I'm for it. And if there's justification enough to save one person's life, then I'm okay with that, because this is an older city. We're older people, and not necessarily, and I agree with you, Commissioner, but the thing is, a fire department is not always based on the number of fires that it put out, because they respond to, and that's why I've taken several tours with that department as well as where I was before. I was very heavily involved with the fire department and police department up there. All it takes is a couple of individuals, of us old folks, having heart attacks or needing situations where we need a vehicle here, we need another vehicle there. And you never know when it's going to be two scenarios and along with that situation. I'm going to tell you right now, if I'm down on Palm Drive and I'm having a cardiac arrest, I want it to come to me before it come to you. And I'm not talking about you in general, but I'm just talking about in general. So I think it's based on needs, and it's like an insurance policy again. And that's just where I am. I mean, I don't think we should be growing extravagantly either, but I think by the same token, we can't be too frugal to the point where we start jeopardizing individuals' lives. And again, if we were in a young town or something, but we also have a beach town where you might need someone that's drowning or someone that's been attacked by a shark, God help us, it never happens. And then by the same token, you got the Lalique, whatever that place is up there with the high towers that I don't like. I'm sorry, I don't like high-rise buildings. But, if you got someone up there that needs a situation, and here again, the ladder truck was probably a big expense, and a lot of folks didn't think it was necessary. But if you're on that 9th floor and that place is on fire, you don't care if a helicopter is coming. You want somebody to get you out of there. So I'm just going to leave it alone. I just think that, I think we're all fiscally responsible, and I think that's our jobs, is to look at these and make the best decisions that we can in a civil way, and I think that's what we're doing, hopefully.
Okay, anybody else?
If I can finish before I
Oh, I'm sorry, I
keep
thought you were
getting
done.
interrupted.
I thought you were done, I'm sorry.
I don't believe, I mean, vehicles come in different grades. You can have a Chevrolet or you can have a Cadillac. I think we're leaning way towards the Cadillac side with all these vehicles we're buying. So in that case, we're a modest spending city. We're still only 5,000 people or less, and we're the ones paying for this stuff. And if you can't afford a Cadillac, you don't go out and buy one. And I just don't, and the fact that it's going to be all advanced life support, set up for advanced life support. Why? We've got advanced life support supplied by the county with the ambulance over there. And then we're going to get all the equipment to go with it. What happens to the equipment in the other two? We just get rid of that? Or I just think in that case, that's where it's extravagant.
If I could speak to that. First of all, we talked about the depreciation schedule and the NFPA recommendations of 15 to 20 years. And I've given presentations multiple times, and I keep discussing the same things, but one of the things that I've talked about was these trucks that we have now that are not a custom cab or a commercial cab, and they're not built for 15, 20, 30, 40-year lifespans, not that you would ever get 40 years out of a truck. The custom cabs are, so is it a step up? Yes, it is. But the stocking of the trucks, you have to keep in mind, we want to have our frontline truck and our backup truck stock fully at every moment of every day. So if the frontline truck goes down, crews can move their gear over within minutes and get into that backup truck. The third truck is a ghost truck, meaning that it is not stocked at this time. So what we're doing by bringing in this third truck stocked is any of that movement that we would have to one truck to another, they would be fully stocked. We're not stocked now. There's at points that we are going to have to move equipment to another vehicle, and we do it when called upon. As far as the ALSing the department, that's been in the plans for 3 or 4 years now in the direction of city administration, that in lieu of that rescue not being here, which happens quite a bit, and those medics are not here, and I've been on several of these calls where ALS interventions are needed to give drugs to our local residents, and there was wait times there because we didn't have those drugs or the trained people on board that truck that could give that service. So that was the thought process in the ALS, and I still would stand with that, and that's going to be a delivery for me for the department come next year, if that answers your question, Commissioner.
So what is the response time from from the county to respond out here?
ALS unit?
Yeah, if we had a situation out here where you had someone that had a stroke, heart attack, seizure, whatever.
Just to be clear, not to cut you off, Commissioner,
No,
we
sorry.
do have a rescue, as Commissioner Bellheimer is speaking of, at the Station 11, our station. The problem is that rescue unit can be called upon to go anywhere in this county. I mean, it can be in Volusia County. It can be hung up at the hospital for long periods of time. And we used to have other rescues that would come in coverage from the hammock or sometimes from 16. We don't get that anymore. So when they're gone, which means we fall to BLS, and we're very good at BLS, being airway, breathing, and circulation. But if it gets to the point that somebody needs those life-saving efforts and they need drugs and they need those advanced interventions, we want to be the agency that's able to provide those as well.
But if you don't, I guess I'm asking again, what is the response time if you've got to get someone from?
Oh, you're saying if they're not here?
Right.
Well, I mean, I've chalked them to do these studies. I've had them as many as 16 to 20 minutes where we're waiting on an ambulance or a rescue. Now, what we talk about it for a patient is we talk about the golden hour. From the time we start to treat them to the time that they're to definitive care. Every minute within that first golden hour is urgent, is crucial. So we want to give advanced interventions. If they're not able to be transported at that time, which is the scenarios I'm describing, have the medical equipment on board so we can give treatment on scene.
I guess that's what I'm looking at is the response time in a backup.
Right.
And here again, you hear me talking about the old folks scenario, and I can say that because I'm old.
Right.
If that unit is busy,
Right.
what is going to be the response time? Because, Commissioner mentioned we have the backup of
Right.
Flagler County. And I'm looking at what is the backup time if we've got a unit here that's busy
Right.
and someone up on North
I mean,
has a stroke. And of course, the first 5-10 minutes is the most critical part.
Right.
Is it going to surpass or is it going to pass that 10-minute window?
It could, and every scenario is different. I gave you some of the longer times that I've experienced, and when those times came across like that, I had reached out to the county and said, these times for response are unacceptable. Does that happen every time? That's not the case, but it's again, where these units are staged throughout the county. And you can never, they have their home-based stations, but I don't like to roll the dice that a rig's out in the Mondex and I've got somebody having a code on the beach and we don't have any advanced airway equipment. And that, and working with Mr. Newsom was the mindset in starting this program, So what we've been doing is sending our folks to school over the last 3 years, and we're getting to the point that everybody's reaching their training. So, this is still on the radar for the department.
Okay, and here again, I completely agree with the commissioner here on his thinking as to the dollars that we're spending and the number of units. But I'm also thinking long-term.
Right.
And, we all know that within the next 5 years, if that's what you're planning out, the visitations that we have here is probably going to increase threefold. Within the next 3 to 5 years, we could have an additional 5,000 people from the surrounding developments
That's right.
coming to the beach. So I'm looking, and I'm just trying to give you scenarios of where we are, where we're going, and what we're projecting out in the future. Because I hope that's what we're planning for now, is what's coming down the road.
Right.
Because it's not going to be a sleepy little Flagler Beach town like it's been in the
I
last
agree.
5 or 10 years.
Yes, sir.
So anyway. So I agree with you, Commissioner. I understand what you're saying. I'm just trying to wrap my head around the whole thing as well.
We're still a little town.
Yeah, but it's growing. The town is
Yeah,
small,
but-
but the population around it is growing.
And with mutual
Yeah,
aid.
so then again, we're paying for the growth.
And that's where we go back to the strategic planning. Someone else has got to pay for it.
Okay.
Okay, anybody on this side have anything they want to talk about, do?
Jane, is it appropriate to have some comments from,
I'm sorry?
is it appropriate now to have public comments?
If
we're
we're
all done?
finished.
Once we're all finished, okay.
Okay,
Because then I think I might have comments after that.
okay. Anybody in the public wish to talk about police and/or fire? Okay, just whoever gets there first.
Sorry, Paul, you were here first. I have a few others. I'm sorry, I'm Carol Fisher, live here in Flagler Beach on 16th and South 16th on Ocean Shore. I want to say something about the fire chief is here. 1 year ago, my life was saved by the fire department. I got bit by a water moccasin in Flagler Beach. I was at Samsu Produce. I called my husband. I was still alert until I was not. I called my husband because he said, if anything happens to you ever, call me first because we don't want to pay an ambulance fee.
Oh, jeez!
And I listened to him. So I called him, and the people that were around me then said, we have to call 911. And they did. And my husband lives right here in town, and the fire department was there 5 minutes before he got there. They were there, I was still standing there trying to figure out what to do next, and the firemen are there. And they got me to the hospital. They took a photo of the snake. So they're on their phone trying to figure out what kind of snake it is. They're on the radio with the hospital trying to figure out if they have enough venom, anti-venom, to save my life. I was in the hospital for 4 days in ICU. I'm still walking and talking. That's the only time I've ever been rescued. It's the only time I've never broken a bone in my body. I'm a lucky girl. And that day, if I had had to wait half an hour to start getting treatment, I could have lost my foot. I could have lost the bottom half of my leg. And thank you. Those guys that came were so knowledgeable and took such good care of me. And if they had been treating a shark attack, or if they had been to a fire in town, they had my IV hooked up even though they didn't have the anti-venom. When they got me into the emergency room, I was being treated within minutes. And I was gone. I was already out of it by then. But they had it under control. And I thank them for my life.
Anybody else?
I want to go a little bit different direction on this one. And I'm not taking anything away from the services that are provided, but we're a small town, and I'm not sure we can afford our own fire department. I ran the numbers just from 2018 population, which was 5,081, for the budget for this year. It's $250 per person to carry this service. So my question is, can we get the information of what it would cost us to have Flagler County provide the service? They can use this and keep a truck here, so it's still close by. But give us the information we need so as citizens, we can decide, do we want to spend that kind of money? Put it on a referendum. Won't do anything this year, but next year, 5 years down the road, this cost keeps going up. And the town's not getting that much bigger, and as you say, we're providing coverage outside of the town. So maybe we need to just back up a little bit and think about using Flagler County for the services.
Okay, thank you, Donna. Somebody else?
Exactly.
Hi, I'm Carrie Paget. Saw y'all last night. I too have been treated by and transported by the ambulance here in town, and they did a great job. But the fact of the matter remains, the ambulance could have been treating me, and the fire truck could have been off doing something interlocally because they had a fire in Palm Coast and they didn't have enough personnel, or over off of John Anderson, or in the hammock. And somebody else in town needs an ambulance. Then what? They have to come from the county. I'm sorry, I agree with this lady right here. We're too small to be able to afford a boutique fire department. Nothing against you personally. Y'all did a great job, and I'm thankful for it. I'm thankful for you saving my friend Carol's life. I'm thankful for everybody here. But that doesn't mean I believe that we can continue to support it. I do not believe that we need 3 ALS-equipped fire trucks when you don't have enough personnel for every person that is needed to work the fire truck. And if I'm wrong on that, you can correct me, but it's my understanding that you don't. And we've never had a conversation about it, so I could be wrong. I have spoken to several of the commissioners about this topic before. Jane Mealy once made the statement that she didn't feel like we would get the same service from the county fire department if we just allowed them to handle our business. I don't believe that's a true statement, Jane. I just don't. I do not believe that if we ended up saving money by disbanding our fire department, that we would receive substandard service. That's just my opinion. So, thank you.
We're all entitled to. I think what I also said, and I think I had said this to Donna as well in an email, we talk like the fire department from the county would just come and poof, take everything over. They are in financial difficulty as it is. For them to take over our department, first of all, I think we would probably negotiate some price for the trucks that we have invested in, not just say, here. I know I wouldn't be in favor of that. I wouldn't be in favor of it to start with, but let's just say they would have to increase their charges to take over our fire department, which you would pay for through the county tax instead of through Flagler Beach tax. No, that's my opinion. Okay.
No, I just have something else to say when you're finished, if you'll let me.
All right, then. We have so few people here.
Thank you. I believe that if the commissioners took the time to talk to Kim Carney, she has spoken to, well, Linda, that's not funny, and that's not very polite.
I've had this
either.
yes, it is funny, because Kim Carney went and got all this information 2 years ago and brought it to this commission. So to say that we haven't talked to Kim Carney, we've
Have you
seen
talked to her recently?
Oh, yeah, I talked to her yesterday, matter of fact.
Okay, well-
However, and I'm not disputing what Kim Carney says, I'm just saying, this isn't new to any of us.
Well, it's all
we've
new
been
to me. I'm sorry
Right.
if it's not new to you, but it is new to me, and so
But you're
it's
acting
worth-
like we're not getting information, and we have gotten information. And I'm not saying keep the fire department, do not keep the fire department, but at the end of the day, You have to know that a lot of us up here have done our research too.
Oh, I'm not doubting that. I'm
And-
new to town, but all I'm saying is, I think that you should make every effort and do your due diligence to make sure that what Jane is saying is true, and that people don't just, the citizens don't just take what she says as gospel because she's the one saying it. I think that if the fire department from the county could save us, even if it's $250,000 a year as taxpayers, that's a difference in my pocket and yours. That's all I'm saying. So, thank you.
Did you want to say something?
Well, I mean, here again, I looked at some of the numbers as well, and I've talked to different departments, and the level of service would not be the same. I mean, I looked at it too, and before I became a commissioner, I talked about the same thing. I said, maybe, we should contract this out. And the bottom line is, at the end of the day, and you're right, the county's fire department is not the most financially stable right now. That's one of the reasons why they were looking at expanding to the gardens and taking on additional services out there in order to get a new firehouse and equipment and this kind of thing as well. I think you have to look at the level of service that you're getting right now and what it is costing per person. And again, I go back to, it may reduce your annual expenditures to the city by $150. Is your life worth $150? And the reason I ask that is because the scenario that the lady gave right here, if you had to depend on the county to get out here and it took another 5 minutes, she could have lost her leg or she could have lost her life. And it only takes one incident. And you say, by God, I wish I'd paid that extra $150 or $200. I mean, I go out on my boat all the time. I spent $400 to get a little device like this in case my boat sinks. They can find me. And I told a few friends of mine, I said, how much is your life worth? $400? I'd spend $1,000 if I'm out in the middle of the ocean. I'd spend $10,000 if I'm having a cardiac arrest out on Palm Drive and I'm waiting for somebody to come get me. So I think we can look at it, we can do the analysis. We could do a study, and I think it's been done before, in the fire department, on the police department, and the like. It's a matter of how much safety do you want, how much insurance do you want? So, it is something we can consider, but I think the mayor is correct. There has been some studies that's done before, and it's just a matter of comparing how much level of service are you willing to pay for. But I think it's going to probably cost more per person to pay for the county to provide these services than we're probably getting right now. We could look at cutting back on some of the equipment or looking at it, again, it's a long term, and the city itself is not growing, but the level of service in the city is growing. And whether you like it or not, we have to provide that service. We have guests that are coming here, we have to provide that service. That's it.
We don't usually let people talk more than once, but
What I'm telling you is that's $250 per year per person. A household, that's $1,000 a year. That's an extraordinary amount to put towards the fire department. And yes, Flagler County may be having some issues. I don't know what they are because I haven't seen the numbers and I don't know that. But if you have the availability of a station here where you can have somebody here, I think it's something we need to talk about. And I would like a commitment from you all to provide the citizens with the information and let us do it on a referendum, and let us decide what we want.
okay, you said it. Good, thank you. Anybody else?
Paul Harrington, North Central Avenue. It just, last year we were sitting here talking about the millage rate, and we're higher. And now we're talking higher, and that's all we've done is gone up. I think, do we really want to get the cost down? Do we want to keep our millage rate low? If we don't, just admit it and let's go on. We have, the way we're going to get our expenses down is cut money. The fire department's great, but do we need 3 engines? We've been around to some of the other fire departments around the area, they have 1 engine and an ambulance. If we have an emergency call, ambulance is going to come from someplace, it's going to happen. Can we plan for everything? No, we can't. The ladder truck, just, it doesn't reach to the 9th floor. So, we really need to think about what we're doing. The police department's doing a great job. I don't have and I get behind any one of you. If we need something, we'll try to get it. But, we need to go outside of our pockets and look at some of the other pockets outside in the county. We're taking care of everybody on the beach. We're running all over the county, and we're paying the bill. We had $30,000 of recycling going into the trash. We got $100,000 lost on the pier. What are we doing about it? Buying more T-shirts. We got $100,000 lost on utility connections that somebody didn't know about the ordinance 7 years ago. And then we got somebody sitting up here complaining yesterday about a $6,000 bill who 8 months ago was bragging about how much money he was making. And he can't come up with $6,000. $120,000 for license plate readers? I don't see the need in this little town. I understand the point. Let the sheriff do it. We pay for him, let him do it. They ought to be over here doing some work. We get a fire truck, we're gonna have to have more people on it, we're gonna have more maintenance. It just goes on and on. I think we just have to resolve, where it is we want to be and how we're gonna do it. Personally, I'd like to see the millage rate back to what it was in 2018, and I think we could do it if we just sharpened our pencil.
Anybody else? Oh, everybody else has spoken. Do you want
Chair, if I may. I just want to be clear on the fact that when I was charged with this department, that there was a lot of issues here. And I've said things that I can continue to say. Maybe I don't say it with the most clarity over the years, but I don't do well at mediocre. I don't do well at just this status quo and let somebody else handle it. I was requested to make this department the most highly trained young professional department in there, and that's been my goal ever since I've been there. Further than that, 3 trucks at the fire department is not something new just in my tenure as chief. That has been that way for a good while. We have been on that rotation for a long time, and we have to keep the equipment that we're there. It needs to be understood, we're not talking about a crew of 3 is always going from truck to truck to truck because we enjoy that. Those trucks are there of necessity. If one truck goes down, we have to have another backup truck. There are instances where we have 2 pumper trucks that have 1,000 gallons apiece on them. If we don't have water supply, we need every drop of that 2,000 gallons. It's not just having equipment there because we think it's shiny and new. It's equipment that we truly need to have there and is utilized at many times throughout the year. I don't know if I'm getting myself and my point across as clear as I'm hoping I am, but I think I've covered all my points.
Thank you, Bobby.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, I'm going to ask my fellow commissioners, do you have any actions you want to take?
I'm going to throw it out there. I'd like to make an action that we do $100,000 a year, not $133,000. So that'll get us to about 2.5 years.
For the truck?
1 truck.
And is that the only change you'd like to see?
Yes. I have other views on the county. Oh, no, sorry. I have other views on the county and whether, we should keep our fire department, but for now, I'd like to say on $100,000 for the next 2.5 years.
Okay. Is that sort of a motion?
That is my motion.
Okay. I know, but I said sort of a motion. We can't make motions during workshops.
So that's my opinion.
Okay. Do we have any consensus there? No? No?
So we're going 100,000 from hereafter?
Well, Debbie's recommendation was to lower this 133 to 100.
Correct.
And
Until
then
we can
whatever
get
it
it to
costs
the
to-
point where we reach the $266,000 that is needed.
So it would take like
I'm
another
not saying
2.5.
I'm not saying indefinitely, I mean just.
Like
until we
another
get-
2.5 years.
Correct.
That's what Debbie was suggesting.
I guess I'd only have, excuse me, some discussion with Kathleen. How's that going to affect anything? I mean, it's still coming out of the same fund, and it's not going to affect it at all,
Right. It's
Right?
not affecting millage rate,
or the fund itself.
No. It's actually, it comes from surtax, which
Right.
is something everybody that visits this city and, so it's one purchase that actually the people that come and go to the beach and go to the store and buy soda or whatever, they're paying taxes and they're contributing, in some way.
Right, and we have, Kathleen, is it about 900,000 in the
Yeah, right, around, we're close to $1 million in the infrastructure
surtax fund today? Okay.
So we just extend that timeline that Deborah's talking about now, right? Rather than
Yeah.
a year, it'd just be 2 years.
Right. I believe so. For the purchase of the truck, is that what you're talking about?
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry, I'm saying, so what it was doing is just extending the timeline of the purchase itself.
Right, but
Rather than
keeping
what-
it at 75,000, which it'll take it a little bit longer. Obviously, we can get there in 2 years if we keep it at 133, but it's just my logic.
Okay, I understand what you're saying, yeah. That makes sense.
So
some degree.
basically, the things that would affect the mill rate are operations, not capital purchases. So it's, just.
And in order
general.
to reach that, we're talking about $300,000 or $400,000 out of the budget.
For it to go to rollback?
Right.
It's not that much.
Approximately, it's not that high?
About two- It's
I'll just double check.
205 or something like that.
We've made some cuts since the last time.
205 to get back to rollback.
And even if you go back to the
From a
rollback, it's
5.5.
not going to lower the taxes. Exactly,
No, because the value of your house has gone
Right.
up.
because of the price of value.
No, that's accounted for the price of your house going up.
No, it's.
But it's still not going to
Rollbacks-
affect the net.
If you're not homesteaded and your value changes significantly, doesn't matter, it's a rate. The mill rate is the rate that's multiplied by your value, so. it's
Exactly.
What happened to your value.
So just because you go back to rollback doesn't mean that.
Doesn't mean your taxes go
No,
down.
because if the property value goes up, then the tax goes up.
Isn't rollback supposed to take that into account?
No,
To-
As a
to-
mill rate, but not,
it's a rate.
no.
It takes all the property, it takes the lump sum value of all the property in Flagler Beach, but not everybody's property in Flagler Beach goes up 3%.
I mean, if you
Some
look
went
at
down, some
people's
went up,
tax
some.
bills, some
some
people's go up $10 a year, other people, I
Right.
mean, it's
Some
so
people
all over the
lost their
place because of
exemption
Save Our
this year,
Homes.
there's a million different things
It's
that can
crazy.
happen.
Right.
Well, if you go back to rollback, Rick, to what you were saying, if this year it was passed at the rollback amount, if your house value did not change, your tax bill will be the exact same thing. Assuming no exemptions
Right.
change, your tax bill will be the same exact thing. If your house value changes, plus or minus, it's going to waiver with that. And then if you lose or gain exemptions, it will change with that. But
Exactly.
just apples to apples, if you are at rollback and your house value is the same, that bill will be the same, minus those other variables.
Right.
So based on the budget that you have in front of you with all the cuts that were made prior to this meeting, we would, to go to rollback, we'd have to cut $191,000.
More.
And we haven't cut, we haven't cut anything that affected the rollback yet.
No, over what we cut last
I
time.
mean, we haven't cut anything from this budget since we got back on the general fund today that affects
Right.
because if we cut the drone, if we cut
That's all
every piece
capital,
of
so-
capital, we still would have to cut $190,000 from this budget, which is your operations or your personnel. Bye. Sorry, even after I leave, you still need another $100,000, dang it.
See you, Matt.
This table's gone.
Yeah, bye, right, Matt, you ready to go?
Well,
Happy hour.
I do want to, as somebody who's trying to manage this, there's a fundamental problem with how we're going about this that I have an issue with. So, for instance, if I think we need to be at rollback, okay, then I should not be charged with being tasked with taking out little pieces of the budget here and there that have been added in by staff. I should be able to go to our heads of staff and our city manager and say, this is where we need to be. Y'all are smart people, you know what your needs are, and you guys figure it out. I don't like dwelling in these things going, well, I don't think we need this oxygen tank like that. That's all silly. Like, so if I want to be at rollback, y'all are smart, you're very good department managers, the city's well-funded, make the numbers work, what you got last year. If you added stuff that inflated it, you take it out, and then you're still going to have plenty of money. Because this year that we're in is very well-funded. We're getting a lot of stuff done.
That sounds really nice, except gasoline goes up, utilities go up.
Gas didn't go up.
And blah, blah, blah. So we tell Matt he's got to cut his department back to whatever the rollback rate would be for his department.
But it's not a cutback. That's the whole thing. That's
Yes, it
distortion
is,
that's being
because when you look at his operations costs, gas goes up. So do we not let the police drive this far? Electricity goes up, so do we tell them to turn the lights off at night?
that is a very exaggerated argument to the small amount.
No, I think I understand. Not to interrupt, I'm trying to explain as well. In other words, if we say, Kathleen, what percentage do we need in order to get back to the rollback rate? I know, percentage-wise. In other words, if it's 2%, then I tell each department head, you need to cut your budget by 2% in order for us to possibly reach the rollback rate. I think that's what Commissioner
Yeah,
Cooley is getting at.
you're making, here's the thing. We would be potentially saying you spend what you spent the year that we're in. And to James' point, there are some things that are more expensive. If you give raises to your staff, that will mean that something else needs to come out.
Mm-hmm.
The changes are not drastic. These are not big changes. These are, we're acting like we're going to starve people, and that's not the case. Now, I reviewed all of this, and I have found a litany of things in here that are not necessities. But I don't want to be the one to tell the department heads which ones to pick and choose from. I would want them to do it and just hit the number.
See, we did that. Under a previous administration, we had the administrator tell each department head, cut your department by 10%. And that's where we ended up with vehicles that weren't working, with jobs that weren't getting done. They cut by 10%. They did.
How much do we have to cut?
3%, each
I
department.
don't care what the percent is. To give a blank, I've never agreed with giving a blank percent to departments. I think it's a terrible way to run things.
But, I had to do this in the federal government. They come down, they say, you got to cut your department by,
Yeah, they
you got to
do.
cut your funding by 10%. And I understand what each one is talking about. I have to go through there and work it myself and decide, am I going to not train this year? Am I not going to buy an extra computer or whatever it is? But it was my decision to make as to where that 10% would be. And fortunately, it's we're talking about 3% here. And I don't think it's too much to ask that they be the ones that decide where it's going to be. And if we're going to go that route to a rollback rate.
Then what's our role?
Our role is,
Set
all
mill
right,
rate.
I'll give up 3% of my salary.
Well, I just saved
Yeah,
us
y'all have to
$4.
put 3% too.
See, I don't agree with this. I think that staff and the city manager put a budget together, supposedly with needs and not many wants. I think it's our role as representatives of the people of Flagler Beach to go through the budget and see how much we think each department should have. I guess I see things differently. No, I don't want to look at how many pairs of boots the fire department has. I don't want to do that. We did that. But perhaps one department can cut a bigger percent than another department can. I don't believe in saying to each department, you cut this amount.
Well, I'd
That's
agree.
why we have a city manager.
I would agree with Jane on that, but I also agree with Eric that I mean, we reached a point last year with my no vote that something had to give, and it took less than 24 hours for them to find the money that made the budget work. So I think, personally, I think the budget ought to be a process of going through the things that you need and creating a budget, and that gives you a number. Not that you start with a number and then you work till you get to it. That's what I've hated about this process since I got here. But in this case this year, I'm going to stand with Eric, and I think we need to hit rollback.
And why did we spend from 9 to 5 for 2 days going through all this? I don't get it.
Well, I think you have to decide, does the commission as a whole want to go to rollback? Because don't you need to have, for rollback, the majority have to agree on that. So if you guys don't agree on that, it's a moot point. Then you go,
Can't vote. Can we do it by consensus?
I would think so.
Well, I'm looking at, I don't know, Penny, yes?
I mean, if you don't want, if three of you don't want to go to rollback, there's no point continuing this conversation.
This is a simple majority, it doesn't have to be 4.
Kathleen?
I got it right here.
There's that little chart.
Majority vote, maximum millage.
If you only get 3 votes, then you can only go so far. I think it's 3 point,
This, right?
I mean, 5.4
Is this what I'm
something
reading?
or other.
Hello, look. Right here.
There you go.
Yeah, I had some
Well,
notes in there.
I'll just help start the conversation.
There you go.
Rollback's a majority.
So,
Yep.
just to start the conversation, and this is a repeat of what we talked about back during the mill rate meeting. Every single solitary layer of government in this country right now is making efforts to help out our taxpayers because of the drastic impact of the pandemic. This year is not a normal year. This is a completely different year than anything we've had. Next year is going to be different. Fingers crossed. I'm crossing
You got the
everything.
crystal ball.
But we can't be the only ones who are not doing that. We have to chip in also. And so that is where I used my rationale, because I have voted for tax increases as a commissioner. And there have been specific pointed things that I wanted to ask our citizens to step up and help out with. You know, we were very far behind from, previous administration. We needed to get caught up. We had hurricane stuff. And so I went to the citizens and said, listen, I need your help with this. We're going to have to chip in a little bit. And they were okay with that. And that's the direction I went. This year, completely different. This year is, we have a problem. Our citizens are hurting, and we need to do what we can to help out. And so it's the other way around. This year, when we set the mill rate, I was asking the city to help out our citizens and give a little bit. And keep in mind, going back to rollback is not giving. It's staying the same. So my proposal was to go a little bit less than rollback. Not much, a little bit less. Enough to say you're doing something. Because you can't have every layer of government working very hard to help the citizens out, and then we stick our hand out and go, we want more. You just can't do that. And this is only Eric speaking. So where I'm at is at rollback or a touch below that. That's where I'm at, and that'll just help y'all start the conversation on that. And that's my rationale for it.
Okay, question. Kathleen, if we go to rollback, once again, that does not ensure that our taxes will.
Absolutely, because you have to remember that
Go up.
that number is what is multiplied against whatever the value of your taxable value of your property is.
Correct.
But what that means is you're asking for the same or less, is what that means.
It creates the rate that does that. It's a little difficult. I mean, most homestead, even if you're homesteaded, your property probably went up 3%. So even if we go to rollback, you're still going to pay 3% more than you did
Yep.
last year. Not that much, I mean, to our city. I mean, it is when you factor in the whole county, but. And that's another little point, the city of Flagler Beach is only about 25% of the total tax bill that you pay to the county.
Right.
Okay, so what am I not understanding, Eric? If we go to rollback, we're going to have to cut departments to the tune of approximately 200.
No, we're not going to have to cut. We're going to have to cut versus what they added. It's an entire mentality change. The reason why we have this is because we have added. And so what we're saying is, no, this isn't the year. We're not going to add. So we are not cutting. We're saying we're going to hold the line.
Okay.
And that's where I think things are getting twisted. We're not cutting at all. We are saying that we need to run what we've been running. But it'll actually still be more because you have things like new construction, which is bringing in additional taxes. You have new values, which is bringing in new taxes. But it's the principle of saying, I am not going to ask for a bigger slice of your value than you had last year, is the principle of it. Now, and we get into all these variables that affect that, but the slice or the percentage that I'm asking for, I do not want to increase. Does that help answer?
It does.
Okay.
I think if we separate the wants from the needs and take all these contingency monies that they're putting away, it's entirely easily feasible to reach a rollback rate. Because we're talking, like Kathleen said, $195,000 difference.
Well, I don't see any problem with, trying to achieve the rollback. I guess the concern I have, if we go less than rollback, how's it going to affect our budget as a city? Because we also have lost revenues this year.
Right.
And I don't want to get us in a position, and I understand, unless we're going to agree that we're going to dip into the reserves in order to make up the difference. And that's what we're going to have to do. I mean, we can go ahead and lower the millage rate in order to save money, but how much is it going to affect us overall, where we have to come back possibly next year and say, because of the shortfall that we had last year, now we have to make it up this year.
So when FP&L says to us, we're raising your rates by
Right.
whatever,
Yeah, so that's the only thing. I mean,
and
I'm
our
okay with-
insurance company, what did we just, 6.5%, the health insurance?
Right.
Yes.
And the insurance on the pier is, I forget how much
It's
more.
like- It's over 200.
We go to those companies and say, sorry,
Yeah.
Well, I mean, here again, I guess, I'm all for looking at the rollback, but I think we've all kind of beating this horse to death again, understanding that it may lead to a reduced millage rate for some folks, but in actuality, it's probably going to stay about the same. And I think that's what, and even though some folks are saying, we're hurting, I think they're still going to be satisfied, or at least they would understand, at least it's not going to increase. And that's the biggest thing that we're looking at is don't increase my taxes, don't increase how much I'm paying. Certainly, I pay quite a bit of taxes myself. I'd like to see it go down. But, I'm in a position where I can go ahead and absorb it one way or the other. So again, I'm in favor of a rollback here again, but I'd like to understand how we as a commission are going to get there. Are we going to ask the department heads to absorb it using their own discretion? I don't like to micromanage the managers. They know where they can take the hit. They know how much padding they put in there. The fire chief knows where he can possibly cut something and wait till next year, same as the police chief and the other department heads. So I'm all in favor of that, but I just like to leave it up to them in order to help us to get there.
I agree. That's the city manager's job.
Well, could I give you all some insight how to get there, or at least my 2 cents? Chair, you okay with that? Okay, so previous to this year, we have done many tax increases of significant nature. And the reason why we did those was for reasons. And when I talked about it, hurricane, catching up with stuff. Well, the history of it is we had big tax increases to accomplish a set goal for that year. And we accomplished those goals. So, and we did not lower the taxes afterwards. So we accomplished the goal, we didn't lower it afterwards. So now you have a big section of money that is now, we'll call it unclaimed just for the conversation. And that's where you don't have to fall behind, because you're using that money that was that previous year's completed tax, or task, I should say. And that gives you the buffer to where you're not letting things fall apart, so to speak. And because all the consecutive years that we've had pretty large tax increases for really good reasons, that money's still being taxed, but the projects are done. So you have extra money there in the budget.
What?
Well, we had to raise taxes to catch up on previous administration not getting stuff done, right?
Right,
And we got caught up on a lot of stuff.
on some, yeah.
No? So where'd the money go?
But that's what I'm asking, if we increased them in order to pay for those things, if they've been paid for, do we have a large reserve there for that, or is it been expended already? And that's the question.
We need.
Or are there new expenses?
In other words, you're looking at
Right.
payback time to the citizens of Flagler
We
Beach
need to
to
make
help
sure
us
it
out.
didn't get filtered over into what Jane said, these new expenses. And so that's kind of the
Okay,
thought
all right,
process.
I understand what you're saying.
Wait a minute, I think you just twisted what I just said.
Well, no, I just said we just need to keep it from going there.
All right.
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
I said, after you were done, I think I said, we finished some of the projects that weren't done when they were supposed to be. And you're thinking that we're never going to spend any more money. I'm saying we might have finished some of these projects, but that new things came along that need to be done. That's what I'm saying. No, that's not what you said, I said. So,
You said, I said.
I said.
Well,
That's what
What
I
do y'all
heard you
wanna
said
hear?
that you said. All right, I think.
what are we doing?
Yeah, we're really getting
Okay,
digressing here.
are you in charge?
I'm okay with the rollback.
Okay, then we are, I'm not, but,
Raise your hand if you want rollback.
Oh.
Majority?
it's a majority. So we just wasted 2 entire days going through all those numbers.
Gives staff an idea of what
No, it's
things we
a good exercise for me to learn,
felt good
so.
about or didn't feel good about.
So each department head has to come back with,
We have to, as a city, cut $190,000 out of the current.
and we just approve it because that's what,
What's that?
each department has to come back with cuts.
Well,
Is that, I'm not.
it's not each department per se. I mean, however, the city manager decides to cut $190,000 out of the budget. That's how it
And we
is.
just say, okay, I'm in favor of that.
I guess so.
Well, that's how we've done it in years
I mean,
past.
yeah,
We're okay
I mean-
with a higher rate.
No, we have discussed each item and decided whether we liked them or not. If we're just telling departments to come back, or one department to come back with a low rate, we just approve it?
I think that what we're saying,
I would
I
like
thought
to-
what we were saying is that we leave it up to the city manager.
I think we're abdicating our role, is what I think.
Leave it up to the city manager to get with the department heads to come up with how they're gonna cut back $190,000.
And then come back to us.
Then they come back to us. Then the city manager does.
as I said, I think we're abdicating our role.
We still,
Does anybody have anything else?
Yeah, why don't we go find some more money from somebody else?
well,
Go take those signs down now that we're not spending.
that's what we've been talking about all along. It's part of the strategic plan. It's called remuneration.
County's
All right, can we have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
bankrupt, buddy.
Hey, we're talking about the trademark here.
Shh, don't tell anybody.
We can do that too.
Don't tell anybody.
I'll apply for it if you want.
I put Ken in charge of the
I'll do it, believe me. You want me to apply for it?